Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Natasha. The alarm cuts through my dream like a knife, dragging me back to consciousness with all the subtlety of a jackhammer. I slam my hand down on the snooze button, but it's pointless. The damage is done. 5 hours of sleep isn't enough, but it's all I'm getting these days. Between emergency calls and paperwork, sleep has become a luxury I can't afford. Up and at 'em, I muttered to myself, forcing my body upright, my joints protesting every inch of the way. My bedroom isn't much, just enough space for a queen bed with sheets that have seen better days, a secondhand dresser I refinished myself, and the mountain of laundry I haven't had time to fold since, was it Tuesday? Maybe Monday? Tools are scattered across my dresser instead of makeup. Pipe wrenches, Teflon tape, and a voltage tester I was using to fix my bedside lamp. A heavy wrench sits where fancy perfume should be. That's my life in a nutshell. Practical, functional, no frills. I drag myself to the bathroom and splash cold water on my face, the shock of it finally kickstarting my system. I stare at my reflection in the speckled mirror that could use a good cleaning. The bags under my eyes tell their own story. Dark half moons against my brown skin, 26 and already looking worn down like Dad after a double shift. The curls escaping from my nighttime bonnet frame my exhausted face. But there's no time for self-pity when bills need paying, and Dad's medication isn't getting any cheaper. The business won't run itself. I pull off my bonnet and shove my thick curls into a tight bun. Then, I slip into my work clothes. Sturdy pants with reinforced knees, and a company polo with Mason plumbing embroidered across the chest. Not glamorous, but it helps Dad pay the bills, most of them anyway. In the kitchen, I shove bread in the toaster and lean against the counter. Mom's already left for her hospital shift. Through the window, I can see Dad in his home office, hunched over paperwork. The toast pops. I slather butter on it and take a bite, heading toward Dad's office. Morning, I say, mouth half full. Dad glances up, reading glasses perched on his nose. Natasha, you look tired. I'm fine. Standard response, whether it's true or not. He gestures at the stack of work orders on his desk. Got a full day. I'm thinking you take the Henderson's backed up sink, and I'll handle the... I reach over and pluck a random order from the pile, scanning it quickly. My eyebrows shoot up. Interesting. An estate? On Hill Avenue? I whistle low. Busted pipe in the master bathroom. Dad's head snaps up. Let me see that. He snatches the paper from my hand. No way. I'll take this one. Why? Because it's a mansion? Because rich people might not want a woman fixing their pipes? That's not... Dad, we've been through this. I can handle any job that comes through that door. I grab the work order back. I've been doing this since I was 16. Against my better judgment, he mutters. You trained me yourself, said I had the best hands in the business. Dad sighs. That deep sound that means he's remembering all the reasons he wanted something different for me. College, a desk job, anything but crawling under sinks and fixing other people's problem. Your sister's tuition is due next month, he says quietly. I know. And I do know. It's why I work overtime, why I take the jobs no one else wants, why I'm here instead of pursuing my own dreams. Fine. He throws his hands up. Take the mansion job, but be professional. These people could be good for business. I stuff the last bite of toast in my mouth and grab my tool belt from the hook by the door. When am I not professional? Natasha, no job scares me, Dad. Not even rich people with fancy toilets. I sling the belt over my shoulder. I'll call if I need backup, but I won't. I'm halfway out the door when Dad's voice stops me. Natasha, wait. I turn, one hand on the doorframe. His face has that look, the one where he's about to have the talk again. I've seen it too many times not to recognize it. When are you going to stop doing this? He gestures vaguely at my tool belt, my work clothes, everything that makes me who I am professionally. This was never meant to be permanent for you. I step back into the room, setting my tools down with a clank that feels louder than it should. Dad, we've been over this. You're too smart to be crawling around under sinks for the rest of your life. What I do keeps the lights on. I tap the work order in my hand. This job alone will cover half of Lisa's textbooks for next semester. He runs a hand over his thinning hair. Your sister wouldn't want you sacrificing your future for hers. It's not a sacrifice if I'm good at it. I cross my arms. And I am good at it. That's not the point. You could be doing anything. We can't afford anything right now. The words come out sharper than I intend. I soften my tone. Look, I know you want more for me, but we can't afford for me to chase dreams while bills pile up. What kind of daughter would I be if I let you and Mom struggle just so I could be more comfortable? Dad's shoulders slump. You're not responsible for keeping this family afloat. Yes, I am. We all are. That's what family means. I pick up my tool belt again, the familiar weight comforting in my hands. I'm not going to let us go without food or let Lisa drop out just because society thinks I should be doing something better than plumbing. You could at least look at community college courses. Something in the evenings? When? Between 12-hour shifts and emergency calls? I shake my head. I'm not saying never, Dad. I'm saying not now. The silence between us stretches, filled with all the things we both want but can't have. Not with Mom's medical bills from last year still looming and Lisa's education costs mounting. Finally, Dad nods, resignation and pride battling in his expression. You're stubborn as hell, you know that? Wonder where I got that from. I manage a small smile. He comes around the desk and pulls me into a hug. It smells like aftershave and coffee, the scent of my childhood. I just want you to have options. I know, I pull back. And I appreciate that you care so much. Not everyone has a dad who wants the best for them. The very best, he agrees, squeezing my shoulder. Even if we disagree on what that is. I'm not giving up on my future, I say. I'm just making sure we all have one first. He hands me the keys to the work van, the metal warm from a being in his pocket. Go show those rich folks what Mason Plumbing is made of. Let them see what real craftsmanship looks like. I grin, feeling the weight of our conversation lift slightly from my shoulders. I'll make you proud. Promise to leave their fancy bathroom better than I found it. You already make me proud, kiddo. Every damn day. His voice catches just slightly, the way it does when he's feeling more than he wants to show. Even when you're being as stubborn as your old man. The words follow me out to the van, warming me more than the morning sun that's just starting to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pinks and oranges. Dad might not understand all my choices, but he respects them. In a world that often doesn't see the value in what I do, in who I am, that means everything. I slide into the driver's seat, The familiar smell of tools and the faint lingering scent of Dad's Pine air freshener greeting me. The van's been through hell and back with us, but it's reliable, just like the family business. I start the engine, mentally preparing for the mansion job ahead. Some celebrity or trust fund baby with a leaky gold-plated faucet, probably. Rich people's problems are still just plumbing problems, no matter how fancy the fixtures or how many bathrooms they have. And those, at least, I know how to fix. Water doesn't care if you're worth millions or scraping by. It follows the same laws of physics either way. As I pull out of the lot, I adjust my Mason plumbing cap and take a deep breath. Time to prove, once again, that a woman with a wrench can solve problems that money alone can't fix.
Chapter 2. Jackson. Your father's still on that marriage ultimatum? Bruce swirls his scotch, the amber liquid catching the light as we walk through my West Wing gallery. Seems medieval, even for Richard Jeffries. I down the rest of my drink in one gulp, welcoming the burn. What can I say? The old man's determined to see me grow up before he hands over the expansion capital. And you need that capital because I messed up my credit lines with those investment properties in Miami. I run my hand along the marble countertop of the wet bar and pour us both another round. 3 hurricanes in one season wasn't in the business plan. Bruce accepts the fresh drink with a knowing smirk. Plus the yacht. The yacht was a legitimate business expense. I tap my glass against his. Entertainment for potential investors. And the models on board? Also business expenses? Marketing. I flash him my most charming grin, the one that usually works on everyone. Look, I've got 6 weeks to secure $5 million for the Vegas location, or I lose the property and the deposits I've already put down. We step out onto the terrace overlooking the pool. The morning sun hits the water just right, making it shimmer like liquid diamonds. This house, everything I own, screams success, but it's all a carefully constructed facade. One strong wind and the whole thing could come tumbling down. What about bank loans? Bruce asks. With my current credit score? They laughed me out of 3 different meetings last week. I lean against the railing, staring at the mountains in the distance. Dad's the only option left. And his only condition is a ring on some poor woman's finger? Not just any woman. He wants stability and maturity. I make air quotes, nearly spilling my drink. Someone who'll ground me and show I'm ready to be the face of Jeffries' restaurants. Bruce lets out a low whistle. That's a tall order for someone whose longest relationship was with a bartender at Club Inferno. What was that? 3 weeks? 4. Tiffany was a cocktail waitress, not a bartender. My mistake. Bruce's laugh echoes across the pool. So what's the plan? Mail-order bride? Professional actress? Or are you actually going to try dating like a normal person? I drain my second scotch, feeling the pleasant warmth spread through my chest. I've got a strategy. This should be good. I find someone suitable, someone my father would approve of. We get married, I get my money, and after a reasonable amount of time. Define reasonable. Oh, a year, maybe 2. Then an amicable divorce with a generous settlement. Everyone wins. Bruce shakes his head, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. You're the guy who said he'd never get married, JJ. The same guy who called marriage a glorified prison sentence at Jeff's wedding. It's business. I shrug, trying to ignore the twinge of guilt that pricks at my conscience. The mountains in the distance blur slightly as the scotch hits my system. Besides, I'd be upfront about it. Find someone who needs money as badly as I need this marriage. A mutually beneficial arrangement. No hearts broken, no messy emotions. And your father wouldn't see through this in about 5 seconds? The man who built a restaurant empire by reading people like books? Bruce swirls the ice in his glass, the clink echoing across the pristine pool deck of my penthouse. Before I can answer with what would have been a brilliantly crafted comeback, my phone buzzes against the glass table. I glance down at the screen, relieved for the interruption. Speaking of business, the plumber's here to fix that leak in the master bath. Third time this month. The great Jackson Jeffries reduced to waiting for the help to arrive. Bruce raises his glass in mock toast, his grin widening. How the mighty have fallen. Next you'll be clipping coupons and shopping at discount stores. Get away. I punch his shoulder lightly, nearly making him spill his drink. The familiar banter steadies me, pushing away thoughts of my father's ultimatum. Come on, let's go see if they sent someone who actually knows what they're doing this time. The last guy couldn't tell a wrench from his own. The doorbell echoes through the house, cutting through my scotch-induced haze. Bruce follows me down the spiral staircase, still chuckling about my marital predicament. Maybe your future wife will deliver your groceries next, he jokes as I reach for the door. Or perhaps she'll be your Uber driver. Keep it up and you're walking home, I mutter, swinging the door open. The words die in my throat. Standing on my doorstep isn't some middle-aged guy with a tool belt and a visible butt crack. Instead, there's a woman. Work boots, cargo pants, company polo that does nothing to hide her curves. Her hair is pulled back in a tight bun, revealing a face that belongs on a magazine cover, not under someone's sink. Mason Plumbing, she says, all business. No smile, no nonsense, just direct eye contact that somehow makes my mansion feel smaller. I'm here about the leak in your master bathroom. Her voice has a husky quality to it, authoritative yet smooth like the expensive scotch I'd been drinking upstairs. I stand there like an idiot, my brain short-circuiting. The scent of something subtle, not perfume, more like clean soap and maybe a hint of metal, wafts past as she shifts her weight, clearly waiting for me to do something other than gawk at her. Bruce nudges me from behind, his elbow digging into my ribs. You gonna let her in? Or just stare at her all day? He whispers, loud enough for her to hear. I step aside, finally finding my voice, though it comes out a touch deeper than usual. Right, come in. I'm Jackson Jeffries. I gesture vaguely toward the interior of my place, suddenly aware of how the modern art pieces and designer furniture might look to someone who actually works for a living. This is the bathroom upstairs, second floor, end of the hall. She walks past me with purpose, tool belt slung low on her hips, the leather worn in places from actual use. She's carrying a heavy-looking metal box that would have most people struggling, but she manages it with practiced ease. The logo on her shirt reads Mason Plumbing with Natasha stitched beneath it in neat blue thread. Her boots leave faint marks on my imported marble tiles, and for once, I don't give a damn about it. Lead the way, she says, not bothering to look back. I catch Bruce's amused expression as we follow her up the stairs. He mouths smooth at me with a grin. In the bathroom, Natasha sets down her tools and immediately gets to work, examining the shower where water has been leaking through to the ceiling below. There's something mesmerizing about watching her move, confident, purposeful, completely unfazed by the opulence around her. So, I say, leaning against the doorframe, trying to sound casual, how'd you get into plumbing? She doesn't look up from where she's crouched, examining the pipes. Same way most people get into things. Needed a job, had the skills. But why plumbing specifically? It's not exactly a common career choice for women. Now she does look up, dark eyes challenging me. Is that what you were going to say? I was going to say for someone who looks like they could be modeling instead. I recover, flashing my most charming smile. She doesn't bite. Look, Mr. Jeffries. Jackson. Mr. Jeffries, she repeats firmly. I'm here to fix your pipes, not to explain my career choices or entertain you. This is a job. I do it well. That's all that matters. Bruce snorts behind me, clearly enjoying my crash and burn. Natasha turns back to the shower, pulling out a specialized wrench. Your problem isn't just a leak. You've got corroded fittings behind this wall and calcium buildup in the pipes. Previous plumber should have caught this instead of just patching the visible damage. She stands, wiping her hands on a rag from her belt. I'll need to open up part of this wall, replace about 3 feet of pipe, and install new fixtures. Should take about 4 hours. You can tell all that just by looking? I can't keep the surprise from my voice. No, I use my psychic powers, she deadpans. Yes, I can tell by looking. Been doing this since I was 16. Bruce's laughter echoes off the marble tiles. She's got you there, JJ. I shoot him a look that promises revenge later, then turn back to Natasha. Whatever you need to do, just fix it right this time. That's the only way I work. She starts pulling tools from her box with practiced efficiency. I'll need access to your water main to shut it off before I start. As I lead her to the utility room, Bruce falls in step beside me, whispering, Dude, she just completely shut you down. It was beautiful. Shut up, I mutter. I've never seen the great Jackson Jeffries at a loss for words. This is historic. I elbow him hard in the ribs, but my eyes stay fixed on Natasha as she expertly locates and turns the water main. There's something about her, the confidence, the competence, the complete lack of interest in impressing me. That's more intriguing than any giggling socialite I've ever brought home.
Chapter 3. Natasha. I tear into the wall with surgical precision, careful not to damage anything beyond what's necessary. The previous plumber's work is a nightmare. Half-assed patches that were guaranteed to fail within months. I mutter curses under my breath as I expose more of his handiwork. Jesus Christ, did this guy get his license from a cereal box? I whisper, pulling out a section of pipe crusted with mineral deposits. Who the hell uses compression fittings on a main line? The rich guy, Jackson, and his friend have been hovering nearby, pretending not to watch me work. I can feel Jackson's eyes tracking my movements. That same intense gaze most men give when they're trying to figure out if they're attracted to a woman holding power tools. I've seen it 1,000 times before. He is beautiful, though, in that polished magazine cover way that screams old money and expensive habits. The kind of man who's never had calluses on his hands. The kind who probably has women lining up around the block for a chance at his attention. Not my problem. I'm here to fix pipes, get paid, and get home to help Dad with the books. I slide under the vanity to access the main connection, grunting as I wrench off the corroded fitting. 4 hours into the job, my shirt is sticking to my back with sweat, and I've had to make 2 trips to the van for additional parts. The whole system is a mess. How's it going down there? Jackson's voice comes from somewhere above me. I slide out, wiping my forehead with my forearm. Your previous plumber should be arrested for fraud. I've replaced most of the affected piping, but whoever did this last job cut corners everywhere. Used cheap materials that aren't rated for the water pressure in this neighborhood. He crouches down, surprisingly close. Those green eyes catching the light. But you can fix it, right? I already have. I stand up, brushing past him to grab my pressure gauge. I'm installing proper copper piping with the right fittings, sealing everything correctly, and reinforcing the wall supports that got water damage. It'll last decades if maintained properly. I turn the water back on, testing each connection methodically. No leaks. Perfect seals. I patch the wall section I had to remove, applying quick-set compound that will need a proper finish later. Almost done, I say, more to myself than to him. Just need to test the shower. I step into the massive walk-in shower, bigger than my entire bathroom at home, and turn the handle. Water flows smoothly from the rainfall shower head, cascading down in a perfect, even spray. I adjust the temperature controls, checking the hot water response time. Come see? I call over my shoulder, not bothering to look if he's following. Jackson appears beside me, his expensive cologne mixing with the steam now filling the space. We're standing closer than necessary in the oversized shower stall, but I maintain my professional demeanor. Watch. I point to the ceiling and walls around the shower. No leaks. Water pressure is balanced. Temperature control is responsive. I demonstrate by turning the knob. And I fixed that annoying squeal your pipes were probably making. How did you know about the squeal? I never mentioned that. Pipes talk if you know how to listen. I step out of the shower, grabbing a towel to dry my hands. This setup should give you no problems now. Jackson follows me out, looking genuinely impressed. That's amazing. The last 3 plumbers couldn't figure it out. That's because they were hacks. I start packing up my tools. I'll send the invoice to the address on file. Actually, Jackson says, leaning against the doorframe, blocking my exit in a way that might seem casual but feels deliberate. I have another job I could use your help with. One of the sinks in the guest house isn't draining properly. I secure my toolbox. Call the office number. Put in another work order, and they'll schedule someone to come out. I want you specifically. His voice dropped slightly. You clearly know what you're doing, unlike the parade of incompetent plumbers I've had through here. That's flattering, but we have a system. Call the office. Talk to my dad. He handles scheduling. Jackson steps closer. What if I offer to pay double your regular rate? I look him straight in the eyes, unmoved. Mr. Jeffries, money doesn't change our process. If you want Mason Plumbing, you call the office like everyone else. If you want me specifically, you can request me, but I go where I'm assigned. You're really not going to make an exception, even for a good customer? Especially not for a good customer. Good customers understand professional boundaries. He studies me for a moment, then steps aside. Fair enough. I'll call your father tomorrow. I nod, picking up my toolbox. The shower's fixed. Let it sit overnight before using it. If you have any issues, call the office. As I head down the stairs, I can hear him following behind me. I don't need to turn around to know he's still watching. Men like Jackson Jeffries are used to getting what they want with a smile and a flash of their wallet. But I wasn't raised to bend rules for a pretty face, even one as pretty as his. I give Jackson's friend a curt nod as I head for the door. He raises his crystal tumbler in a lazy salute, scotch catching the light as I pass. Thanks for the fix, he calls after me. Maybe now Princess here can stop complaining about his shower. I don't respond, just adjust my tool belt and push through the massive front door. The evening air hits my face, cooler now as the sun sets behind the mountains. My steps echo across the imported stone driveway as I make my way to the van. Once inside, I drop my head against the steering wheel and exhale. What the hell was that back there? I've worked in hundreds of mansions, fixed toilets for celebrities and politicians, and never once felt so aware of myself, of someone watching me. I start the engine, the familiar rumble of the old work van grounding me as I pull away from Jackson's estate. His eyes followed me the entire time I worked, not in the usual, is this woman really qualified? Way I'm used to, but something different. Something that made my skin prickle with electricity. Get it together, Natasha. I mutter to myself, turning onto the main road. He's just another rich guy with broken pipes. But even as I say it, I know it's not true. There was something about Jackson Jeffries that got under my skin. The way he had leaned against the doorframe watching me work. The slight quirk of his mouth when I shut down his attempts at small talk. Even the way he smelled lingered in my senses. I cracked the window, letting the cool evening air rush in. I need to clear my head. Dad would laugh himself silly if he knew I was getting flustered over some client, especially one like Jackson, the type who probably has a different woman every weekend, who sees people like me as interchangeable service providers. The stoplight turns red, and I drum my fingers against the steering wheel. I can still hear his voice. That deep timbre when he said he wanted me specifically for his next job, not just Mason Plumbing. Me. Double rate, I whisper, remembering his offer. The money would help with Lisa's books next semester, maybe even put a dent in Mom's medical bills. But it's not just about the money, is it? The light turns green, and I press the accelerator harder than necessary. The truth sits uncomfortably in my chest. Part of me wants to see him again. Wants to walk back into that ridiculous mansion with its marble countertops and huge windows. Wants to feel those green eyes following me as I work. This is stupid, I tell myself as I merge onto the highway. You're not some teenager anymore, Natasha. You're a professional. But the memory of standing in that shower with him, steam rising around us, his cologne mixing with the humidity, I grip the steering wheel tighter. It's been so long since I've felt this kind of attraction to anyone. Between helping Dad with the business and taking care of Mom after her surgery, dating fell to the bottom of my priority list years ago. Not that Jackson Jeffries would be dating material anyway. Men like him don't seriously date women like me. We're novelties at best. The girl who fixes things, how quaint. Then it's back to models and socialites who fit into their world of galas and charity auctions. I take the exit toward my neighborhood. The contrast stark as million-dollar homes give way to modest apartments and strip malls. My world is so far removed from his. Different planets entirely. Still, as I pull into the driveway of our small family home, I can't help wondering if he'll actually call the office tomorrow. If Dad will assign me to whatever job he requests. If I'll find myself back in that mansion, trying not to notice how Jackson's shirt stretches across his shoulders, or how his voice drops when he speaks directly to me. I kill the engine and sit in the darkness for a moment, listening to the tick of the cooling metal. Tomorrow I'll probably be unclogging Mrs. Henderson's toilet or fixing the Wilsons' garbage disposal. Back to normal life. Back to being just Natasha the plumber, not the woman who caught Jackson Jeffries' attention for a fleeting moment. But as I gather my things and head inside, I can't quite shake the hope that the office phone will ring tomorrow. That Dad will hand me a work order with a familiar address. That I'll get to see those green eyes again, watching me with that mixture of surprise and interest that made my heart beat just a little faster than it should.
Chapter 4. Jackson. I open the door, and there she is again. Natasha Mason in her work clothes, tool belt slung low on her hips, and that no-nonsense expression that's been stuck in my head for 3 days straight. Her dark curls are pulled back in a tight ponytail, revealing the elegant curve of her neck. I shouldn't be checking out the plumber, but there's something about her that makes it impossible not to look. "Mr. Jeffries," she says with a curt nod, those deep brown eyes scanning my face with professional detachment. Her full lips pressed together in a line that tells me she's here strictly for business. "Jackson," I correct, stepping aside to let her in. My arm sweeps in an exaggerated welcome gesture. "Thanks for coming back." I catch another whiff of her scent as she passes, clean and somehow intoxicating despite the fact she's dressed for dirty work. "According to my dad, you seemed very insistent that I take this job personally." She walks past me, the tool belt jingling softly with each confident step she takes across my marble foyer. Her shoulders are squared, posture perfect, like she's determined to prove she belongs in this mansion just as much as I do. "Something about the guest bathroom sink?" "Yeah, it's backing up." I follow her through the house, enjoying the view more than I should. "I'm surprised your dad sent you. I figured he'd ignore my request and send someone else." "He tried." Natasha glances over her shoulder, but I told him I'd already started work here and should finish what I started. That catches me off guard. "So you wanted to come back?" "I wanted to make sure the job was done right." She stops at the hallway intersection. "Guest bathroom?" This way. I lead her down the west corridor, watching as she takes in the artwork on the walls. You like Basquiat? She pauses by one of my favorite pieces. You actually know what you have? Or did your decorator pick it out? I collect art. I step closer, almost but not quite invading her personal space. That one I got at auction in New York. The composition reminds me of organized chaos, finding structure in what looks like madness. Her eyes flick to me, surprise evident. Huh? What? Nothing. She continues walking. Just didn't peg you as the type to understand what's on your own walls. I laugh, genuinely amused by her bluntness. What type did you peg me as exactly? Rich playboy who buys expensive stuff to impress people. She enters the bathroom and sets down her toolbox. The kind who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. Ouch. I lean against the doorframe, crossing my arms. That's a pretty harsh assessment of someone you've met exactly once. Am I wrong? She kneels by the sink, opening the cabinet beneath. Not entirely, I admit, but there's more to me than that. She pulls out a wrench, her movements practiced and efficient. There's more to everyone than first impressions. That's why I don't put much stock in them. I watch as she works, fascinated by the confidence in her hands. So what's your story, Natasha Mason? Besides being the best damn plumber in the city. Not much to tell. She disconnects the trap beneath the sink. Dad's business. Been doing it since high school. It pays the bills. You enjoy it? She pauses, looking up at me with those intense brown eyes. Would you ask a male plumber if he enjoys his job? If I was interested in him, absolutely. Her eyebrows shoot up, and for a second I think I've crossed a line. Then she laughs, a real laugh that transforms her face completely. Smooth, she says, turning back to the pipes. But I'm immune to rich boy charm. I'm getting that impression. I squat down beside her, genuinely curious now. So what's clogging my sink? More incompetent plumbing. Nope. This time it's your fault. She pulls something from the trap and holds it up. A gold cufflink, one I thought I'd lost months ago. Expensive taste in drain blockers. Holy cow, I've been looking everywhere for that. I take it from her, our fingers brushing briefly. It was a gift from my grandfather. Sentimental value, huh? She reconnects the trap. Wouldn't have guessed that about you either. See? I'm full of surprises. I pocket the cufflink. Like the fact that I make the best coffee in 3 counties and would be happy to prove it while you finish up. She studies me for a moment, like she's trying to solve a puzzle. You don't need to entertain the help, Mr. Jeffries. Jackson, I insist. And maybe I just want good company with my coffee. Fine. Black, 2 sugars. She turns back to the sink. I need to check the rest of the line to make sure there's nothing else in there. When I return with the coffee, she's already finished and washing her hands. She accepts the mug with a nod of thanks. So, I say, leaning against the counter, what do you do when you're not saving rich jerks from their plumbing disasters? She takes a sip, eyes widening slightly. Damn, this is actually good. Told you. I grin. Don't dodge the question. I work. Help my sister with school, take care of my parents. She shrugs. Not much time for anything else. No boyfriend? Girlfriend? Subtle. She rolls her eyes but answers anyway. No. Too busy. That's a shame. Is it? She finishes her coffee and sets the mug down. Some of us have responsibilities that don't involve yacht parties and charity galas. Touché. I lean in slightly. But all work and no play makes me excellent at my job. She cuts me off, but there's a hint of a smile playing at her lips, which is now complete. Your sink should work perfectly. I watch her pack up her tools with practiced efficiency, every movement purposeful, no wasted energy. She's unlike any woman I've ever met. Direct, skilled, completely unimpressed by my wealth or charm. Something clicks in my brain as I watch her hands deftly organize her wrenches. The fake marriage. Dad's ultimatum. $5 million. And this woman who clearly needs money but has too much pride to take handouts. So, Natasha, I say, leaning against the doorframe, I was wondering if you'd be interested in grabbing a coffee with me sometime. At a shop, not here. Though it could be here if you wanted it to be here. She pauses, a socket wrench halfway into her toolbox. A coffee. Yeah, not for a plumbing job, just to talk. Her eyebrows shoot up. Mr. Jeffries. Jackson, I correct automatically. I don't date clients. She snaps her toolbox shut with a decisive click. Who said anything about dating? I follow her as she heads toward the hallway. Maybe I just want to learn more about you. Why? She doesn't slow her pace, those work boots moving confidently across my imported marble. Because you're interesting. It's not a lie. She is fascinating. Her competence, her directness, the way she completely sees through my nonsense. But there's more to it now. An idea forming that could solve both our problems. She stops at the front door, turning to face me. Look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm busy. Between work and family obligations, I don't have time for whatever this is. 1 hour, I press. That's all I'm asking. 1 coffee. Her dark eyes study me, searching for the angle. Smart woman. What's this really about? I consider lying, spinning some smooth line. But something tells me that won't work with her. Honestly, I have a business proposition that could benefit us both. A business proposition? Her voice is flat with disbelief. Yes. One that could potentially solve some financial issues for your family. That gets her attention. Her grip tightens slightly on her toolbox. How do you know my family has financial issues? I don't, for sure, I admit, but most people do. And you mentioned helping your sister with school, taking care of your parents. That can't be cheap. She stares at me for a long moment, suspicion warring with curiosity in those expressive eyes. Finally, she sighs. 1 coffee. 1 hour. That's it. Perfect. I pull out my phone. What's your number? I'll text you so you have mine. She hesitates, then rattles off her number. I send a quick text, just my name, and hear her phone buzz in her pocket. I'll call you to set it up, I say, opening the door for her. This isn't a date, she clarifies, stepping past me onto the porch. Absolutely not. Strictly business. And if I decide your proposition is ridiculous, which it probably is, we never have this conversation again. Deal. I extend my hand. She looks at it, then back at me. After a moment's hesitation, she shifts her toolbox and takes my hand. Her grip is firm, her palm calloused from years of honest work. The contact sends an unexpected jolt through me. I'll be in touch, I say, reluctantly releasing her hand. She nods once, then heads down the steps toward her van. I watch her go, admiring the confident set of her shoulders, the way she carries herself like she doesn't give a damn what anyone thinks. Say yes, I call after her. She turns, one eyebrow raised. To what? You haven't proposed anything yet. When I do, say yes. A hint of a smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, the first I've seen. You're awfully confident for someone who doesn't even know what I'll agree to. I'm offering a solution. You strike me as a practical woman who recognizes a good deal when she sees one. We'll see. She tosses her toolbox into the van and climbs in. Before closing the door, she looks back at me. Goodbye, Mr. Jeffries. Jackson, I correct one last time. This time the smile breaks through, small but genuine. Fine. Goodbye, Jackson. As her van disappears down my driveway, I can't help feeling satisfied. She'll call, and when I lay out my proposition, a mutually beneficial arrangement that gives her family financial security and me the $5 million I need, she'll see the logic in it. A business transaction, clean and simple. So why am I already looking forward to seeing her again more than I should?
Chapter 5. Natasha. I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, barely recognizing myself. I've swapped my work clothes for the nicest outfit I own, a dark blue wrap dress I bought for Lisa's college orientation. It hugs my curves in ways my work uniform never does. I've even let my hair down, natural curls framing my face instead of being pulled back in my usual practical bun. This is ridiculous, I mutter, dabbing on lip gloss. It's just coffee with a client. A business proposition, he'd said. Something that could help my family financially. I shouldn't care how I look, but here I am, spritzing on the perfume Mom gave me last Christmas that I've never even opened. My phone buzzes with a text from Jackson. Just checking we're still on for 2 p.m. at Cafe Laurent. I type back a quick confirmation, ignoring the flutter in my stomach. This isn't a date, it's business, whatever that means. When I arrive at the cafe, which is an upscale place with the outdoor seating and prices that make me wince, Jackson's already there. He stands when he sees me, those green eyes widening slightly as they take me in. "Natasha," he says, his voice warm. "You look different." "I don't wear my tool belt to every occasion," I reply, sliding into the seat across from him. He grins. "I didn't mean, you look beautiful." The compliment catches me off guard. "Thanks. Let's get to this proposition of yours. Not even going to let me buy you coffee first." He signals a waiter who appears instantly. "I'll have a black coffee, 2 sugars," I say. "And I'll have an espresso." Jackson looks at me. "Hungry? They make amazing croissants here." "I'm fine." "She'll have a croissant," he tells the waiter. "And bring the cheese plate and those little chocolate things." I said I'm not hungry. "Trust me," he says as the waiter leaves. "You'll want food for this conversation." I cross my arms. "I'm listening." Jackson leans forward, his expression turning serious. "My father has given me an ultimatum. I need to get married within 6 weeks, or he won't give me the capital I need for my restaurant expansion." I stare at him, waiting for the punchline. When none comes, I burst out laughing. "You're kidding." "Dead serious. $5 million on the line." The waiter returns with our drinks and food. I take a sip of coffee, trying to process what he's saying. "What does this have to do with me?" Jackson takes a deep breath. "I need a wife. A temporary one. Someone my father would approve of. Hardworking, responsible, grounded." My coffee cup freezes halfway to my lips. "Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting?" "Marry me," he says simply. "For 1 year, I get my funding, and you get enough money to take care of your family's needs. Your sister's education, your parents' retirement, whatever you need." I set my cup down with a clatter. "You want me to be your fake wife, for money?" "It's a business arrangement," he says, sliding a chocolate pastry toward me. "We both get what we need." This is insane. I shake my head, but I don't get up to leave. How would this even work? We get married, live together for appearances, convince my father it's real. After a year, we divorce amicably. You walk away with a settlement that would set your family up for life. And in the meantime, I what? Quit my job? Play housewife? Keep your job if you want. My father just needs to believe we're building a life together. He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine. Think about it, Natasha. No more worrying about bills or your sister's tuition. Your parents could retire early. The thought sends a jolt through me. Dad could finally rest his bad back. Mom wouldn't have to work double shifts. Lisa could focus on school without working part-time. How much? The words escape before I can stop them. $500,000, plus living expenses while we're married. I nearly choke. $500,000 for a year of your life. His eyes hold mine. We draw up a contract, everything spelled out, no surprises. My mind races through possibilities, objections, logistics. Your father would never believe it. We barely know each other. We'll say we've been secretly dating, love at first sight when you came to fix my shower. He smirks. Not entirely untrue. This is crazy, I whisper, but I'm not saying no. The amount he's offering could change everything for my family. Crazy smart, he counters. We both get exactly what we need. And what about other aspects of marriage? I ask carefully. Separate bedrooms, he says quickly. Unless you decide otherwise. Heat rushes through my body. That won't be necessary. Your call, he shrugs. But there's something in his eyes. A flash of disappointment, maybe. So what do you say? Will you marry me, Natasha Mason? I stare at him, this beautiful, privileged man, offering me a solution to problems that have kept me up at night for years. It's insane, dishonest, possibly illegal. And yet, I need to think about it, I say finally. This isn't a decision I can make over coffee. Fair enough. He slides a business card across the table. My personal number. Call me when you decide. As I take the card, our fingers touch again, and that same electric jolt runs through me. I wonder if a year of pretending to be this man's wife might be more complicated than either of us is admitting. I shake Jackson's hand firmly and turn away, feeling his eyes on my back as I walk out of the cafe. The cool air hits my face as I step outside, a welcome relief from the tension that had been building between us. Marry him, I whisper to myself, walking faster now. What the actual hell? My mind races, trying to process what just happened. A fake marriage. $500,000. The whole thing sounds like some ridiculous movie plot, not something that happens to real people. Definitely not something that happens to plumbers from working-class neighborhoods. I cross the street and head toward the small park nearby, needing space to think. The bench under the oak tree is empty, and I sink onto it, kicking off my low heels that I never wear, but somehow thought appropriate for this meeting. $500,000, I repeat, testing how the words feel in my mouth. That kind of money would change everything. Dad could retire tomorrow. His back wouldn't force him to take pain medication just to get through the day. Mom could quit her second job at the hospital. And Lisa, Lisa could focus on school without working those late shifts at the diner that leave her falling asleep during lectures. It's just business, I tell myself, watching a squirrel dart across the grass. A contract, a year of pretending. But marriage, even a fake one? I've never even had a relationship last longer than 6 months, and now I'm considering legally binding myself to a man I barely know, a man whose bathroom I fixed just days ago. I pull out my phone and stare at it. Jackson's number sits there in my messages, waiting. My thumb hovers over the call button. This is insane, I mutter, but I'm already dialing. He answers on the second ring. That was fast. I haven't said yes, I reply quickly, but you're calling. His voice has that smooth, confident tone that probably works wonders on the women he usually deals with. I have conditions. I can practically hear his smile through the phone. I'm listening. The money needs to be enough to secure my parents' retirement completely. Not just help. Secure it. They've worked their entire lives, and I want them to be comfortable, really comfortable. Done. Just like that, I frown. You don't even know how much that would be. Natasha, I'm offering $500,000. If that's not enough, we can negotiate. What matters to me is that this arrangement works for both of us. I take a deep breath. Why me? There must be thousands of women who jump at this chance. But I need someone my father would believe I'd actually marry. Someone grounded, hardworking, responsible. Someone real. There's a pause. You're not impressed by my money or my name. That makes you perfect. So you want to marry me because I don't like you? I can't help the small laugh that escapes. I want to marry you because you see through me. My father will too. He needs to believe this is real. I watch a young couple walk by, holding hands and laughing. For a moment, I imagine what it would be like to live in Jackson's world. The mansion, the expensive art, the privilege of never worrying about money. 1 year, I say finally. Not a day longer. 1 year, he confirms, and we'll need a detailed contract. Everything spelled out. What's expected, what isn't. Already working on it. I stand up, decision made. Then I guess we have a deal. So that's a yes? There's a note of surprise in his voice, like he didn't expect me to agree so quickly. That's a yes, I confirm, slipping my shoes back on. But only because this is the fastest way to make sure my family never has to struggle again. I understand. His tone softened slightly. Thank you, Natasha. You won't regret this. As I end the call, I wonder if that's true. $500,000 for 1 year of my life. A business transaction, nothing more. But if that's the truth, why does it feel like I've just agreed to so much more?
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 6. Jackson. I watch Natasha from across my living room, admiring how she sits. Back straight, shoulders squared, like she's ready for battle. Even in casual clothes, she carries herself with more confidence than most of the socialites I know decked out in designer wear. So you're telling me, Jeff says, flipping through his legal pad, that you want the same arrangement Theodore just did with his wife, Macy? His eyebrows rise as he glances between us. Another fake marriage contract? That's exactly what we want, I confirm, leaning back in my chair. 1 year, $500,000, and then we go our separate ways. Teddy's a smart guy. He did what he had to do for his foundation. Jeff chuckles. Well, Club Inferno is certainly getting interesting with all these new additions. Just draw up the paperwork, I say, rolling my eyes. You're being paid to be our lawyer, not a comedian. Actually, Natasha interjects, her voice firm, I'd like to discuss some specific terms first. She pulls out a neatly folded piece of paper from her bag. I've made a list. This catches me off guard. Most women I know would just take the money and run with it. But not Natasha. Of course not. Let's hear it, Jeff says, clicking his pen. First, I want the money placed in an escrow account before the wedding, released to me in quarterly installments regardless of how the arrangement ends. She doesn't look at me as she speaks, addressing Jeff directly. If Jackson terminates early for any reason other than infidelity on my part, I still get the full amount. Jeff whistles low. Smart. I'm not done, she continues. Second, I keep my job. I won't quit plumbing or pretend to be something I'm not, even for his father. That's actually perfect, I cut in. My dad would respect that more anyway. She gives me a look that says she doesn't care what I think, which is both irritating and oddly refreshing. Third, we need a convincing story about how we met and fell in love. Something that explains the quick timeline without making me look like a gold digger or him look like he's just trying to please his father. That's easy enough, Jeff says, scribbling notes. You met when you came to fix his plumbing, had instant chemistry, started dating secretly because you weren't sure how it would work with your different backgrounds. Then realized life's too short and decided to take the plunge. Fourth, Natasha continues, ignoring his suggestion, I want my own space in the house, a room that's just mine, where I can go when I need privacy. Done, I say immediately. The East Wing has a suite you can use. Private bathroom, sitting area, the works. She nods, checking something off her list. Fifth, we need to establish boundaries for public affection. I won't be groped or treated like arm candy, but I understand we need to appear convincingly married. We can practice, I offer with a grin. Figure out what feels natural. Jeff snorts, and Natasha shoots me a look that could freeze hell. Sixth, we need an exit strategy for when the year is up. How do we explain the divorce? Who moves out? How do we handle questions? That's actually very thorough, Jeff admits, looking impressed. Most people don't think that far ahead. I'm not most people, she says simply. No, you're definitely not, I agree, finding myself genuinely intrigued by her methodical approach. Most of my relationships have been impulsive affairs with women who want something from me. My money, my connections, my last name. Natasha wants those things too, but she's refreshingly straightforward about it. Anything else? Jeff asks. Yes. She hesitates for the first time. If at any point this arrangement becomes complicated, emotionally, we need to have an honest conversation about it. No games, no manipulation. The room goes quiet. It's the one contingency I hadn't considered. What happens if fake feelings become real? That goes both ways, I say, meeting her eyes directly. Complete honesty. Agreed, she says, holding my gaze. Jeff clears his throat. Well, this is already more solid than most real marriages I've seen. Theodore and Macy's contract was much simpler. How are they doing anyway? I ask, breaking the tension. Still happily fake married? Actually, Jeff trails off with a knowing smile. Let's just say their arrangement has become more authentic than anticipated. Natasha shifts in her seat. What does that mean? It means they actually fell for each other, I translate, watching her reaction carefully. The fake marriage turned real. That won't happen with us, she says firmly. This is strictly business. Of course, I agree, though something in my chest tightens at her certainty. Just business. Jeff looks between us with amusement. I've heard that before. From Theodore, actually. We're different, Natasha insists. Everyone thinks they're different, Jeff says, gathering his papers. I'll have the contract ready tomorrow. In the meantime, you two should probably start working on that love story. If Richard Jeffries is half as shrewd as I remember, you'll need to be convincing. After Jeff leaves, Natasha and I sit in awkward silence. She's still clutching her list. So, I finally say, ready to practice being in love with me? She rolls her eyes, but I catch the ghost of a smile. I think I'd rather start with figuring out how to tolerate you. Fair enough. I stand and extend my hand. Partners? She takes it, her grip firm and sure. Partners. And despite all my plans to keep this arrangement strictly professional, I can't help but wonder if Jeff might be right about us too. I grab 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey from the bar cabinet. So let's talk about how this is actually going to work, I say, pouring us each a generous amount. Public appearances, social media, the whole charade. Natasha accepts the glass but doesn't drink immediately. She's perched on the edge of my couch like she might bolt any second. Can't blame her, this whole situation is insane. The restaurant opening is in 3 months, I continue. That's going to put a spotlight on us. Media, food critics, investors, they'll all be there, and they'll all be watching. I understand. She finally takes a sip, her nose wrinkling slightly at the strength of the liquor. I'm not camera shy. Good, because there will be cameras. Lots of them. I sit across from her, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. Jeffrey's restaurant openings are social events. My father makes sure of it. And what exactly will be expected of me? She's direct, those dark eyes fixed on mine. Do I need to learn which fork to use for the salad? Practice my fake laugh. I can't help but smile at her bluntness. Just be yourself. That's what made you perfect for this in the first place. You're real, Natasha. That's what my father will respond to. Speaking of your father... She sets her glass down. When do I meet the infamous Richard Jeffries? Soon. Very soon. I drain half my whiskey in one go. He's flying in next week specifically to meet you. The man doesn't waste time. Next week? Her eyes widen slightly. That doesn't give us much time to get our story straight. Our story is simple. We met when you came to fix my bathroom, had an instant connection, and after dating secretly for a few months, decided life's too short and got engaged. And you think he'll buy that? If we sell it, right? I lean forward. What about your parents? What are you planning to tell them? She sighs, running a finger around the rim of her glass. The truth, or at least a version of it. That I fell for you, hard and fast. They'll be skeptical, especially my dad. He's protective. Will they think you're marrying me for money? Probably. She gives a short laugh, which is ironic considering that's exactly what I'm doing. Not exactly. You're not marrying me for my money. You're marrying me for my father's money. There's a difference. That gets a genuine smile out of her. A technicality, but I'll take it. I find myself watching the way her lips curve when she smiles. It transforms her face, softens the determined set of her jaw. I clear my throat, refocusing. Your family, will they be okay with how fast this is happening? They'll have questions. Lots of them. She takes another sip of whiskey, seeming more comfortable with it now. But they also want me to be happy. If I tell them I love you, do you think you can? The question slips out before I can stop it. Convince them, I can be convincing when I need to be. Her eyes meet mine with a challenge in them. The question is, can you? Your father built an empire by reading people. If he senses this isn't real... I've been messing with my father since I was 16, I say with more confidence than I feel. Trust me, I can handle him. What's he like? She asks suddenly. Your father, beyond the reputation. I pause, considering how to answer. Intimidating, brilliant, ruthless in business, but surprisingly sentimental about family. He built everything from nothing and never lets anyone forget it. Sounds like someone who doesn't suffer fools. He doesn't. I finish my whiskey. But he respects authenticity and hard work. That's why you're perfect. You actually work for a living, With your hands, no less. He'll appreciate that more than if I'd chosen some socialite. She nods slowly, processing. So I just need to be myself. The hard-working plumber who somehow fell for his playboy son? Exactly. Just leave out the part where I'm paying you $500,000. That would put a damper on the romance, she agrees dryly. We sit in silence for a moment, the reality of what we're doing settling between us. It's one thing to talk about a fake marriage in theory, another to actually plan the details of deceiving our families. Are you sure about this? I ask finally. It's not too late to back out. She straightens her shoulders, determination flashing in her eyes. I'm sure. My family needs this money, and I'm willing to do what it takes. Are you having second thoughts? No, I say quickly. Just making sure we're on the same page. We are. This is business. She holds my gaze steadily. 1 year, $500,000, and then we go our separate ways. Right. Business? I nod, ignoring the strange twinge of disappointment her words trigger. So, ready to meet Richard Jeffries next week? Sure. Why the hell not? She raises her glass in a toast. To fooling your father. And securing our futures, I add, clinking my glass against hers. As we drink, I find myself studying her face, memorizing the determined set of her jaw, the intelligence in her eyes. For this to work, I need to know her. Really know her. And despite all my confidence, there's a nagging feeling that my father will see right through us if we don't develop something more than just a business arrangement. But that's a problem for another day. Right now, we have a wedding to plan and a performance to perfect. The most important performance of my life.
Chapter 7. Natasha. I clutch my fork tighter, staring at the 3 shocked faces across the dinner table. Mom's mouth hangs open. Dad's eyebrows have disappeared into his hairline, and Lisa looks like she might start hyperventilating. You're what? Dad finally breaks the silence, his voice rougher than usual. I'm getting married. I set my fork down beside my half-eaten lasagna. To Jackson Jeffries. The Jackson Jeffries. Lisa leans forward, her college textbooks forgotten beside her plate. As in, restaurant empire Jackson Jeffries? The guy whose face is plastered all over those business magazines Dad hates? I nod, trying to keep my expression somewhere between excited and bashful. We've been seeing each other since I fixed his bathroom last month. Last month? Mom reaches for her water glass. Natasha, that's fast, I know. I run my finger along the worn edge of our family tablecloth. But when you know, you know. Dad sets his napkin down with the deliberate care. And you know, after 4 weeks? It's not just about time. The lie feels heavy on my tongue, but I push through. It's about connection, understanding. We just fit. Fit? Dad's voice rises. Natasha, you've never even mentioned dating anyone, and now you're marrying some millionaire. Billionaire, Lisa corrects, earning a glare from Dad. Not helping, Lisa, Mom murmurs. I take a deep breath. I didn't tell you because I wasn't sure where it was going. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it if it wasn't serious. And now it's serious enough to get married? Dad challenges. Yes. I meet his gaze steadily, channeling all my determination. I'm moving in with him next week. Mom suddenly smiles. Does this mean you're finally going to stop working so hard? Take some time for yourself? I can still work, Mom. Why would you need to? Lisa asks. If you're marrying into that kind of money. Because I like what I do. I snap, then immediately regret my tone. Sorry, it's just, I'm not giving up my career just because I'm getting married. Dad leans back in his chair, arms crossed. You absolutely should quit. No wife of a billionaire should be crawling under sinks. Dad, I'm serious, Natasha. If this man cares about you, he wouldn't want you breaking your back for a few dollars when he's got millions. It's not about the money. I grip the edge of the table. It's about who I am. And who are you with him? Dad asked quietly. The girl I raised wouldn't rush into marriage with someone she barely knows, no matter how rich he is. The question hits harder than I expected. Who am I with Jackson? A fraud, a paid actress, a desperate daughter trying to secure her family's future? I'm still me, I say, softer now. Just happier. Mom reaches across the table for my hand. Are you really happy, sweetheart? That's all we care about. I force a smile. I am. He makes me happy. Well, I think it's amazing, Lisa declares. My sister marrying Jackson Jeffries. Wait till I tell everyone at school. Maybe hold off on that, I suggest. We're trying to keep things low-key until after the wedding. When is the wedding? Mom asks, excitement creeping into her voice despite her earlier concern. 2 weeks from Saturday, small ceremony. 2 weeks. Dad stands up abruptly. No. This is ridiculous. You can't possibly know what you're doing. Frank, Mom warns. No, Diane. Someone needs to say it. He turns to me, his expression a mixture of concern and disappointment. This isn't like you, Natasha. Rushing into something this serious without thinking it through. I have thought it through, I insist, rising to meet him. I know what I'm doing. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're throwing away everything you've worked for to become some rich man's trophy. The words sting, especially because there's a grain of truth in them. I am throwing away something. My integrity, my honesty, but not for the reasons he thinks. It's not like that between us, I say firmly. Jackson respects me. He values what I do. Then why the rush? Why not date properly? Get to know each other? I falter, scrambling for the rehearsed answer Jackson and I prepared. We don't want to waste time. Life is short, and we're sure about each other. Dad shakes his head, unconvinced. I want to meet him. Before you do anything else, I want to meet this man who's convinced my daughter to drop everything and marry him. This man must be the devil himself. Frank? Or he could be an angel, Lisa counters with a shrug. A very beautiful one. Fine, I say, taking a deep breath. Jackson would love to meet you all. He's been asking about my family anyway. The words taste like a half-truth in my mouth. Jackson has asked about them, but only in the context of our story. What to tell them, how to convince them. Tomorrow night, Dad says firmly, not a request. Dinner. Here. Mom's eyes widen. Frank, I need time to prepare if we're having a billionaire over for dinner. He eats food like the rest of us, Dad grumbles. Unless he's too good for meatloaf. I bite back a smile. He'll eat whatever you make, Mom. He's not picky. How would you know? Dad challenges. You've only known him a month. I know enough, I counter, standing my ground. I know he works harder than people give him credit for. I know he respects what I do, and I know he makes me happy. The last part isn't entirely a lie. The prospect of financial security does make me happy. The weight lifting off my shoulders. The promise of Mom and Dad finally being able to retire. Lisa finishing school without drowning in debt. Lisa bounces in her seat. Is he bringing you a ring? Is it huge? Can I be your maid of honor? Yes to the maid of honor, I say, grateful for her enthusiasm. And the ring? We're picking it out together. Dad snorts. Smart. Make sure you get something that can pay for a house when this falls apart. Frank? Mom scolds. What? I'm being practical. Our daughter is rushing into marriage with a man who changes girlfriends more often than I change the oil in my truck. That's not fair, I say, feeling defensive of Jackson despite myself. You don't know him. And neither do you. Dad's voice rises. Natasha, this isn't like you. You're methodical. You think things through. You don't jump into life-changing decisions based on what? Lust? Money? It's not about the money, I insist, the lie burning my throat. And it's not just physical attraction either. We connect in ways I didn't expect. Mom reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. If you're happy, sweetheart, we're happy for you. Are we? Dad challenges. Because I'm not happy watching my daughter throw her life away on some rich playboy's whim. Dad, please. I meet his eyes, letting him see my determination. I want this. I really do. This is the best thing for me right now. And that's completely true. This arrangement is the best option I have, the only way to secure my family's future without spending the next 20 years drowning in work and worry. Lisa jumps in. Come on, Dad. Natasha deserves some happiness. And if that happiness comes with a mansion and a hot husband, all the better. Lisa, Mom warns, but there's amusement in her voice. Dad sits back, arms crossed, studying me. I recognize that look. He's trying to read past my words, searching for what I'm not saying. It's the same look he gave me when I was 16 and claimed I hadn't been the one to scratch his new van. You're really sure about this? He asks, his voice softer now. This isn't some arrangement, some deal you've made? My heart skips. How could he possibly know? What do you mean? I mean, you're not marrying him to help the business or something? Getting a rich client by becoming part of the family? Relief floods through me. No, Dad, it's not like that. I promise. Then tell me why, he presses. Help me understand how my level-headed daughter decides to marry someone after 4 weeks. I swallow hard, reaching for the story Jackson and I rehearsed. When I went to fix his bathroom that day, something just clicked. We talked for hours after I finished the job. He asked me out right there, said he'd never met anyone like me. That part I believe, Dad mutters. We've been seeing each other whenever we could. Late nights, early mornings. It's been intense but real. I look down at my hands, calloused from years of work. He sees me, Dad. Not just as a plumber or someone he can impress with his money. He values what I bring to the table. Mom smiles. That's beautiful, honey. It's impulsive, Dad counters, but I can see his resolve weakening. 2 weeks isn't enough time to plan a wedding. We're keeping it small, I explain. Just family and close friends, nothing flashy. A billionaire doing something that isn't flashy? Dad raises an eyebrow. Now I know you're lying. It was his idea, I say, remembering Jackson's actual words. Small ceremony means fewer witnesses, less chance of someone figuring out it's fake. Lisa sighs dreamily. It's so romantic. Like a movie? Life isn't a movie, Dad grumbles, but the fight is leaving his voice. Fine, I'll meet this Jackson tomorrow, but I'm reserving judgment until then. That's all I'm asking. I stand and walk around the table, wrapping my arms around his shoulders. Thank you, Dad. He pats my hand awkwardly. Don't thank me yet. I haven't decided if I'm walking you down the aisle or locking you in your room until you come to your senses. Frank, stop it, Mom scolds, but she's smiling too. As they start discussing tomorrow's dinner menu, I slip my phone from my pocket and text Jackson under the table. Dinner tomorrow night with my family. They want to meet you. Be prepared for interrogation, especially from my dad. His response comes seconds later. I've faced hostile takeovers and board meetings. How bad could dinner with your family be? I glance at my father, who's now explaining to Lisa exactly how he plans to evaluate Jackson's character and intentions, and type back, "You have no idea what you're in for."
Chapter 8. Jackson. I pull up to the Mason family home in my Aston Martin, then think better of it and park down the block. The modest 2-story house looks well-maintained, but nothing like what Natasha's about to move into. 3 bouquets rest on the passenger seat, roses for her mother, sunflowers for Lisa, and a mix of wildflowers for Natasha that cost more than most people's weekly grocery bill. Just dinner, I mutter to myself, straightening my tie. No big deal. But it is a big deal. These people matter to Natasha, which means they need to matter to me, at least for appearances. I grab the flowers and head up the walkway, noting the neatly trimmed lawn and the work truck with Mason Plumbing painted on the side. The door opens before I can knock. Natasha stands there, looking different than I've ever seen her, hair down in soft curls, wearing a simple dress instead of work clothes. For a second, I forget this is all pretend. "You're early," she whispers, eyes wide. "Punctuality makes a good impression." I hold up the flowers. "So do these." She rolls her eyes but can't hide her smile. "Come on in." They're waiting. The living room is warm and lived in. Family photos everywhere, furniture that's comfortable rather than stylish. It smells like home-cooked food and something else I can't quite place. Something I've never had in my mansion. Mrs. Mason approaches first, wiping her hands on an apron. She's got Natasha's eyes and smile. "Mrs. Mason?" I hand her the roses. "Thank you for having me." "Oh my." She accepts them with genuine delight. "These are beautiful. And please call me Diane." Lisa bounces over next, practically vibrating with excitement. She's younger than Natasha, but with the same strong features. "The famous Jackson Jeffries." She beams as I hand her the sunflowers. "These are my favorite." "How did you know?" I wink. "A good businessman does his research." Natasha shoots me a surprised look. She hadn't told me Lisa's favorite flowers. Pure luck, but I'll take the win. Then there's Mr. Mason. Standing with arms crossed, he's watching me like I'm a leaky pipe he's not sure can be fixed. His handshake is firm, deliberately testing mine. "Sir?" I meet his gaze directly. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you." "Is it?" He doesn't smile. "Seems like you've been in quite a hurry to marry my daughter without meeting her family first." "Dad," Natasha warns. "It's all right." I hand Natasha her wildflowers, our fingers brushing. He's right to be skeptical. I would be too. Mrs. Mason ushers us to the dining table, loaded with home-cooked food that puts my personal chef to shame. Throughout dinner, I field questions from Lisa about restaurants and celebrities while Mrs. Mason keeps offering more food. But Mr. Mason barely speaks, just watches. "So," he finally says during a lull, "tell me why my daughter." The table goes quiet. Natasha tenses beside me. "Because she terrifies me," I say honestly. Mr. Mason's eyebrows shoot up. "Excuse me?" "The first day we met, she walked into my home and didn't give a damn about who I was or what I owned. She saw through every line I tried to feed her." I look at Natasha, finding it surprisingly easy to continue. "Your daughter is the most competent, straightforward person I've ever met. She doesn't need my money or my name to be successful. She's already built that herself." Mrs. Mason smiles softly while Lisa looks between us with wide eyes. "You could have any woman in the world," Mr. Mason presses. "Models, actresses, socialites. I've dated those women." I set down my fork. They want what I represent, not who I am. Natasha doesn't care about the restaurants or the mansion. She cares about doing things right. I pause, really digging in deep to find the right words. She's a hard-working, earnest woman. She has taught me things about myself that I had never even thought about before. And and she's going to keep me grounded in a world that wants me only for my money and fame. Mr. Mason's gaze softens at my words. The tension in the room shifts, like a valve releasing pressure. Mrs. Mason dabs at her eyes with her napkin, while Lisa practically vibrates with excitement. "Well," Mr. Mason says, clearing his throat. That's good to hear." Natasha squeezes my hand under the table. I hadn't planned that speech, but something about sitting in this warm kitchen, surrounded by family photos and the smell of home-cooked food, pulled the truth from somewhere deep inside me. "So when's the big day?" Lisa asks, leaning forward eagerly. "Please tell me I get to be maid of honor. Please, please, please." Natasha laughs, the sound genuine and relaxed. "Of course you are. And it's happening in 2 weeks. Small ceremony, nothing fancy." "You were serious about those 2 weeks?" Mrs. Mason's eyes widen. "That's so soon." "We need to plan." "Mom, really, we want to keep it simple," Natasha insists. "Just family and a few close friends." "But sweetheart, don't you want a big, beautiful wedding? With flowers and a big dress and—" "I don't need any of that," Natasha says firmly. "I never wanted a huge wedding anyway. What matters is who's there, not how elaborate it is." Mrs. Mason looks momentarily disappointed before her expression brightens. "Well, at least let me help with something. The food? Your dress?" "Of course, Mom. I'd love that." Natasha's smile is warm, but I can see the relief in her eyes that her mother isn't pushing for something grander. Mr. Mason sets down his fork with purpose. "There's something else we need to discuss." He fixes me with a pointed stare. "If my daughter's going to be your wife, I don't want her working as a plumber anymore." I feel Natasha stiffen beside me. "Dad, come on!" "I love my job," she protests. "Just because I'm getting married doesn't mean—" "It's not about that," he interrupts. "You've been working yourself to the bone for years, taking on extra shifts, handling emergency calls at all hours. You deserve a break." I raise an eyebrow, studying Mr. Mason's face. This isn't about status or appearances. He genuinely wants his daughter to rest, to have an easier life than the one she's been living. "I understand your concern, sir," I say carefully, "but I'd never presume to tell Natasha what she can or can't do." Natasha shoots me a grateful look, but her father isn't finished. "That may be, but my daughter's stubborn. She won't stop working even when she should." He leans forward. "She's been supporting this family since she was 16, paying for her sister's college, helping with my bills, never taking a day for herself even when she ought to." The revelation hits me like a punch to the gut. I knew Natasha worked hard, but I hadn't realized just how much she'd sacrificed. "Dad, please," Natasha whispers, looking embarrassed. "It's true," Mrs. Mason adds softly. "She's always put everyone else first." I look at Natasha, seeing her in a new light. All this time, I'd been focused on what I needed from our arrangement. I never considered what she might need beyond money. "What if," I say slowly, "Natasha took some time off? Not permanently, but enough to figure out what she wants." I turn to her. "You could still keep your license active. Maybe be more selective about jobs, or focus on the management side of things." "I don't need charity," she says stiffly. "It's not charity," I counter. "It's giving yourself the same care you've given everyone else." Mr. Mason nods approvingly. "Listen to your fiancé, Natasha. For once in your life, put yourself first." "Think about it," Lisa chimes in. "You could finally take those business classes you've been talking about, or travel, or just sleep past 5 a.m. for once." Natasha looks around the table, her resolve wavering. "I don't know." "Just promise you'll consider it," I say, squeezing her hand. "That's all we're asking." She meets my eyes, something vulnerable flickering in her gaze. "Okay, I'll think about it." "Excellent!" Mrs. Mason claps her hands together. "Now about the wedding. I was thinking we could have it in the backyard. It's not fancy, but it's perfect, I interrupt. I'd rather be somewhere that means something to Natasha than in some overpriced venue. Mrs. Mason beams at me. I like him, she tells Natasha. He's a keeper. As the conversation shifts to wedding details, I catch Mr. Mason watching me with a thoughtful expression. He gives me a small nod of approval, and something in my chest tightens.
Chapter 9. Natasha. I tug at the hem of my dress as we approach the restaurant. It's a nice purchase that Jackson helped me pay for, but it still feels woefully inadequate for meeting Richard Jeffries at Le Cirque, one of the most exclusive restaurants in Vegas. Stop fidgeting, Jackson whispers, his hand warm against the small of my back. You look beautiful. I'm about to meet your father, I hiss. The man who built a restaurant empire from nothing. Excuse me for being nervous. Jackson flashes that crooked smile that still makes my stomach flip. He's just a man who puts his pants on one leg at a time. Besides, you've already won over my hardest critic. Who's that? Me. He winks, guiding me through the ornate doors where a host immediately recognizes Jackson and ushers us to a private table. Richard Jeffries rises as we approach. He's tall like Jackson, with silver at his temples and the same piercing green eyes. His suit probably cost more than my car, but there's something approachable about him, a slight roughness around the edges that suggests he wasn't always wealthy. Son, he claps Jackson on the shoulder before turning to me. And you must be Natasha. I extend my hand, surprised when he pulls me into a brief hug instead. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Jeffries. Richard, please. Mr. Jeffries was my father, and he was a miserable old bastard. He laughs, the sound rich and genuine. Come, sit. I've already ordered appetizers. As we settle in, I brace for interrogation, but Richard surprises me by asking about my family first. Jackson tells me you're having the ceremony in your parents' backyard. Yes, sir. It's not fancy, but sounds perfect. He cuts me off with a wave. My wedding to Jackson's mother was at her parents' farm. Best day of my life. His expression softens with nostalgia. These fancy hotel weddings nowadays, all for show. No heart. Jackson looks as surprised as I feel. You never told me that, Dad. You never asked, Richard shrugs, sipping his whiskey. Your mother would have loved Natasha, by the way. She valued authenticity above all else. The waiter arrives with platters of appetizers that look more like art than food. I hesitate, unsure which fork to use. Just dive in, Richard says, noticing my uncertainty. All these rules and fancy presentations, it's nonsense. Food is meant to be enjoyed, not feared. I relax a little, selecting what looks like a crab cake. Jackson mentioned you started with just one restaurant. A diner, Richard corrects, eyes lighting up. Bought it when I was 24 with money I saved working construction. Served breakfast all day and the best damn burgers in Chicago. Dad still flips burgers sometimes, Jackson adds. Claims no chef can get them right. Because they can't, Richard laughs. Too much culinary school, not enough instinct. As we move to the main course, Richard steers the conversation toward my work. Jackson tells me you're a master plumber. Started young? 16, I admit. My dad needed help with the family business. Admirable. He nods approvingly. Most kids these days want nothing to do with skilled trades. They all want to be influencers. He practically spits the last word. I enjoy the problem solving, I say, warming to the topic. Every job is different. You have to understand pressure systems, materials, local codes. Plus, you're creating something essential, Richard interjects. What's more important than clean water and proper waste management? Without plumbers, we'd still be dying of cholera. Jackson raises an eyebrow. Did you just compare my fiancé's work to preventing cholera, Dad? Damn right I did. Richard points his fork at Jackson. Her work keeps people alive. What do your fancy restaurants do? Feed overpriced steaks to people who don't appreciate them. I can't help but laugh. I wouldn't go that far. I would. Richard winks at me. So tell me about this backyard wedding. Any special plans? Jackson jumps in. We're keeping it simple. Ceremony in the backyard, then a barbecue reception. Richard's eyes light up. A backyard barbecue. Now that's a wedding reception I can get behind. None of those tiny portions that leave everyone hungry. My dad's pretty serious about his grill, I add. He's already planning the menu. I like him already. Richard leans forward. What's he working with? Gas, charcoal, smoker? All three, I laugh. He's got a whole setup in the backyard. That's a man who knows his priorities. Richard raises his glass. To your father's barbecue and a wedding that actually means something. As we clink glasses, I realize I've completely relaxed. Richard Jeffries isn't at all what I expected. Beneath the expensive suit and powerful name, he's surprisingly down to earth. A self-made man who values hard work and authenticity. You know, Richard says thoughtfully, I've been having issues with the plumbing at my lake house. Pressure's all wrong in the master shower. Probably calcium buildup in the lines, I respond automatically. Or a pressure regulator issue. See, Jackson? Richard gestures toward me with obvious approval. That's the kind of knowledge you can't Google. That comes from experience. He turns back to me. I'd love your professional opinion sometime. The last 5 plumbers couldn't figure it out. I'd be happy to take a look, I offer, genuinely pleased that he values my expertise. As dinner continues, I find myself genuinely enjoying Richard's company. His stories about building his business from scratch resonate with me more than I expected. When he talks about working 18-hour days and missing vacations to keep his first restaurant afloat, I see echoes of my own life. By dessert, it's clear that Richard Jeffries approves of me, not despite my blue-collar background, but because of it. The relief I feel is profound, washing away weeks of anxiety about this meeting. You found a good one, son, Richard says as we prepare to leave. Don't mess it up. Jackson slips his arm around my waist. I don't plan to. For a moment, I almost forget this marriage is fake. Almost. Jackson guides me through the parking lot, his hand warm against the small of my back. The night air feels cool against my flushed skin as we walk to his car. I'm still trying to process how well dinner went, how Richard Jeffries, restaurant mogul and intimidating father figure, actually seemed to like me. That, Jackson says as he opens the passenger door for me, might have been the sexiest thing I've ever seen. I slide into the leather seat, looking up at him with confusion. What? Eating creme brulee without making a mess? He shuts my door, chawar, and walks around to the driver's side, sliding in with that effortless grace that seems to come naturally to him. When he turns to me, his eyes are practically glowing in the dim light. You, talking shop with my father about plumbing? He starts the engine but doesn't put the car in drive. The way you just casually diagnosed his shower problem in 2 seconds flat. The look on his face was priceless. I scoff, shaking my head. That's hardly sexy, Jackson. Are you kidding? My father, who, by the way, terrifies CEOs and makes restaurant managers cry, was practically begging for your business card. His fingers drum against the steering wheel. Do you have any idea how many people have tried to impress him over the years? Models, actresses, socialites with Ivy League degrees, and none of them got the reaction you did by simply being yourself. Heat burns through my whole body at the flattery. Starting in my chest and radiating outward until even my fingertips feel warm. I look out the window, unable to meet his intense gaze. Your father's just practical. He appreciates skilled trades because he started from nothing. I fiddle with the clasp of my purse. It's not that special. It absolutely is. Jackson's voice drops lower. You have no idea how refreshing it is to see someone who's completely genuine, who doesn't change herself to impress people. I finally look at him, studying his face for any sign that he's just feeding me lines. But his expression is open, almost vulnerable. This whole thing is really going to work, he continues, sounding almost surprised. My father is completely sold. He thinks you're perfect. Perfect for a fake marriage. I remind myself. Perfect for his business needs. Not perfect for him. I push down the complicated feelings rising in my chest, the strange mixture of pride at pleasing Jackson and shame at the deception we're perpetrating. Well, that's the point, right? I say, trying to keep my voice light. To convince your father we're madly in love so you get your restaurant funding. Something flickers across Jackson's face, but it's gone so quickly I might have imagined it. Right, he says, finally putting the car in drive. That's the point. As we pull out of the restaurant parking lot, I stare out the window at the glittering Vegas skyline. Everything about this situation should feel wrong. Lying to his father, planning a fake wedding, pretending to be in love with a man I barely know. Yet somehow, sitting here in Jackson's expensive car, the smell of his cologne filling my senses, it doesn't feel wrong at all. And that's what scares me most. Your father mentioned something about a lake house? I ask, desperate to change the subject. Jackson glances at me, a small smile playing at his lips. Yeah, about 2 hours north of here. It's where we spent summers when I was a kid. And he really wants me to look at his plumbing? Trust me, if my father says he's having plumbing issues, he is. The man doesn't make up problems. Jackson chuckles. Though I suspect he might be using it as an excuse to get to know you better. Great. No pressure at all. I laugh nervously. Just fixing pipes for one of the richest men in Vegas while pretending to be madly in love with his son. Jackson reaches over and takes my hand, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. The casual intimacy of the gesture makes my breath catch. You don't have to pretend anything, he says softly. Just be yourself. That's who he's already impressed with. Be myself. If only it were that simple. Because the real me is starting to forget this is all fake. The real me is starting to enjoy the way Jackson looks at me. The way his hand feels on mine. The way his smile makes my stomach flip. And that wasn't part of our agreement at all. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 10. Jackson. Club Inferno pulses with energy around me, but my mind's somewhere else entirely. Tomorrow I'm getting married. Fake married, technically, but the distinction feels less important with each passing day. To the man who swore he'd die a bachelor. Bruce raises his glass, amber liquid sloshing dangerously close to the rim. May your chains rest lightly upon you. I flip him off with a grin. Screw you very much. The guys laugh, clinking their glasses against mine. We've taken over the VIP section. Me, Bruce, Jeff, and Theodore. Just like we've done for years. Same booth, same drinks. But everything else feels different. Seriously, though. Jeff leans forward, lowering his voice. Your dad bought the whole thing. Hook, line, and sinker. Not just bought it. I take a swig of whiskey, followed by a smile. He loves her. More than me, I think. Theodore chuckles. Can you blame him? Natasha's got substance. Unlike the parade of Instagram models you usually drag around. 2 days ago, she fixed his shower at the lake house, I say, unable to keep the pride from my voice. Diagnosed in 10 minutes what 5 other plumbers couldn't figure out in months. Damn. Bruce whistles. No wonder the old man's impressed. I nod, remembering how my father had looked at Natasha, with genuine respect. Not the polite tolerance he usually reserved for the women in my life. So what happens after you get the money? Jeff asks. Quick divorce and a fat settlement? The question hits differently than it would have a month ago. I swirl the ice in my glass, buying time. That was the plan, I admit. Theodore studies my face. Was? Is? Whatever. I drain my glass, signaling the waitress for another round. We've got a contract. 1 year minimum, then we reassess. Reassess? Theodore's eyebrow shoots up. That's not the language of a man planning to bail the second he gets his cash. Just being practical. Nonsense. Theodore leans back, a knowing smile spreading across his face. You're into her. For real. I'm not... Save it. He cuts me off. I know you, JJ. I can tell when you're actually invested versus when you're just playing the game. The waitress arrives with fresh drinks, giving me a momentary reprieve. When she leaves, 3 pairs of eyes are still fixed on me, waiting. Look, Theodore continues, his voice softening. There's no shame in a fake marriage turning real. Sometimes the best things in life start with nonsense pretenses. Spoken like a true romantic, Bruce snorts. Spoken like someone who has a successful marriage with a woman who also fake married me, Theodore counters. Macy was just a waitress when we met, and I offered her the deal to get married. Now we have kids. I stare into my fresh drink, not ready to articulate the confusion swirling inside me. How do I explain that watching Natasha with my father changed something? That seeing her confidence as she fixed his shower made my chest tight in a way I couldn't understand? She's different, I finally say, not impressed by any of this. I gesture vaguely at our surroundings, the bottle service, the VIP treatment, the wealth on display. God forbid someone isn't dazzled by the great Jackson Jeffries, Jeff teases. It's not that. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated by my inability to explain. She sees through all the nonsense, calls me on it, makes me want to be. I trail off. Better, Theodore supplies. I nod, relieved someone gets it. Yeah. Holy cow. Bruce's eyes widen. You're actually falling for her. JJ has fallen for someone. I didn't say that. You didn't have to, man. It's written all over your face. The music shifts, bass thumping harder through the speakers. Around us, beautiful people dance and drink and flirt, the exact scene I've been part of for years. But tonight it all feels hollow. Empty calories compared to the real nourishment of being with someone who challenges me. So what if I am? I finally admit, more to myself than to them. What do I do about it? Theodore leans forward. You could try telling her the truth. That I convinced her to accept a fake marriage. But oops, now I might actually have feelings? Better than letting her think it's still just business when it's not. Theodore's voice is gentle but firm. Trust me on this. Honesty now saves a world of pain later. I down half my drink in one go, the burn in my throat a welcome distraction from the tightness in my chest. Tomorrow, I'm marrying Natasha Mason. On paper, it's a business arrangement, but the way my heart races when I think about her walking down the aisle feels anything but businesslike. I'll figure it out, I mutter. Sure you will. Bruce claps me on the shoulder. Just don't wait too long. Women like Natasha don't come around often. That might be the truest thing anyone said all night. After another half hour of drinking and laughing, I wave off the guys and head for the exit, ignoring Bruce's protests about the night being young. It's my last night as a single man, I call over my shoulder. Figured I should actually remember it. Theodore gives me a knowing look as I pass. Smart move. Clear head for tomorrow. The cool night air hits me as I step outside Club Inferno, the bass still thumping faintly behind me. My driver's already waiting, summoned by a quick text a few minutes ago. As I slide into the back seat, I let my head fall against the leather, closing my eyes. Home, sir? My driver asks. Yeah, and take the long way. I need time to think, to process the tornado of emotions I've been battling all night. When I proposed this arrangement to Natasha, it was supposed to be simple, a cut-and-dry deal. A business transaction that benefited us both. Now nothing feels simple anymore. The city lights blur past the window as we drive, casting shifting patterns across my face. I can't stop thinking about her. The way she looks at me with those skeptical eyes like she's waiting for the other shoe to drop. The confidence in her hands when she works. The rare, genuine laugh I sometimes manage to coax out of her. This wasn't supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to actually fall for her. I loosen my tie, suddenly feeling like I can't breathe properly. My mind drifts to what tomorrow might bring. Natasha in a wedding dress, walking toward me. The thought sends a jolt of electricity through my body that settles low in my gut. What would it be like if this were real? If I could actually take her to bed after the ceremony, peel that dress off her slowly, feel her skin against mine. God damn it, I mutter, shifting uncomfortably in my seat. Everything all right, sir? My driver asks, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Fine. Just thinking. I close my eyes again, but that only makes the images more vivid. Natasha beneath me, her curly hair spread across my pillows. The sounds she might make, the way her strong, capable hands would feel against my back, pulling me closer. The fantasy is so real I can almost taste her lips, feel the heat of her body. It's torture, knowing she'll be my wife in name only. That we'll share a house but not a bed. That I'll have to watch her move around my space, wanting her but unable to cross that line unless she wants it too. And why would she? To her, I'm just a spoiled rich boy who needed a convenient bride. A business partner, not a lover. My phone buzzes with a text from Theodore. Remember what I said. Honesty now saves pain later. Easy for him to say. His fake marriage turned real because both parties wanted it. What if I tell Natasha how I feel and she laughs? Or worse, what if she feels obligated because of our arrangement? The car pulls into my driveway, the mansion looming large and empty ahead. I've never noticed how hollow this place feels until recently. Until I started imagining Natasha filling these spaces with her presence. We've arrived, sir, my driver announces unnecessarily. I nod, stepping out into the night. Thanks. See you tomorrow at 11. For the wedding. Yes, sir. The wedding. My stomach knots at the word. Tomorrow I'm marrying a woman who thinks this is just business, while I'm falling harder for her every day. Inside, I pour myself a glass of water instead of the whiskey I'm craving. I need a clear head, like Theodore said. But the reality of the situation soon dawns upon me. Did she have any idea then what she was getting herself into? Did I? My phone buzzes again. A text from Natasha. Just checking we're still on for tomorrow. No cold feet. My heart races stupidly at just seeing her name on my screen. I type back. All good. You? 3 dots appear, disappear, then appear again. Finally. All good. See you at the altar, fake husband.
Chapter 11. Natasha. The gentle breeze carries the scent of grilling meat across my parents' modest backyard. String lights twinkle overhead, casting a warm glow on the mismatched collection of folding chairs and tables we've arranged for the occasion. It's nothing like the lavish venues Jackson probably imagined for his wedding, but seeing my childhood home transformed into something magical makes my heart swell. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Jackson's eyes lock with mine, a question in them. We never discussed how real this kiss should be. My pulse quickens as he leans in, one hand gently cupping my face. His lips meet mine, soft at first, then with unexpected warmth. It's brief but not rushed, and something electric passes between us. When we break apart, the small gathering of my family and his father erupts in applause. "That's my girl," Dad shouts, his voice thick with emotion. Mom dabs at her eyes, and Lisa looks genuinely happy. Jackson's hand finds mine, squeezing gently as we turn to face our families. "All right, enough of the mushy stuff," Dad announces, already heading toward the grill. "Who wants burgers? I've got dogs and those fancy skewers Natasha insisted on too." "I'll take a burger, sir," Jackson calls out, his thumb absently stroking the back of my hand. I wonder if he even realizes he's doing it. The reception flows with an easy, relaxed energy that no amount of money could buy. Jackson moves through my world with surprising grace, helping Mom carry platters of sides from the kitchen, laughing at Dad's terrible jokes, and charming my relatives with stories that carefully omit the business nature of our union. I'm arranging a tray of condiments when Richard approaches, crystal tumbler of scotch in hand. Up close, the family resemblance is striking. Same green eyes, same confident posture, though his hair has gone silver at the temples. "Natasha," he says, his voice carrying the weight of old money and authority. I must say this is refreshingly unpretentious. I offer a weak laugh. "Thank you." "No, I mean it." He takes a sip of his drink. "After the parade of socialites and models my son usually surrounds himself with, you're a breath of fresh air." I'm hardly the type he usually goes for, I admit, arranging mustard and ketchup bottles with more care than necessary. That's precisely why I approve. Richard's eyes drift to where Jackson is helping my sister hang more string lights. My son has dated half of Manhattan's eligible women under 30, and my God, they're all style, no substance. And they're all the same. Influencer types, you know the ones. But you, he turns back to me. You have real skills, a strong work ethic. You're exactly what he needs. The casual mention of Jackson's extensive dating history sends an unexpected pang through my chest. I knew about his reputation, of course. It's partly why this arrangement made sense. He needed to settle down, and I needed the money. Simple business. So why does the thought of all those women before me make my stomach knot? His dating history is impressive, I manage, aiming for nonchalance. Richard chuckles. That's one word for it. Exhausting is another. There was the yacht model, the aspiring actress, the socialite with the tiny dog. He waves his hand dismissively. None of them lasted more than a few weeks. But you? His expression softens. I think you might be different. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. This is fake, I remind myself. A business arrangement. I shouldn't care about Jackson's past relationships or feel this strange possessiveness creeping through me. I hope I'm not overstepping, Richard continues. But I'm genuinely grateful you've married my son. He needs someone real in his life. We're good for each other, I say, the practiced line coming easily. Yet as I watch Jackson across the yard, laughing with my dad by the grill, I want to believe Richard. I want to think that we are good for each other, despite the truth in our arrangement. I make my way over to where Mom and Lisa are sitting, their heads bent together in animated conversation. They're both glowing with happiness, and I can't help but smile. This simple backyard wedding has turned out more beautiful than I could have imagined. Fairy lights twinkling overhead, the scent of Mom's roses mixing with the barbecue smoke, and laughter filling the evening air. Here comes the bride. Lisa sings songs as I approach. She pats the empty chair between them. We were just talking about your husband. The word sends a flutter through my chest. Husband. Jackson is my husband now. All good things, I hope. I settle between them, accepting the glass of champagne Mom passes me. Are you kidding? Mom's eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles. That man is a dream. The way he looks at you, Natasha. He's completely smitten, Lisa adds, nudging my shoulder. And can you blame him? You look gorgeous today. I take a sip of champagne to hide my discomfort. If only they knew the truth, that this whole marriage is built on convenience, not love, that the papers we signed have an expiration date. My eyes drift across the yard to where Jackson stands with my father. The golden hour sunlight catches in his dark hair, highlighting the strong line of his jaw. His suit jacket is draped over a chair now, sleeves rolled up as he helps Dad arrange more chairs. He looks effortlessly handsome, at ease in this humble setting that's so different from his world. I never thought I'd see you married to someone like him, Mom says, following my gaze. A man who appreciates how special you are. Who knew plumbing would lead to true love? Lisa sighs dramatically. It's like a movie with a script we're both following, a performance with an end date. I struggle to find words that aren't lies but aren't the full truth either. He's not what I expected. The best ones never are. Mom pats my hand. Your father wasn't what I expected either. Jackson laughs at something Dad says, throwing his head back, the sound carrying across the yard. Something twists in my chest, a longing so sharp it takes my breath away. What would it be like if this were real? If he actually chose me, not just as a convenient solution to his problems? Earth to Natasha. Lisa waves her hand in front of my face. You're staring. Sorry, No need to apologize for ogling your own husband, she teases. Though maybe save that look for the honeymoon. The honeymoon. Another charade we'll have to maintain. 2 weeks in his lake house, separate bedrooms, keeping up appearances. I'm just happy, I say, the half-truth sticking in my throat. We can tell, Mom says, squeezing my hand. I haven't seen you this happy in years. That's the worst part. She's right. Despite everything, despite knowing it's fake, I am happy around him. I enjoy his company, his wit, the way he challenges me, the way he looks at me sometimes, like I'm something precious. But it's all an illusion. A contract signed in ink, not in heart. Jackson catches my eye across the yard and smiles. That private smile that seems reserved just for me. My heart does a stupid little flip. I need to check on the desserts, I say suddenly, standing up so quickly I nearly spill my champagne. I just put them out, Mom protests, but I'm already walking away. I duck into the kitchen, pressing my palms against the cool countertop, trying to steady my breathing. This is ridiculous. I'm a grown woman. I know exactly what this arrangement is. I signed the papers with my eyes wide open. So why does my chest ache when he smiles at me? Why do I find myself wishing for things I know aren't part of our deal? Get it together, Mason, I muttered to myself, reaching for a stack of dessert plates. Focus on the practical, on the money that will help Dad expand the business, on the security this arrangement provides, not on the way Jackson's eyes crinkle when he laughs, not on how safe I felt in his arms during our first dance, not on how his lips felt against mine during that kiss that lasted just a moment too long to be purely for show. I arranged the plates with mechanical precision, building a wall of busy work between me and my inconvenient feelings. This is what I do best. Avoid the emotional complications by focusing on tasks. Fix the pipe, not the feelings. Repair the sink, not the heart. It's worked for me so far. It has to keep working now. Because the alternative, admitting I'm falling for a man who sees me as nothing more than a business arrangement, is too painful to contemplate.
Chapter 12. Jackson. Steam rises around me in ghostly tendrils as I sink deeper into the hot tub, letting the jets pummel my tense shoulders. The lake house deck is dark except for the blue glow emanating from beneath the bubbling water. Above me, stars punch through the black canvas of night with startling clarity, so different from Vegas, where neon drowns out everything natural. 2 days into our honeymoon, and I'm losing my mind. Not because it's terrible, because it's too good. Watching Natasha explore the lake house, seeing her face light up at the view of the water, hearing her laugh when I told stories about summers spent here as a kid. It's all dangerously perfect. I take a long pull from my whiskey and set the glass on the edge of the tub. The contract we signed specifically outlined separate bedrooms, professional distance, a business arrangement with benefits, financial for her, familial for me. But my body didn't get the memo. Every time she walks past me, I have to force myself not to stare. Every accidental touch sends electricity racing through me. The wedding photos came out today. Our photographer emailed them while we were having lunch on the dock. Frame after frame of us looking completely, convincingly in love. Me gazing at her like she hung the moon. Her smiling up at me like I'm actually worthy of her. I close my eyes, remembering how it felt to kiss her at the altar. It was supposed to be quick, just enough to seal the deal. But something shifted when our lips met. The kiss deepened, became real. For a moment, I forgot we had an audience. Forgot this was all for show. Damn, I mutter, rubbing water over my face. The sliding glass door opens behind me, and I turn to see Natasha silhouetted in the doorway. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt that barely reaches mid-thigh, and my mouth goes dry at the sight of her legs. Sorry, she says, starting to back away. Didn't realize you were out here. Stay, I call out, the word escaping before I can think better of it. Water's perfect. She hesitates, one hand still on the door. I don't have a swimsuit. Neither do I. The whiskey makes me bolder than I should be. T-shirt works fine, or whatever. I won't look. A lie if I ever told one. Natasha laughs, the sound carrying across the deck. You're joking. Dead serious. I gesture to the empty space across from me. Come on, fake wife. Live a little. She studies me for a long moment, then shrugs. What the hell? It's our honeymoon, right? My heart hammers against my ribs as she approaches, setting her phone on a nearby table. She tests the water with her toes first, then steps in, sinking down to her shoulders with a contented sigh. God, that feels good, she murmurs, closing her eyes. I force myself to look at her face, not at how her shirt billows around her in the water, or how the wet fabric clings to her curves. The blue light from below casts shadows across her features, highlighting her cheekbones, the curve of her lips. The photos look great, I say, desperate for conversation to distract myself. Everyone thinks we're madly in love. She opens her eyes, meeting mine across the bubbling water. We did good, huh? Very convincing. Too convincing, I admit. My father called earlier to say he's never seen me look at anyone the way I looked at you during our first dance. What did you tell him? That he was right. The words hang between us, weighted with more truth than I intended to reveal. Natasha's expression shifts, surprise flickering across her face, before she schools it into something more neutral. You're a better actor than I thought, she says finally. I take another sip of whiskey, letting it burn down my throat. Who says I'm acting? The jets hum between us, filling the silence that follows. Natasha shifts, water rippling around her shoulders. Jackson, she starts, then stops, seeming to search for words. Forget it, I say quickly. Bad joke. But it wasn't a joke. And from the way she's looking at me now, she knows it. I've messed up. Crossed a line we silently agreed not to cross. Natasha breaks the tense silence first. Your father's money came through already? I nod, grateful for the shift in conversation. Yesterday, the full $5 million. I run a hand through my wet hair, still trying to process it. Contractor starts next week. We're pushing the schedule up by 4 months. That's amazing. Her smile is genuine, reaching her eyes. You've been waiting for this. For years. The excitement bubbles up despite my attempt to play it cool. The location is perfect, right on the strip, but just far enough from the main traffic to feel exclusive, high-end dining without the pretentious things. I remember the plans you showed me. The open kitchen concept is brilliant. You're the only one who didn't think I was crazy for wanting diners to see how their food is made. I can't help grinning. Most people just want the fantasy, not the reality. Natasha shifts in the water, tilting her head back against the edge of the tub. Her eyes close as she sinks deeper, letting out a soft moan that does dangerous things to my self-control. God, this feels incredible on my back, she murmurs. I never realized how much tension I carry until now. Plumbing's not exactly gentle on the body. No kidding. She rolls her shoulders, wincing slightly. All that crawling under sinks, lifting heavy equipment. Some days I feel twice my age. I move before I can talk myself out of it, sliding through the water toward her. Turn around. Her eyes open, wariness flickering across her face. What? Let me work on your shoulders. I'm told I have magic hands. I wiggle my fingers playfully, trying to keep things light despite the electricity buzzing through my veins. She hesitates, and for a second I think she'll refuse. Then she turns, presenting her back to me. If you're half as good as you think you are, this should be interesting. I position myself behind her, my legs on either side of her body. When my hands make contact with her wet shoulders, she tenses momentarily before relaxing into my touch. Jesus, you're tight, I murmur, working my thumbs into the knots along her spine. No wonder you're in pain. Occupational hazard. Her voice sounds different, lower, almost breathy. I press deeper, finding a particularly stubborn knot beneath her left shoulder blade. She lets out a small gasp that sends heat straight through me. Too hard? No. She leans back into my hands. It's perfect. I continue working, mesmerized by the feel of her skin under my palms. Water droplets trail down her neck, and I find myself following their path with my eyes, wondering how they would taste if I caught them with my tongue. Where'd you learn to do this? She asks, her head dropping forward as I work my way up to her neck. Dated a massage therapist for a while. The words are out before I can stop them. Natasha stiffens slightly. Of course you did. It was years ago, I say quickly, and clearly the only useful thing I got from that relationship was this skill. She laughs softly, the tension dissipating. Well, I approve of this particular acquisition. My hands move to the base of her neck, and she sighs, leaning back until her head rests against my chest. The position brings her body flush against mine, and I freeze, painfully aware of every point of contact between us. Natasha, I whisper, my voice rough. She turns her head slightly, looking up at me with those deep brown eyes. Jackson? Don't plan, don't weigh the consequences. I just lower my mouth to hers. The kiss is tentative at first, a question rather than a demand. Her lips are soft, tasting faintly of whiskey and something sweeter, like strawberries. For one terrifying second, she doesn't respond, and I prepare to pull back, to apologize, to blame it on the alcohol. Then her hand comes up, fingers threading through my wet hair, and she kisses me back. Everything shifts. What started as gentle exploration becomes hungry, desperate. I pull her closer, one hand cradling her face while the other slides down to her waist. She turns in my arms, water sloshing over the sides of the hot tub as she repositions herself to face me. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her eyes search mine, confusion and desire warring in their depths. This wasn't part of our agreement, she whispers. Not at all, I reply gently, perking a brow. But do you want to keep going? She's silent for a moment. Then she presses her lips into a thin line and nods. I do.
Chapter 13. Natasha. I step out of the hot tub first, water cascading down my body as Jackson follows close behind. He hands me a plush white towel, his eyes never leaving mine as I wrap it around myself. The cool night air raises goosebumps on my skin. Or maybe it's the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only thing that matters in this vast universe. Bedroom? His voice is husky, a single word loaded with promise. I nod, suddenly unable to form words. My heart pounds against my ribs as I follow him inside, leaving wet footprints across the polished hardwood floor. The lake house is silent except for our breathing and the soft padding of our feet. When we reach his room, moonlight spills through floor-to-ceiling windows, painting everything in silver. I stand there, dripping and uncertain, until Jackson closes the distance between us. You're shivering, he murmurs, running his hands up and down my arms. Not from cold. His smile is slow and dangerous. He tugs gently at the edge of my soaked t-shirt. This needs to come off. I take a deep breath and pull the wet fabric over my head, letting it fall to the floor with a soft splat. I'm left standing in just my underwear, feeling more exposed than I have in years. Jackson's eyes darken as they travel over my body, and I resist the urge to cover myself. Damn, Natasha. His voice is reverent. You're gorgeous. Before I can respond, he's on me, his mouth hot against mine. His hands are everywhere, threading through my damp hair, skimming down my back, cupping my buttocks to pull me closer. I gasp into his mouth as he walks me backward until my legs hit the edge of the bed. We tumble onto the mattress together, a tangle of limbs and damp skin. Jackson hovers above me, his weight supported on his forearms as he kisses a trail from my mouth to my neck. I arch into him, craving more contact, more pressure, more of everything he's giving me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. As I move to stand, Jackson's arm snakes around my waist, pulling me back against his chest. The warmth of his skin against mine makes my resolve waver. Don't, he says, his voice low and urgent in my ear. Don't walk away. Not now. I stay rigid in his embrace, unwilling to melt into him, despite how much my body wants to. He reaches across me to the nightstand, plucking a handful of tissues from the box there. Let me, he murmurs, gently cleaning the evidence of our passion from my stomach and thighs. The tender gesture catches me off guard. You're the only woman who's ever made me finish that fast and that hard, he says quietly. That's what I was trying to say. I go stiff in his arms. What? Jackson tosses the tissues aside and turns me to face him, his green eyes intense and sincere. I've been with other women, yeah, but none of them made me feel what I just felt with you. You don't have to say that. I look away, unable to meet his gaze. This was just sex. It doesn't change anything about our arrangement. His fingers find my chin, tilting my face back toward his. What if I wanted to? My heart hammers against my ribs. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that I can't stop thinking about you. That watching you walk around in my clothes drives me crazy. That I've wanted to do this since the moment I saw you working in my bathroom. Jackson. I know. This started as a business deal. His thumb traces my lower lip, sending shivers down my spine. But somewhere along the way, it became real for me, and I think it might be real for you too. I stare at him, searching his face for any sign of deception. All I see is raw vulnerability, something I never expected from the confident, cocky man who proposed a fake marriage in his bathroom. I'm scared, I admit, my voice barely audible. This wasn't supposed to happen. I know. He pulls me closer, pressing his forehead against mine. It scares the hell out of me too, but I'm more scared of pretending this isn't happening between us. I close my eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of what I'm feeling. His arms around me feel like home, a sensation I've never experienced with anyone else. So what now? I whisper against his lips. Now, he says, kissing me softly. We stop pretending this is fake, at least with each other. For the first time since this whole arrangement began, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, what started as a business deal could become something real, something lasting, something worth fighting for.
Chapter 14. Jackson. I stare at the collection of contracts spread across my desk at my office building in downtown Las Vegas, but the words blur together. It's been 3 weeks since that night at the lake house, 3 weeks of Natasha keeping me at arm's length no matter what I try. Every time I reach for her, she finds an excuse to pull away. Every meaningful conversation gets redirected to something practical. The restaurant, the contract, the facade we're maintaining. Damn, I mutter, running my hands through my hair. The restaurant's coming together beautifully at the very least. Construction crews working overtime, suppliers delivering ahead of schedule, press already buzzing about the opening. Everything I've worked for is falling into place, except the one thing I never planned on wanting. A knock at my office door pulls me from my thoughts. Come in. My assistant pokes her head in. Mr. Jeffries, your 4 o'clock is here. Send them in. I stand, straightening my tie as the door swings open. The familiar scent of expensive perfume hits me before I see her. Jackson, darling. Kylie Emmington glides into my office like she owns it, all sleek blonde hair and designer clothes that were certainly purchased during Paris Fashion Week. It's been too long. Kylie. I keep my voice neutral, professional. Thanks for coming. She leans in, kissing both my cheeks in that European way she picked up during her year in Europe. Her lips linger near my ear. I've missed you. I step back, gesturing toward the chair across from my desk. Have a seat. I've got the investment prospectus ready for you. Kylie's family owns half the high-end restaurants in Vegas. Having her as an investor would be a massive win. Connections, publicity, guaranteed clientele from day one. But as she crosses her legs, skirt riding up her thigh, I'm reminded why we broke up 2 years ago. Always straight to business. She smiles, all perfect white teeth and calculated charm. That's what I loved about you. Among other things, I say dryly, sliding the folder across to her. She laughs, the sound practiced and musical. I heard the most interesting rumor, Jackson. Had to see for myself if it was true. Her manicured finger taps my wedding ring. Someone finally tamed the infamous Jackson Jeffries. I withdraw my hand. I got married, yes. And here, I thought hell would freeze over first. She opens the folder, but doesn't look at it. Who's the lucky girl? Anyone I know? Natasha Mason. She's a plumber. Kylie's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rise. Plumbing? Wow, that's unexpected. Not really. What can I say? She's a hard worker, I reply, enjoying the flash of distaste that crosses her face. She works for her father's business. She used to, actually. She has stepped down since marrying me. How progressive of you. Her tone makes it clear she thinks it's anything but. And where did you meet this plumber? She was fixing my bathroom. I lean back in my chair, watching Kylie process this information. I knew right away she was special. The words come easily because I'm not lying at all. Natasha is special, the most real person I've met in years. Well, Kylie's smile tightens. Congratulations on settling down. Your father must be thrilled. He is. She taps a finger against the prospectus. This all looks very impressive, Jackson. The location is prime, the concept is fresh. Her eyes meet mine, calculating. I'd love to be involved. Great. We can discuss terms. Over dinner? She cuts in, leaning forward. For old time's sake. Before I can answer, the door opens again. Natasha stands there, looking surprised to find someone else in my office. Sorry, she says, starting to back out. I didn't realize you had a meeting. Something in my chest loosens at the sight of her. She's wearing jeans and a simple t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. No makeup, no pretense. Just Natasha. Not at all. I stand crossing to her. Come in. I want you to meet someone. Natasha hesitates, then steps into the room. I place my hand at the small of her back, guiding her forward. Natasha, this is Kylie Emmington. She's considering investing in the restaurant. I turn to Kylie, whose smile has gone brittle. Kylie, this is my wife, Natasha. Kylie stands, extending her hand. Charmed. Natasha shakes it firmly. Nice to meet you. The contrast between them couldn't be more stark. Kylie with her polished perfection, Natasha with her natural beauty and quiet confidence. I know which one makes my heart race. Jackson was just telling me how you two met, Kylie says, her voice honey-sweet with underlying venom. Such a unique story. It's certainly not conventional, Natasha agrees, her eyes flicking to me. The best love stories never are. I squeeze her waist gently, hoping she won't pull away. To my relief, she leans into me slightly. Well, I should let you finish your meeting. Natasha starts to step back, but I keep my arm around her. Actually, we were just wrapping up. I look at Kylie. Weren't we? Kylie's eyes narrow slightly. I was hoping we could discuss the details over dinner, but I see you're otherwise engaged. I'll have my assistant send over the paperwork, I say firmly. If you're interested, great. If not, I understand. She gathers her purse, her movements precise and controlled. I'll review everything and be in touch. At the door, she pauses, looking back at us. Congratulations again on settling down, Jackson. It suits you. When the door clicks shut behind Kylie, I exhale slowly, bracing for Natasha's reaction. It doesn't take long. I know a snake when I see one, Natasha huffs, crossing her arms. Her eyes narrow as she looks at the door where Kylie just exited, her jaw set in a way that tells me she's genuinely pissed off. The way she looked at you, like you were still hers to claim. Like I was just some temporary inconvenience she needed to wait out. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the tension knotting at the base of my neck. She's an ex, I admit, watching Natasha's expression darken further. Natasha's gaze snaps to mine, fire dancing in her eyes. Those beautiful brown eyes that usually radiate warmth now burn with something between jealousy and indignation. And you're doing business with her? After the way she just eye-screwed you right in front of me? It's complicated. I move toward my desk, needing something solid between us. The sleek mahogany surface offers a pathetic barrier, but right now I'll take what I can get. Natasha in protective mode is a force I'm not entirely prepared to handle. Her family owns half the high-end restaurants in Vegas. Their connections would be invaluable for the opening. We're talking about instant credibility, VIP guest lists, and press coverage most new places would kill for. So you're willing to deal with someone who clearly wants to get in your pants again because it's good for business? Her voice rises slightly, then drops as she gets control of herself. Seems risky. It's not about her. I lean forward, palms flat on my desk. It's about what she brings to the table. Connections, publicity, guaranteed clientele. If I want this restaurant to succeed. You need her? Natasha finishes for me, her expression softening slightly. I get it. Do you? I circle the desk, moving toward her. Because this isn't about Kylie. This is about making sure everything we're doing, this whole arrangement, isn't for nothing. Natasha nods, but her posture remains stiff. I understand business decisions. This is one, after all. She gestures between us while she says that. I reach for her face, wanting to touch her, to feel that connection we'd started building at the lake house. She steps back, just out of reach. That's actually why I came by, she says, her voice deliberately casual. Your father called me this morning. My stomach tightens. My dad called you directly? Yeah, he wants me to be some kind of plumbing consultant for more of his properties throughout the city. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Said he was impressed with my work and wants me to oversee installations at his other buildings. That's actually a good idea. I'm surprised by my father's move, but it makes sense. You're the best in the business. I told him I'd need to discuss it with you first. Her eyes meet mine, searching. Since we're supposed to be a team now. You should do it if you want to. I try again to close the distance between us, but she shifts her weight, maintaining the space. I think it's a great opportunity. Okay. She nods, glancing at her watch. I should go. I've got a meeting with your dad in an hour to discuss details. Natasha! I hate the desperation creeping into my voice. Can we talk about what's happening between us? Since the lake house, there's nothing to talk about. Her voice is firm, but her eyes betray her. We got carried away. It happens. That's nonsense, and you know it. She stiffens. I need to go. Before I can stop her, she's moving toward the door. I watch her leave, my chest tight with unspoken words. When the door closes behind her, I sink into my chair, the weight of everything pressing down on me. The restaurant, the fake marriage, the very real feelings I can't seem to control. Damn, I whispered to the empty office, wondering how I managed to screw up something that was never even real to begin with.
Chapter 15. Natasha. I step into the gleaming lobby of one of Richard's high-rise properties, my toolbox in hand. The marble floors reflect the chandelier light, making everything sparkle in a way that reminds me I don't belong here. Richard Jeffries walks beside me, his expensive suit and commanding presence drawing respectful nods from everyone we pass. "I appreciate you taking this on, Natasha," he says, his voice carrying that same authoritative tone Jackson has when talking business. "Our regular plumbing contractors have been cutting corners. I need someone with your expertise to evaluate the entire system." "Happy to help," I reply, keeping my voice professional despite the storm brewing inside me. Richard is paying me a pretty penny for this favor. Even as I try to focus on the task at hand, all I can think about is Jackson and Kylie in his office yesterday. The way she looked at him, the history between them, the fact that they'll be working together on his restaurant. Richard guides me toward a tall man waiting by the elevators. "This is Connor Henry, the property manager. Connor, meet my daughter-in-law, Natasha." Connor's eyes light up as he extends his hand. "The famous Natasha. Richard hasn't stopped singing your praises." His handshake lingers a beat too long, his smile a little too warm. "I've heard you're a miracle worker with pipes." "Just doing my job," I say, pulling my hand back. "Should we get started with the inspection?" "Of course." Connor punches the elevator button. "I've got the building schematics in my office. We can review them before the walkthrough." In the elevator, Connor stands closer than necessary. "So, how's married life treating you? Jackson's quite the catch." "It's great," I answer flatly, stepping away slightly. "We're very happy." The elevator doors open, and Connor leads us down a hallway lined with framed architectural awards. His office is spacious with huge windows overlooking the strip. "Richard, there's a call you might want to take in the conference room," Connor says. "The developers for the Summerlin project." Richard checks his watch. "I should handle this? Natasha, I'll leave you in Connor's capable hands." As soon as Richard leaves, Connor's professional demeanor shifts. He leans against his desk, facing me with a smile that's meant to be charming. "So, a plumber married to a Jeffries. That must be quite the adjustment." I unzip my toolbox. "Do you have those schematics?" "Right here." He slides a tube across the desk, but doesn't release it when I grab it. "You know, we should grab dinner sometime. I know all the best spots in Vegas that the tourists don't know about." "I'm married," I say pointedly. "Happily?" His eyebrows raise. "Word around the office is that Jackson's still quite the player. Old habits die hard, right?" My jaw clenches. "The schematics, please." He releases the tube, hands raised in mock surrender. "Just making conversation, no offense meant." I unroll the blueprints, focusing on the task at hand, instead of the urge to slam my wrench into Connor's smug face. All I can see is Kylie leaning over Jackson's desk. Her perfect blonde hair and designer clothes, everything I'm not. "The main issue is with the pressure regulators on floors 10 through 15, Connor says, leaning over my shoulder. His cologne is overwhelming. "Maybe we could discuss it over drinks later." I step away, turning to face him directly. "Mr. Henry, I'm here as a professional consultant. If you can't maintain that same professionalism, I'll need to speak with Richard about assigning someone else to work with me." His smile falters. "Come on, I'm just being friendly." "No, you're being inappropriate. And for the record, my marriage isn't any of your business." Touchy subject. He smirks. "Trouble in paradise already?" I think of Jackson, of the lake house, of how he looked at me like I was everything he ever wanted. Then I think of Kylie, with her connections and her history with my husband, fake husband. "My marriage is perfect." I lie, the words tasting bitter. "Now, can we please focus on the actual reason I'm here?" Connor shrugs, finally backing off. "Your loss? Let's start with the basement mechanical room." As we head back to the elevator, my phone buzzes with a text from Jackson. "Hope the meeting with Dad is going well. Miss you." I stare at the message, my chest tight with conflicting emotions. Anger, jealousy, longing. Boyfriend checking in? Connor asks, trying to peek at my screen. I slide the phone into my pocket without responding to Jackson. Husband, and again, none of your business. The elevator doors close, and I take a deep breath. I can handle Connor's pathetic attempts at flirting. It's the image of Jackson and Kylie working closely together that I can't shake. The gorgeous ex who clearly wants him back, who brings everything to the table that I don't. I'm just the plumber playing dress-up and trying to fit into his world, when really, I don't think I can fit the mold required of me. I follow Connor through the bowels of the building, inspecting every pipe, valve, and connection with meticulous care. Despite his constant hovering and inappropriate comments, I'm determined to do my job well. Richard is paying me top dollar for this consultation, and I won't let Connor's behavior compromise my work. The pressure regulators on the 10th floor need to be replaced, I say, making notes on my tablet. And there is significant mineral buildup in the main pipes serving the east wing. You'll need to flush the entire system. Whatever you say, gorgeous. Connor stands too close, his breath hot on my neck. I love watching you work, so hands on. I step away, focusing on the task. The basement mechanical room has several leaking valves. They should be addressed immediately before they cause water damage. 4 hours later, I've completed my inspection. My notes are thorough. My recommendations clear and professional. Despite Connor's constant interruptions and thinly veiled propositions, I've managed to identify every issue in the building's plumbing system. So that's it? Connor asks as we return to his office. You're all done? Yes. I save my report and email it to Richard. The full assessment is in there, along with recommendations for repairs and maintenance. Connor leans against his desk, blocking my path to the door. You know, we make a good team. I'd love to stay in touch. He pulls out a business card, holding it out with a smile that makes my skin crawl. My personal number's on the back, for when you get tired of playing house with Jackson. Something inside me snaps. The frustration I've been tamping down all day, Connor's comments, Jackson and Kylie, my own insecurities, boils over in an instant. Get off, Connor. His smug expression freezes, eyes widening in shock. Excuse me? You heard me. Get off. I step closer, anger radiating through me. I've put up with you all day. The comments, the touching, the insinuations about my marriage. I'm done. You can't talk to me like that. His face flushes red. I'm the property manager. I'll tell Richard exactly how unprofessional you've been. I laugh, the sound sharp and bitter. Go ahead. Tell my father-in-law how you've been sexually harassing me all day. Tell him how you've been undermining my marriage to his son. See how that works out for you. Connor's mouth opens and closes like a fish gasping for air. I wasn't... Save it. I grab my toolbox. My report is comprehensive and accurate. I did my job despite your best efforts to distract me. Now get out of my way. He steps aside, his confident demeanor crumbling. This isn't over. Yes, it is. I walk past him, head held high. And Connor, if I ever hear you've been treating any other professional woman the way you treated me today, I'll make sure everyone in Richard's organization knows exactly what kind of man you are. I stride through the lobby, ignoring the curious glances from staff who must have heard my raised voice. The moment I step outside, the Vegas heat hits me like a wall, but I barely notice. I'm boiling with rage, at Connor, at Kylie, at the entire situation I've found myself in. As I throw my toolbox into my truck, my phone buzzes with a text from Jackson. Dinner tonight? I miss you. I stare at the message, emotions warring inside me. Part of me wants to run to him, to confess how much I miss him too. But another part remembers Kylie in his office, looking at him like he belonged to her. What kind of mess have I gotten myself into? What kind of life is this? Is this really what I agreed to when I decided to fake marry Jackson Jeffries? Maybe my dad was right. Maybe I bit off too much I could chew after all. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Jackson. I check my watch for the 5th time in 20 minutes. Natasha should be home soon. The sushi I ordered from Nobu is arranged perfectly on the dining table. Rainbow rolls, spicy tuna, salmon nigiri, all her favorites. 2 bottles of sake are chilling in ice buckets, and I've dimmed the lights to create the perfect ambience. After her text response, a simple fine. To my dinner invitation, I know something's wrong. She's been distant since seeing Kylie in my office, and today's meeting with my father couldn't have helped. Dad can be overwhelming on the best days. The front door slams, the sound echoing through the mansion. Not a good sign. Natasha! I call out, moving toward the entryway. She storms in, still wearing her work clothes, her face stuck in a perpetual frown, so it seems. Her toolbox hits the floor with a heavy thud. Hey, I say carefully. How was your day? Fantastic. She kicks off her boots, sending one flying across the marble floor. Just peachy. I approach slowly like I'm dealing with a wild animal. I ordered sushi, your favorite. Her eyes soften slightly as she glances toward the dining room. You didn't have to do that. I wanted to. I reach for her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. Her skin feels rough from a day of work, calloused in places that tell the story of her dedication to her craft. Come on, let's eat while it's fresh. I made sure they included extra ginger, too. She follows me to the table, her movements stiff with tension, like every muscle in her body is coiled and ready to snap. I pull out her chair with a flourish, then pour us each a cup of sake, the clear liquid rippling as it fills the small ceramic cups. This looks good, she admits, settling into her seat, some of the hardness melting from her expression as she surveys the colorful spread before her. Her eyes linger on the perfectly arranged platter, momentarily distracted from whatever's bothering her. Try the rainbow roll first. They made it extra spicy, just how you like it. I gesture to the vibrant roll topped with different cuts of fish. The chef remembered you from last time. Said you were the only customer who ever asked for triple spice. Natasha picks up her chopsticks, fumbling with them between fingers that are more accustomed to wrenches and pipe fittings. Her brow furrows in concentration as she tries to position them correctly. The roll falls apart as she tries to grab it, pieces of fish and rice scattering across her plate, the carefully constructed sushi disintegrating into a colorful mess. Damn! She slams the chopsticks down with enough force to make the dishes rattle. Her eyes flash with a mixture of frustration and embarrassment. I can't even do this right! Not one goddamn thing today! Hey, it's okay. It's not okay. Her voice rises, eyes flashing with fury. Nothing about today has been okay. That jerk Connor spent the entire day hitting on me, making comments about my body, suggesting I'll get tired of playing house with you. And you know what? I couldn't even argue because this isn't real, is it? I freeze, her words hitting me like a physical blow. What? Connor who? Connor Henry. He was a pig. She grabs her sake cup and downs it in one gulp. And then there's your ex looking at you like you're still hers. The one who's going to be your business partner. The one with all the connections and the perfect hair and the designer clothes. Kylie means nothing to me, I say firmly. Nothing! But she brings everything to the table, doesn't she? Everything I don't. That's not true, isn't it? Natasha's voice cracks. She fits into your world. I'm just pretending. She tries the chopsticks again, her frustration mounting as another piece of sushi falls apart. With a growl of rage, she throws the chopsticks across the room. I can't even eat like a normal person in your world. I stand up, moving to her side of the table. Kneeling beside her chair, I take her hands in mine. Listen to me. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, between me and Kylie. Yes, she has business connections. Yes, she's from my social circle, but she's not you. I squeeze her hands. And I don't want her. I want you. Natasha's anger seems to deflate slightly. You're just saying that. I'm not. I meet her gaze directly. I meant what I said at the lake house. This stopped being fake for me a long time ago. She stares at me, searching my face for any sign of deception. Finally, her shoulders slump. I've had a really trashy day, she whispers. I know. I stand up, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Stay here. I walk to the kitchen, returning with a fork. Placing it beside her plate, I slide back into my own chair. No more chopsticks tonight. A reluctant smile tugs at her lips as she picks up the fork. I watch Natasha silently demolish a rainbow roll, then move on to the spicy tuna with an intensity that's almost alarming. Her fork stabs into each piece with surgical precision, her focus entirely on the food. The silence between us isn't uncomfortable exactly, but it's loaded with everything we're not saying. I haven't eaten all day, she finally admits, after polishing off half the platter. She dabs at her mouth with a napkin, some of the tension visibly draining from her shoulders. I can't help but smile. So you were hangry on top of everything else? Hangry? She arches an eyebrow. Hungry plus angry equals hangry. It's a documented condition. I pour her more sake. My college roommate was the same way. Get some food in you, and suddenly the world doesn't seem so messed up anymore. That gets a reluctant smile from her. Maybe you're right. Oh, she takes another bite, chewing thoughtfully. This is really good. Thank you for ordering it. I lean back in my chair, watching her eat. Even exhausted and stressed, she's beautiful. Not in the manufactured way Kylie and her friends are, all fillers and filters and designer labels. Natasha's beauty is raw and real, the calluses on her hands from honest work, the laughter lines around her eyes, the way she doesn't hide her emotions behind a practiced smile. About Connor, I say, breaking the comfortable silence that's settled between us. You don't have to work for my father if it's causing you stress. She sets down her fork, her expression darkening. Do you know what he's paying me? For a consultation job that should take maybe 2 days. No idea. $30,000. Jesus Christ! I nearly choke on my sake. That's... exactly. She shrugs. That's 3 months of regular plumbing work crammed into 2 days. I'd be stupid to turn it down. I study her face, noting the shadows under her eyes, the tightness around her mouth. Maybe. But you might be right. The stress isn't worth it. My father can find another plumbing consultant, one who doesn't have to deal with jerks like Connor. She pushes rice around her plate, considering. Yeah, maybe you're right. Her shoulders slump slightly. I'll call him tomorrow and explain. We finish eating in companionable silence. The sushi disappears, along with most of the sake. By the time we're done, Natasha looks more relaxed, some twinkle returning to her brown eyes. You know what we need? I stand, gathering our empty plates. A movie night, something mindless and entertaining in the living room. Popcorn, blankets, the whole deal. A movie. She looks surprised, like I've suggested something exotic. Yeah, you know, those things with moving pictures and sound. I stack the dishes in the sink. I've got a ridiculous home theater setup that never gets used. We could watch anything you want. Even a cheesy rom-com? The challenge in her voice makes me smile. Even the cheesiest rom-com in existence. I'll suffer through it just to see you smile again. She considers this, then nods. Sure. A movie sounds nice. Great. I extend my hand to her. Let me show you to the Jackson Jeffries cinema experience. It'll blow your mind. She takes my hand, her fingers warm against mine. Lead the way, Mr. Jeffries. As I guide her toward the living room, I'm struck by how right this feels. Her hand in mine, the prospect of a quiet night together. It's so normal, so domestic, so different from the superficial connections I've had before, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Chapter 17. Natasha. I sink deeper into the plush couch, balancing a bowl of popcorn drenched in nacho cheese on my lap. Jackson's home theater puts actual movie theaters to shame. A massive screen that spans nearly wall to wall, surround sound that makes me feel like I'm inside the movie, and seats so comfortable I could live in them. More chocolate? Jackson offers, holding out a box of expensive truffles. You're going to make me fat. I laugh, but take one anyway. The rich chocolate melts on my tongue, a perfect contrast to the salty cheese popcorn. This has become our thing over the past couple weeks. Movie nights. A simple tradition that started after that awful day with Connor, and now I look forward to them more than anything else. Tonight, we're watching some romantic comedy I picked just to torture Jackson, but he hasn't complained once. You know what's weird? I say, licking cheese off my fingers. We're fake married, but this feels like actual dating. Jackson grins, the blue light from the screen highlighting his perfect jawline. Most married couples I know don't get along this well. True. I pop another cheese-covered piece into my mouth. We skipped the awkward first date phase and went straight to comfortable marriage. Speaking of comfortable, Jackson pats his lap. Feet. Now? I roll my eyes, but stretch my legs across the couch, placing my feet in his lap. His strong hands immediately start working on my arches, and I can't help the little moan that escapes me. God, that feels amazing. You were on your feet all day. His thumbs press into a particularly tight spot. You deserve this. On screen, the lead couple is having their big romantic moment, but I'm barely paying attention. Jackson's hands are moving in slow circles now, working their way up from my feet to my calves. His touch is firm but gentle, finding knots of tension I didn't even know I had. Is this okay? He asks, his voice lower than before. More than okay, I murmur, setting the popcorn bowl aside. His hands slide higher, massaging my calves, then my knees, then my thighs. Each touch sends little sparks of pleasure shooting through me. I should stop him, but I don't want to stop him. You're tense everywhere, he says, his fingers working magic on my muscles. Yep, I was on my feet all day, and that wasn't exactly ergonomic. His hands pause at mid-thigh, his eyes meeting mine in the dim light. I could help with that. Regular massages, doctor's orders. You're not a doctor, I point out, my voice embarrassingly breathy. I've got the looks to play one on TV. He winks, resuming his movements, his fingers tracing small circles that inch higher with each rotation. The movie continues playing, but neither of us is watching anymore. All my awareness has narrowed to the points where his skin touches mine. The fake marriage, the contract, the business arrangement, all of it fades away, replaced by something much more immediate and real. "Jackson," I whisper, not even sure what I'm asking for. His hands still, but he doesn't move them away. "Tell me what you want, Natasha." What do I want? The question echoes in my mind. I want this, all the time. His hands on me, his eyes looking at me like I'm the only woman in the world. I want to stop pretending this is just business. I want to stop fighting the attraction that's been building between us since the beginning. But I'm afraid. Afraid that once we cross this line, there's no going back. Afraid that I'll fall completely for a man whose world is so different from mine. Afraid that despite everything, I'm still just the plumber who fixed his pipes, not someone who truly belongs in his life. I start, my heart pounding so hard, I'm sure he can hear it thundering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I don't know what I want, but even as the words leave my lips, I know they're a lie, a flimsy shield I'm holding up between us, between what we both feel crackling in the air. And Jackson shakes his head, his eyes darkening to forest green as he leans closer, close enough that I can smell his cologne. That expensive scent that somehow reminds me of rain and cedar. I don't believe you, Natasha. My pulse quickens, blood rushing in my ears. The heat from his body radiates against mine, making it impossible to think clearly. What? You know exactly what you want. His voice drops lower, rough around the edges, sending shivers across my skin that spread like wildfire. His fingers still rest on my thigh, burning through the fabric of my jeans. I felt this tension between us since that night at the lake house. We both have. It's been there every goddamn day, every time we're in the same room together. I swallow hard, the memory of that night flooding back. His hands on my body, his mouth on mine. The way he made me feel things I'd never felt before. The way we connected on a level that went beyond physical. "Jackson," my voice comes out as a whisper. "Tell me I'm wrong." He challenges me, his gaze never leaving mine. "Tell me you haven't been thinking about it every day since then, just like I have." I set the popcorn bowl on the coffee table with trembling hands. The movie continues playing in the background, but neither of us is paying attention anymore. All I can focus on is Jackson, the intensity in his eyes, the way his chest rises and falls with each breath, how close he is to me. I can't tell you that. The emission slips out before I can stop it. Something shifts in his expression, relief, triumph, desire, all mixed together. I move toward him at the same moment he reaches for me. We meet halfway, my body sliding across the couch until we're face to face. His hand cups my cheek, thumb brushing across my lower lip. "I've been going crazy wanting to touch you again." I lean into his touch, all my doubts and fears momentarily silenced by the need coursing through me. "Then touch me." I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Jackson. I can't get enough of her. Not her taste, not her scent, not the way her body feels against mine. My hands slide under her t-shirt, exploring the warm skin of her back before moving to her front. She gasps when I brush my thumbs across her areolas through her bra. "Take this off," I murmur against her mouth, tugging at the hem of her shirt. "I want to see you."
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 19. Natasha. I grip my champagne flute tighter as another stunning woman in a designer dress laughs at something Jackson says. The restaurant launch party is in full swing at Richard's mansion, and I'm trying my hardest not to feel like an imposter. "Natasha, my dear," Richard approaches, kissing my cheek. "You look beautiful tonight." I manage a smile, smoothing down my black cocktail dress. It's the most expensive thing I've ever owned. Jackson insisted on buying it for me, but next to the couture gowns floating around this party, it feels painfully simple. "Thank you. Everything looks amazing." I gesture to the elaborate food stations showcasing Jackson's restaurant menu. "You must be proud." "Immensely," Richard beams, looking toward Jackson, who's now surrounded by a group of investors. He's finally living up to his potential. Kylie appears at Jackson's side, placing her hand on his arm as she speaks animatedly to the group. Her blonde hair cascades perfectly down her back, her red dress hugging every curve. My stomach twists. "If you'll excuse me," I murmur to Richard, "I need some air." I weave through the crowd toward the terrace doors. The past few weeks with Jackson have been incredible. Passionate nights, lazy mornings, comfortable silences. Our fake marriage has morphed into something that feels real, too real, which makes watching women like Kylie orbit around him that much harder. Outside, the cool night air hits my face. Las Vegas sparkles below, a carpet of lights stretching to the horizon. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Hiding from the vultures, I turn to find a woman about my age, dressed in a simple but elegant navy dress that somehow manages to look more expensive than my splurge piece. Her warm smile lacks the predatory edge I've encountered all evening. She offers me a fresh glass of champagne, the bubbles dancing invitingly under the terrace lights. That obvious? I accept the drink gratefully, taking a generous sip that burns pleasantly down my throat. I'm Maya, Richard's assistant. She leans against the railing beside me, her posture relaxed and unpretentious. You're the mysterious woman who tamed Jackson Jeffries, the man who swore he'd never settle down. I laugh despite myself, the sound slightly bitter even to my own ears. Not sure about the taming part. He's still Jackson. Wild, unpredictable, impossible to fully grasp, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. Trust me, he's different with you. Everyone's noticed. Maya sips her champagne, her eyes knowing over the rim of her glass. The way he looks at you when you're not watching, never seen that before, which is why every single woman in there is plotting your demise as we speak. Great. I watch through the glass doors as Kylie tosses her head back in laughter at something Jackson says, her perfect teeth gleaming, her hand resting possessively on his forearm. My fingers tighten around my glass. His ex seems to be leading the charge. She's practically marking her territory. Kylie's harmless. All flash, no substance. Maya shrugs. Jackson knows it. That's why they didn't last. I wish I could believe her. She's got connections, though. She's helping with the restaurant. Business is business. Maya gives me a knowing look. What you two have, I have to admit, that's something else entirely. Before I can respond, the terrace doors open and a group of women spill out, champagne glasses in hand. There she is! One of them, a willowy brunette with perfectly highlighted hair and a dress that probably cost more than my truck, approaches me with a practiced smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Jackson's plumber bride. We've been absolutely dying to meet you. The way she says plumber makes it sound like convicted felon or exotic disease carrier. I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders and forcing a smile that feels like plastic stretched over my face. Natasha Jeffries. And you are? I extend my hand, calloused from years of actual work, a stark contrast to her manicured perfection. Melissa Harding. I went to school with Jackson. Her eyes sweep over me critically, lingering on my dress. The most expensive thing I've ever owned, but probably considered off-the-rack trash in her world. Such an unexpected pairing, I must say. He was all over the rich, preppy girls when we were in school, absolutely obsessed with them, really, the kind with summer homes and trust funds. Life's full of surprises. I take a deliberate sip of champagne, letting the expensive bubbles linger on my tongue, refusing to be intimidated by this pack of perfectly coiffed wolves. I may not belong in their world, but I'll be damned if I'll let them see me sweat. Indeed, Melissa smiles thinly. Though some surprises don't last, Jackson's always had an eye for the exotic. Remember that Brazilian model girls? The women titter with laughter, exchanging glances. 2 months, one of them says. That was his record before Kylie. 6 weeks with that yoga instructor, another adds. My cheeks burn, but I keep my expression neutral. These women are trying to get under my skin, and I refuse to give them the satisfaction. How fascinating, I say coolly. If you'll excuse me, I should find my husband. I push past them, head high despite the trembling in my hands. Their laughter follows me as I re-enter the ballroom, the noise and heat immediately enveloping me. I scan the crowd for Jackson, finally spotting him near the bar. Kylie stands close, her hand resting on his forearm as she speaks intently. Another woman, equally gorgeous, hovers nearby, clearly waiting for her chance. From here, I watch with a pit in my stomach as Jackson laughs at something Kylie says, her perfectly manicured hand lingering on his arm. The weight of the evening, the whispers, the side eyes, the condescending smiles, crashes down on me all at once. I can't do this anymore. My chest tightens as I turn away from the scene, pushing through clusters of glamorous people who barely acknowledge my existence. The laughter of Melissa and her friends echoes in my head. Temporary fixture. That's all I am to these people. Maybe that's all I am to Jackson too, despite everything. I spot Richard near the bar, talking with some investors. Taking a deep breath, I approach him, forcing a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Richard, I'm so sorry, but I'm not feeling well. I think I need to head home. His brow furrows with concern as he turns to me. What's wrong, my dear? You look sick. Just my stomach, I lie, placing a hand over my abdomen. It started hurting about an hour ago. I think I should lie down. Richard's eyes soften with genuine concern. He places a gentle hand on my shoulder. Of course. Let me call you a car. You don't have to. Nonsense. He's already pulling out his phone. I won't have you driving if you're unwell. As he arranges the ride, I glance back across the room. Jackson hasn't even noticed I'm gone. still surrounded by beautiful people who belong in his world in ways I never will. The car will be here in 5 minutes, Richard says, pocketing his phone. Are you sure you don't want me to get Jackson? No, I say too quickly. I mean, he's busy with the investors. This is an important night for him. I don't want to pull him away. Richard studies my face, and I get the uncomfortable feeling he sees right through my excuse. You know, he says quietly, when my son looks at you, I see something I've never seen before. Not with Kylie, not with any of the others. I swallow hard, unsure how to respond. You're a remarkable woman, Natasha. He squeezes my shoulder. Beautiful, intelligent, and strong. Don't let anyone make you feel otherwise. My eyes burn with unshed tears. Thank you, Richard. The car should be outside now. He walks me toward the exit. Feel better, Natasha. And please don't forget that my son is lucky to have you, even if he doesn't always show it. Outside, the cool night air hits my face, and I take a deep, shuddering breath. The sleek black car waits at the curb, the driver holding the door open. During the ride back to Jackson's mansion, our mansion, supposedly, though it's never quite felt like mine, I stare out the window at the glittering Las Vegas lights. Everything here is an illusion, a carefully constructed facade, just like our marriage. The driver pulls up to the grand entrance. Feel better, ma'am, he says as I exit. Inside, the mansion feels cavernous and empty. I kick off my heels, leaving them where they fall. What does it matter? The staff will pick them up tomorrow. That's how things work in Jackson's world. People like me clean up messes. People like him make them. I wander into our bedroom and stare at my reflection in the massive bathroom mirror. The woman looking back at me is a stranger, in expensive clothes and carefully applied makeup. She doesn't look like the Natasha Mason who fixes pipes and works with her hands. She looks like someone playing dress-up, a child in her mother's clothes. Who are you kidding? I whisper to my reflection, using my hand to roughly smear away the makeup. You don't belong here. I strip off the designer dress, hanging it carefully in the closet before pulling on an old t-shirt. In bed, surrounded by Egyptian cotton sheets that cost more than my first car, I curl into a ball and let the tears come. Why does it hurt so much to see Jackson with other women? Why does it matter what his friends think of me? I know the answer. Somewhere along the way, it stopped being fake for me, and that's the most humiliating part of all.
Chapter 20. Jackson. I swirl the amber liquid in my glass, mentally calculating how many more investors I need to charm tonight. The restaurant launch is going perfectly. The food samples are getting rave reviews. The decor mock-ups are impressing everyone. And I've already secured 3 major investors just by flashing my signature smile. Jackson, darling, you simply must tell the Andersons about that incredible chef you poached from Paris. Kylie slides up next to me, her red dress practically painted on her surgically enhanced curves. She's been hovering all night, inserting herself into every conversation. I need to mingle with the Goldsteins first, I say, trying to create some distance between us. They're interested in doubling their investment. I can come with you. Her hand lands on my forearm, fingers squeezing possessively. I know Jessica Goldstein from the charity circuit. Before I can respond, my father appears at my side, his expression unreadable. Jackson, a word. It's not a request. I excuse myself, ignoring Kylie's pout as I follow my father to a quieter corner of the massive room. The mansion is packed with Vegas elite, all here to get a first look at what will soon be the hottest restaurant on the Strip. What's up, Dad? The Goldsteins are waiting. The Goldsteins can wait. He cuts me off, his voice low but sharp. Your wife just left. What? I scan the room, suddenly realizing I haven't seen Natasha for at least 30 minutes. The sea of faces blurs as I search frantically for her familiar smile, the warm brown eyes that always managed to ground me. Where did she go? Home. I called her a car. My father's disapproval radiates from him in waves, his jaw set in that familiar stance that always made me feel 2 feet tall as a kid. He straightens his already impeccable tie, a nervous habit when he's truly pissed. She claims she wasn't feeling well, but I know a lie when I hear one. I recognize when a woman is making excuses. Is she sick? What happened? Concern floods through me, pushing aside thoughts of investors and restaurant plans. My stomach knots uncomfortably. Natasha never complains, never makes a scene, which means something must be seriously wrong for her to leave without telling me. My father's eyes narrow, the same piercing green as mine, but hardened by decades of business dealings. What happened is that you've been ignoring her all night while flirting with every woman in the room, especially your ex-girlfriend. Christ, Jackson. Kylie's been hanging off you like a goddamn ornament. And you didn't even have the decency to introduce your own wife to the Morgans when they asked about her. I wasn't. The defense sounds hollow even to my own ears. I'd been caught up in the moment, in the rush of success, in the familiar game of charm and conquest that's always come so naturally. Save it. He holds up his hand, cutting me off with the authority that's built a billion-dollar empire. I understand you're excited about the restaurant launch. God knows I've pushed you hard enough about it. But that doesn't give you the right to neglect Natasha. That woman deserves better than watching her husband parade around the room with his ex while she stands alone by the appetizer table. The accusation hits me like a slap. I wasn't neglecting her. No? My father raises an eyebrow. When was the last time you spoke to her tonight? Or even looked in her direction? I open my mouth to answer, then close it again. I can't remember. That's what I thought. He shakes his head, disappointment evident in every line of his face. That poor girl looked completely dejected. She tried to hide it, said she didn't want to bother you on your big night, but I saw right through it. Guilt crashes over me like a wave. I think back to the beginning of the evening. How stunning Natasha looked in that black dress. How her eyes lit up when I told her so. When did I lose track of her? When did I get so caught up in the networking that I forgot the most important person in the room? Damn, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. I need to go after her. Yes, you do. My father's expression softens slightly. Jackson, I've watched you with a parade of women over the years. Models, socialites, trust fund princesses, all beautiful, all completely forgettable. But Natasha? She's different. The way you look at her when you think no one's watching. I've never seen that before. My chest tightens. Dad, Don't mess this up, son. He places a hand on my shoulder. That woman loves you. God knows why, but she does. And if you have any sense at all, you'll realize what you have before it's too late. The truth of his words hits me hard. I've been so focused on impressing investors, on playing the role of successful restaurateur, that I've completely neglected the one person who actually matters. I need to go. I hand him my half-empty glass. Can you make my excuses? A rare smile crosses my father's face. I'll handle everything here. Go get your wife. I'm already moving toward the exit, pulling out my phone to call for my car. Kylie appears in my path, her smile predatory. Leaving so soon? The night's just getting started. She places a hand on my chest, leaning in close enough that I can smell her expensive perfume. I need to get home to my wife. I step around her, not missing the flash of irritation that crosses her perfect features. Your wife? She laughs, the sound brittle and false. Come on, Jackson. We all know what this marriage is. A business arrangement, right? You can drop the devoted husband act. I stop cold, turning back to face her. That act is the only real thing in my life right now. And for the record, Kylie, we're business partners, nothing more. Don't touch me again. I step around Kylie, but she follows me like a shadow, her hand grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. You can't just walk away from me, Jackson. Her voice has that familiar edge, the one that used to make me give in just to avoid the drama. We were good together. Everyone knows it. I pulled my arm free, not bothering to hide my irritation. We weren't good together, Kylie. We screwed each other and we partied. That's not a relationship. Since when do you care about relationships? She laughs, the sound brittle and hollow in the emptying venue. You're Jackson Jeffries. You don't do commitment. You do whatever and whoever you want. Not anymore. Her perfect features contort with disbelief. What, because of the plumber? Are you serious right now? She steps closer, her expensive perfume overwhelming. She's a phase, Jackson. A novelty. You'll get bored playing house with her, just like you get bored with everything else. You don't know what you're talking about. My jaw clenches as anger rises hot in my chest. Natasha isn't like anyone I've ever met. Kylie's hand lands on my chest, her red nails stark against my white shirt. Remember Miami? That weekend at the penthouse? Her voice drops to a seductive whisper. We can have that again. No strings, no expectations, just fun. I grab her wrist, removing her hand from my chest. I'm not interested. Nonsense. Her eyes narrow. You're still you, Jackson. The guy who needs excitement, who craves variety. You really think you can be satisfied with one woman? With her? I love her. The words hang between us, stunning us both into silence. Kylie's mouth opens and closes, her perfect facade cracking. You what? She finally manages, her voice barely audible. I love her. The truth of it hits me like a physical force. I'm in love with Natasha. Kylie takes a step back, studying my face like she's seeing me for the first time. You've never said that before. Not to anyone. Because I've never felt it before. I run a hand through my hair, the realization crystallizing. Look, what we had was fun, but it wasn't real. It was never going to last. And this is? She gestures vaguely. This marriage to someone from a completely different world? Someone who fixes toilets for a living? Yes. There's no hesitation in my voice. She sees me, Kylie. Not my money, not my name, not what I can do for her career. Just me. Something shifts in Kylie's expression. Surprise, then a flash of what might be genuine hurt. I didn't realize you were so unhappy with who you are. I wasn't unhappy. I just didn't know there was something better. I check my watch, anxious to leave. I need to go find my wife. Jackson. Her voice stops me as I turn away. When I look back, her mask has slipped, revealing something vulnerable beneath. I hope she deserves you. I shake my head. It's the other way around. I'm the one who needs to deserve her. Without waiting for her response, I stride toward the exit, pulling out my phone to call my driver. Every second I waste here is another second Natasha is alone, thinking the worst. The truth pounds in my chest with each heartbeat. I love her. I so love her. Not because it's convenient, or because it satisfies my father's conditions. I love her strength, her honesty, the way she calls me on my nonsense. I love how hard she works, how fiercely she cares about her family, how she sees through the superficial crap that's defined my life for too long. And I'm terrified I might lose her before I've had the chance to tell her.
Chapter 21. Natasha. I scroll through my phone for the millionth time, each new picture like a knife twisting in my chest. Jackson smiling next to some leggy blonde. Jackson with his arm around a brunette in a dress that shows cleavage. Jackson laughing with Kylie, her hand possessively on his chest. The photos from the launch party are plastered across every platform I check. Hashtag Jeffrey's launch is trending like wildfire on social media, with what seems like the entire Vegas elite posting selfies in their five-figure outfits, all desperate to show off their connections to the Jeffrey's restaurant empire. The comment sections are filled with air kisses and fake congratulations, a digital champagne toast to wealth and privilege, and in almost every single goddamn photo, my husband looks like he's having the absolute time of his life. Without me. His smile wider than I've seen in days. His eyes bright with excitement as he works the room, glass in hand, not a care in the world. Not a thought about where I might be or how I might be feeling. A comment under one particularly cozy picture of him and some redhead catches my eye, and sucker punches me right in the gut. Where's the plumber wife? Already on the way out? Knew it wouldn't last. I throw my phone across the massive bed with a frustrated growl, watching it bounce harmlessly against the ridiculously expensive Egyptian cotton sheets that probably cost more than a month of my dad's mortgage payments. The tears I've been fighting all night, hell, all week, finally break free from my control, spilling hot and angry down my cheeks, leaving trails of mascara I don't even bother to wipe away. What's the point? No one's here to see me fall apart anyway. Least of all the man who promised to stand by my side. What right do I have to feel this way? This was supposed to be a fake marriage for mutual benefit. I wasn't supposed to fall for him. I wasn't supposed to care when he flirted with other women or let his ex hang all over him. But here I am, crying in a bedroom bigger than my parents' entire house. My heart breaking over a man who probably hasn't even noticed I'm gone. This is pathetic, I mutter, wiping roughly at my face. Get it together, Mason. This isn't like you at all. To cry over a man. I grab a tissue from the nightstand and blow my nose. My reflection in the wall mirror across the room shows a woman I barely recognize, hair a mess, eyes red and puffy, wearing one of Jackson's t-shirts that hangs off my shoulder. The worst part is that I know exactly what my dad would say if he could see me now. Tasha, you're worth more than gold. Don't let anyone make you feel like copper. But it's hard to remember that when random strangers on the internet are betting on how quickly your marriage will fail. When you've seen with your own eyes how easily your husband fits with women from his world. My phone buzzes with an incoming call. For a split second, my heart leaps. Jackson? But it's just a notification from a plumbing supply company. The disappointment that crashes through me is embarrassing. Like a punch to the teeth that leaves me winded and hollow. I toss the phone onto the bed, only to snatch it back up seconds later. My fingers move of their own accord, scrolling through social media with the desperate energy of someone who knows they're only hurting themselves but can't stop. I'm unable to stop myself from looking at more photos. There's a new one posted just minutes ago. Jackson leaving the event. His expression serious as he pushes past photographers. His jaw is set tight, eyes dark with something I can't quite read. Anger? Frustration? The expensive tailored suit that made him look so devastatingly handsome earlier now seems to hang on him differently. The caption reads, "Trouble in Paradise? Jeffrey's heir leaves solo after cozy evening with ex." The words burn into my retinas as I stare at them. My thumb hovers over the screen, tempted to read the comments that I know will only twist the knife deeper. People speculating about our marriage, about me, about why a man like Jackson would ever be with someone like me in the first place. I can almost hear their whispers through the screen. She was never good enough for him anyway. I zoom in on his face, searching for any hint, any clue to what he's thinking. Is he rushing home to me? Or is he headed somewhere else? To her. To another one of his exes. The thought makes my stomach clench painfully, and I throw the phone down again, this time with enough force that it bounces off the mattress and clatters to the floor. It wasn't supposed to be real, I whisper to the empty room. But it hurts. It hurts so much. The answer is simple. though I've been fighting it for weeks. Somewhere between fixing his bathroom pipes and sharing his bed, I fell in love with Jackson Jeffries. Not the playboy billionaire, but the man who holds me when I have nightmares. Who listens when I talk about my family. Who looks at me sometimes like I'm the only woman in the world, or at least I thought he did. I curl up on his side of the bed, breathing in his scent from the pillow, hating myself for this weakness. It was never real, I remind myself, voice breaking on the last word. It was never going to last. I hear the front door slam downstairs, the sound echoing through the empty mansion. My breath catches in my throat. Jackson's back. I quickly wipe at my face, rubbing away the tears and smeared mascara with the back of my hand. Rolling onto my side, I pull the covers up to my chin and close my eyes, forcing my breathing to slow and deepen. The last thing I want is for him to see me like this. A pathetic, crying mess over a man who spent the evening flirting with his ex. His footsteps on the stairs are heavy, uneven, like he's dragging the weight of the world with each step. The bedroom door creaks open with a long, painful sound, and I can feel his presence in the doorway, watching me. The air in the room changes immediately, charged with tension and something else I can't quite name. Natasha? His voice is soft, hesitant, barely above a whisper in the darkness. You awake, baby? I keep my breathing steady, my eyes firmly shut, fighting the urge to peek at him. My chest feels tight, constricted. Maybe he'll just go away. Maybe he'll sleep in one of the guest rooms tonight. Maybe I won't have to face him, and the memory of his hand on Kylie's back, his head bent close to hers, laughing at something I couldn't hear. But instead, his footsteps approach the bed, each one deliberate and cautious. The expensive mattress dips as he sits on the edge, and his hand gently touches my shoulder through the blanket. His touch burns through the fabric, making my skin tingle despite my determination to feel nothing. I know you're sleeping, but I need to say this anyway. His voice sounds rough, raw in a way I've never heard before, stripped of all that typical Jackson Jeffries confidence and bravado. I messed up tonight. I messed up so bad. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with regret and something that sounds dangerously close to desperation. I stay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs. He thinks I'm asleep. I should let him know I'm awake, but something keeps me frozen, listening. I was so caught up in the launch party and the investors that I forgot what actually matters. His hand moves to stroke my hair, so gently it makes my chest ache. You're what matters, Natasha. Not Kylie, not the investors, not any of that. The bed shifts as he moves closer, and I feel his lips press against my temple. You're the best damn thing that's ever happened to me, and I made you feel small tonight. I let those people make you feel like you don't belong, when the truth is, you're the only real thing in my entire life. His voice breaks on the last word, and I feel something wet fall onto my cheek. A tear. Jackson is crying. I love you. He whispers the words against my skin. I love you so much it scares the hell out of me, and I promise I'm going to spend every day making sure you know it. Making sure you never doubt your place in my life again. His lips move to my forehead, my cheek, the corner of my mouth, leaving gentle kisses everywhere they touch. Each press of his mouth against my skin feels like a promise, a silent apology, written in the softest way possible. His breath is warm, slightly uneven, carrying the faint scent of expensive whiskey from earlier in the evening. Just please don't give up on me. Please don't leave. I need you more than I've ever needed anyone. His voice cracks with raw vulnerability I've never heard from him before. Jackson Jeffries, the man who commands every room he walks into, who closes million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, sounds utterly broken, desperate. You're the only goddamn thing that makes sense in my world, Natasha. Everything else is just noise. I remain motionless, fighting the urge to open my eyes, to reach for him, to tell him I'm listening. My fingers twitch beneath the sheets, wanting to touch his face, to wipe away the tears I can feel occasionally dropping onto my skin. My heart feels like it might burst from my chest. He loves me. Jackson loves me. The words echo in my mind, beautiful and terrifying all at once. But after tonight, can I trust those words? Can I believe him? The memory of him standing beside Kylie, laughing with those investors while they made snide comments about trade work is still fresh. The way he hesitated before introducing me as his wife. The flash of something, was it embarrassment? In his eyes when I mentioned my family's plumbing business to those exquisitely dressed couples who gave me a tense smile in return. His thumb traces the outline of my jaw now, so tender it almost hurts. Part of me wants to surrender to this moment, to the sincerity I hear in his voice. But another part, the part that spent a lifetime being practical, wonders if pretty words whispered in the dark are enough to build a future on.
Chapter 22. Jackson. I wake with a start, my arm instinctively reaching across the bed. Cold sheets, empty space where Natasha should be. My stomach drops as I bolt upright, scanning the room. Her side of the bed is made, like she never slept there at all. "Natasha!" I call out, my voice rough with sleep and worry. No answer. I throw the covers off and grab a pair of sweatpants, not bothering with a shirt. The marble floor is cold against my bare feet as I rush through the hallway, down the stairs, checking each room. The house feels wrong without her in it. Too big, too empty, too meaningless. Relief floods through me when I spot her in the kitchen. She's perched on a bar stool at the island, hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing one of my t-shirts that hangs off her shoulder. She's eating avocado toast with a perfectly poached egg on top, scrolling through her phone with a tight expression that immediately sets off warning bells in my head. "Hey," I say, approaching cautiously. "You okay?" Natasha shrugs without looking up, taking another small bite of her toast. The gesture is so dismissive it feels like a slap. "I woke up and you weren't there." I try to keep the accusation out of my voice, but it slips through anyway. "I was worried." "Well, I woke up." Her voice is flat, emotionless in a way that scares me more than if she were yelling. I move closer, resting my hands on the counter across from her. "About last night, have you seen social media this morning?" She cuts me off, finally looking up at me. Her eyes are red-rimmed like she's been crying or hasn't slept. Maybe both. "No, I just got up." She slides her phone across the marble countertop. "Take a look." I pick it up, my gut already clenching with dread. The screen shows a gossip site with photos from last night's launch party. Me with Kylie, her hand on my arm. Me laughing with investors. Me surrounded by women in designer dresses, all smiling at the camera. The headline makes my blood run cold. "Jeffrey's air parties, while plumber wife disappears. Marriage already on the rocks?" I scroll down, each new image worse than the last. Close-ups of Kylie touching me, captions speculating about our rekindled romance. Side-by-side comparisons of Kylie in her designer dress next to older photos of Natasha in her work clothes, with cruel comments about which woman belongs with me. But it's the comments section that really turns my stomach. Hundreds of strangers dissecting our relationship, tearing Natasha apart. The plumber was never going to last. Just a phase before he gets back with someone from his world. Gold digger got what she deserved. Bet he's embarrassed to introduce her to his friends. I would be. Her family runs some failing plumbing business in the bad part of town. How long before he trades up? My hands tighten around the phone. What is this? That's just one site. Natasha's voice is eerily calm. They're all like that. They've got photos of my parents' house, our business, everything. Some reporter even went to my dad's shop this morning, asking if I'd moved back home yet since our marriage is clearly over. I set the phone down like it's burning my fingers. Natasha, don't! She holds up her hand. Just don't, Jackson! You can't fix this with words. This is nonsense, I growl, fury rising in my chest. These vultures don't know anything about us. Don't they? Her eyes meet mine, challenging, because from where I'm standing, it looks like they got it exactly right. You, having the time of your life with women who actually fit into your world. Me, the temporary distraction before you go back to reality. That's not true. I move around the counter, needing to be closer to her. None of that is true. Really? She pushes her plate away, barely touched. Because I was there last night, Jackson. I saw how you were with Kylie, how comfortable you were in that world. A world where I stick out like a sore thumb. I reach for her hand, but she pulls away. The rejection stings worse than I expected. Natasha, please. What you saw, it wasn't what it looked like. Save it. She stands abruptly, creating distance between us. I don't need your explanations. I knew what this was from the beginning. I just forgot for a while. The pain in her voice cuts through me like a knife. Is that what you think? After everything we've shared? After what I told you last night? She freezes, her back to me. What are you talking about? Last night, when I came home, I sat on the bed and told you. I swallow hard, realizing she must have been asleep, that she didn't hear a thing. Natasha turns slowly, her expression guarded. Told me what? I close the distance between us in 2 strides, grasping her shoulders gently but firmly. That I love you. That you're the only real thing in my life. That I messed up at the party and I'm sorry. Her eyes widen slightly, but her walls remain firmly in place. Words are easy, Jackson. Especially for someone like you. Then let me show you. I grip her tighter, desperate for her to understand. Tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. I'll shut down those gossip sites. I'll make a public statement. I'll tell the whole world how much you mean to me. That's not what I need. Her voice cracks slightly, the first real emotion she's shown. I need to know if any of this was ever real, or if I was just convenient, the right person in the right place at the right time. I press my forehead against hers, closing my eyes. It's real. It's the most real thing I've ever felt. I love you, Natasha. Not because you're convenient, not because of some deal we made. I love you because you're you. For a moment, we stand there in silence, breathing the same air, teetering on the edge of something that could either save us or break us completely. Natasha pulls away from me, her eyes still guarded. She crosses her arms over her chest, creating a physical barrier between us that feels like a canyon. This isn't enough, Jackson. Her voice is quiet but firm. I reach for her, but she steps back, maintaining the distance. What do you need from me? Just tell me. That's the problem. She sighs, running a hand through her hair. I shouldn't have to tell you. You should know. You should see me, really see me. Not just when it's convenient or when I'm about to walk away. Her words strike me like a slap. Because she's right. I've been taking her for granted, assuming she'd always be there, waiting for me to get myself together. I'm going to help my dad with a work order today, she says, grabbing her keys from the counter. Not because I have to, but because I want to. Because when I'm there, I know exactly who I am. The implication hangs between us, unlike when she's with me. Natasha! I need space, Jackson. I need to think. She heads toward the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. And you need to figure out what you really want. Not what looks good for the tabloids or what your father expects. What you want. I nod, swallowing the desperate pleas threatening to spill out. Begging her to stay won't solve anything. She's right. I need to show her, not just tell her. The door closes behind her with a soft click that sounds like finality. I stand frozen in the kitchen, my mind racing. I could lose her. The thought hits me with stunning clarity. I could actually lose her. My phone buzzes with a text from my father. "Have you fixed things with Natasha yet?" Those gossip sites are having a field day. I stare at the message, anger rising in my chest. Everyone's so concerned about appearances, about what people are saying. But none of that matters if I lose the one person who actually sees me for who I am. I need to do something. Something real. Something that shows Natasha exactly what she means to me. I grab my phone and dial a number I haven't called in years. "Hey, it's Jackson Jeffries. I need a favor." A big one. An hour later, I'm sitting in a cramped office that smells like coffee and old paper, across from Dave Miller, editor-in-chief of the Las Vegas Sun. I've known Dave since college. He was 2 years ahead of me, already working at the paper while I was still figuring out which parties to attend. "Let me get this straight," Dave says, leaning back in his chair. "You want to give an exclusive interview about your marriage? The same marriage you've been keeping out of the spotlight for weeks?" "Not exactly." I lean forward, elbows on my knees. "I want to set the record straight about who Natasha is. About who I am when I'm with her." Dave studies me, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Why now?" "Because I messed up. Because those gossip rags are painting her as some temporary distraction, and she deserves better." I run a hand through my hair, frustration building. Because I love her, and I need her to know that I'm not ashamed of her or us. A slow smile spreads across Dave's face. Well. Jackson Jeffries in love. Never thought I'd see the day. "Will you help me or not?" I snap, patience wearing thin. "Relax, of course I will." He leans forward, already shifting into journalist mode. "But I want the real story, not some sanitized PR version." "That's exactly what I want to give you." Dave's eyes narrow. "You sure about this? Once it's out there, you can't take it back." I meet his gaze steadily. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. As I walk out of the newspaper office, I feel lighter than I have in days. It's a start, but it's not enough. I need something more immediate, something that will show Natasha exactly what she means to me right now. I pull out my phone again and make another call, this time to Richard Mason, Natasha's father.
Chapter 23. Natasha. I slam the wrench down with enough force that it echoes through my dad's workshop. The pipe I'm trying to tighten won't cooperate, and my frustration has reached boiling point. Sweat drips down my back as I grab the wrench again, putting all my anger into the next twist. Easy there, Tasha. That pipe didn't do anything to deserve that kind of treatment. Dad's voice is gentle behind me, but I can hear the concern layered beneath his casual tone. He's been watching me struggle for the last 10 minutes, probably wondering when I'd finally snap. This stupid thing won't seal properly. I give it another vicious twist. Ignoring the sharp pain shooting through my palms, where blisters are starting to form. The metal bites into my skin, but the physical discomfort is almost welcome, compared to the emotional turmoil churning inside me. Maybe because you're trying to force it instead of working with it. He places a steady, calloused hand on my shoulder, his touch grounding me the way it has since I was a little girl, learning how to hold a wrench for the first time. What's really going on, sweetheart? This ain't about no leaky pipe. I drop the wrench with a loud clatter against the concrete floor and wipe my sweat-soaked forehead with the back of my arm, leaving a streak of grease I don't bother to clean off. My chest feels tight, like I'm trying to breathe underwater. The words I've been holding back for weeks finally push their way out. Can I move back home for a while? Just temporarily? My voice cracks slightly on the last word, betraying how close I am to falling apart completely. The words hang between us in the musty workshop air, surrounded by the familiar smells of metal and oil that have always meant safety to me. Dad's thick eyebrows shoot up toward his receding hairline, but he doesn't look as surprised as I expected. It's like he's been waiting for this moment, anticipating my return since the day I left for Jackson's world of wealth and pretense. You know you're always welcome, but what about, I need a break from all of it. I cut him off, grabbing a rag to wipe the grease from my hands. The mansion, the lifestyle, the gossip sites, the fake smiles. I can't breathe there anymore. Dad leans against the workbench, studying me with those patient eyes that have always seen right through me. And Jackson? I throw the rag down harder than necessary. He's fine. Probably hasn't even noticed I'm gone. Too busy with his restaurant launch and his fancy friends and his ex-girlfriend hanging all over him. That doesn't sound like fine to me. I grab a pipe cutter and attack a length of copper with unnecessary force. You were right, Dad. This whole marriage thing was a mistake. I'm in way over my head. I don't recall saying that. You didn't have to. The pipe cutter slips, nearly catching my finger. It was written all over your face when I told you about our arrangement. Dad takes the tool from my hands before I hurt myself. What I remember saying was that I wanted you to be careful. That's different from thinking you made a mistake. Well, I did. My voice cracks embarrassingly. I'm just a plumber, Dad. A good one, but still just a plumber. I don't belong in that world of mansions and designer clothes and people who've never worked a real day in their lives. Is that what Jackson thinks? I don't know what Jackson thinks anymore. I grab a nearby hammer and start pounding unnecessarily at a piece of metal. The violent motion feels good, matching the chaos inside me. 1 minute he's telling me I matter. The next, he's letting his ex drape herself all over him while his friends whisper about how I don't belong. Dad watches me destroy the innocent piece of metal for a few more seconds before gently taking the hammer away. You're going to break something important if you keep this up. Too late for that. The words come out bitter and raw. He sighs, pulling up a stool beside me. Remember when you were 16 and that boy, what was his name, stood you up for homecoming? Tyler Jenkins, I mutter. What's your point? You came home, threw your dress in the trash, and swore you'd never trust another boy again. Dad smiles at the memory. Then you spent 3 days helping me on jobs, destroying perfectly good materials just like you're doing now. This is different. I'm not 16 anymore. No, you're not, but you're still running away when you're hurt instead of facing it head on. He places his hand over mine. That's not the Natasha Mason I raised. I pull my hand away. The Natasha Mason you raised fixes pipes and works hard. She doesn't pretend to be something she's not. Is that what you think you're doing with Jackson? Pretending? The question hits too close to home. Maybe I was just a novelty to him, the plumber who fixed his bathroom and then his life. But novelties wear off, Dad. You should see how he looks at women from his world, women who understand wine pairings and know which fork to use first. I've seen how he looks at you, though. Dad's voice is quiet but firm. When you brought him to dinner that night, that man couldn't take his eyes off you. And it wasn't because you were some novelty. I feel tears threatening and blink them back furiously. It doesn't matter. None of it does anymore. I should end this damn marriage already. It's no use. Dad's calloused hands move methodically over a copper pipe, cleaning it with a rag in that automatic way of his, like he could do it blindfolded after 30 years in the business. He hasn't pushed me to talk more, just letting the silence stretch between us while I process everything. Your Jackson called me this morning, he says finally, his voice casual like he's commenting on the weather, instead of dropping a bomb in the middle of our conversation. I nearly dropped the wrench I'm holding. He what? Called me just before you showed up. Dad sets the pipe down and meets my eyes. Wanted to know if I'd seen you, if you were okay. What did you tell him? My voice sounds strained, even to my own ears. That I hadn't seen you yet, but if you came by, I'd let you know he called. He shrugs. Seemed pretty torn up about whatever happened between you two. I snort, turning back to the sink I'm dismantling. I'm sure he was. Actually, yeah, he was. Dad's tone makes me look up. Boy sounded like he wasn't okay. Voice all rough, words tumbling over each other. Kept saying he'd made the biggest mistake of his life and needed to make it right. Did he tell you what happened? I can't keep the edge from my voice. Didn't have to. I've been married to your mother for 35 years. I know what it looks like when a man realizes he's screwed up with the woman he loves. I shake my head, fighting the hope trying to bloom in my chest. This is different, Dad. You don't understand a thing. You should have seen him with his ex last night. The way they fit together, like they belong in the same world. The memory still burns, fresh and raw. A world I'll never belong in. Dad puts down his tools and turns to face me fully. You remember when your mom and I almost split up? You were about 12? I nod slowly. It's not something we talk about often, but I remember the tension in the house. The hushed arguments, Mom sleeping in the guest room for nearly a month. Your mom was working at that fancy real estate office downtown, started dressing different, talking different, coming home later and later. He wipes his hands on a rag, his eyes distant with memory. Started thinking maybe she was too good for a plumber with dirt under his fingernails. This is news to me. Mom would never think that. Oh, but she did, for a while there. His smile is sad. Her boss was this smooth-talking guy with Italian suits and a Mercedes. Took the whole office to fancy lunches. Gave them expensive gifts at Christmas. Made me and my beat-up truck look pretty shabby in comparison. I try to imagine my mom, practical, no-nonsense Diane Mason, being impressed by someone flashy, and fail. What happened? I gave up. Dad's admission surprises me. Figured I couldn't compete with that world. Started pulling away, spending more time at jobs, less time trying. Convinced myself it was already over. He picks up a pipe cutter, turning it over in his hands. One night, I came home late from a job, found your mom sitting at the kitchen table crying. She'd quit her job that day. Why? Said she'd realized something important. His eyes meet mine. Said she'd rather have a husband who came home smelling like pipe cleaner, but looked at her like she hung the moon, than someone with smooth hands who saw her as just another pretty accessory. The parallel to my situation isn't lost on me. That's different. You and Mom, you guys dated longer. You guys knew you were deeply in love before committing. All relationships start somewhere, Tasha. Some start with love at first sight. Others build slowly. He shrugs. It's not where you start that matters. It's where you end up. But how do I know it's real now? How do I know I'm not just convenient? Convenient would be him staying at that party, enjoying himself with his ex. Dad's voice is gentle but firm. Convenient would be letting you walk away without a fight. From what he told me this morning, that boy is ready to move heaven and earth to make things right with you. I swallow hard against the lump forming in my throat, feeling the weight of Dad's words sink into my chest. I don't know, Dad. I don't know if I can trust this. Look, you're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Your old room's still there. He places a warm, calloused hand on my shoulder, his touch reassuring in its familiarity. The same hands that taught me everything I know about plumbing, about hard work, about life. But don't throw away something that could be real just because it's not going the way you thought it should. Life rarely follows the blueprint we draw up for it. I stare down at my hands, strong, capable hands, that can fix almost anything from a leaky faucet to a busted pipe. Hands that are rough from work, with tiny scars from years of handling tools and crawling into tight spaces. But they can't fix this ache in my chest. This gnawing fear that I'll never be enough for Jackson's world of cocktail parties and designer suits, that I'll always be the odd one out, the plumber playing dress-up. He doesn't belong with someone like me, I whisper, voicing my deepest insecurity. His associates, his friends, they'll always see me as the help. The girl who should be fixing their toilets, not sitting at their dinner table. That's for him to decide, don't you think? Dad's voice is soft but carries the wisdom of someone who's weathered his own storms. And from the sound of that phone call this morning, he's already decided. That man wasn't calling about a leaky faucet, Tasha. He was calling because his heart is broken without you. Dad gets up, leaving me stricken with guilt and longing. Just, if he comes calling, hear him out, won't you? You're stubborn, I get it, but Jackson is serious about his love for you. He loves you, and I have a feeling he's going to prove it to you sometime soon.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 24. Jackson. 7 days without Natasha feels like 7 years. The mansion is a mausoleum, cold, empty, and filled with expensive stuff that means nothing without her here. I glance at my phone, checking the time. The Las Vegas Sun will hit newsstands in an hour. My interview takes up the entire front page of the lifestyle section, not buried in the back where no one will see it, but front and center where everyone in Vegas will read it over their morning coffee. This better work, I mutter, pacing the living room floor. The last week has been a blur of phone calls, legal meetings, and sleepless nights. When I wasn't finalizing the restaurant opening, I was hunting down every source of the rumors about Natasha. Didn't take long to trace them back to Kylie and her socialite friends. My phone rings. Speak of the devil. "What do you want, Kylie?" I answer, not bothering to hide my contempt. "Are you out of your mind?" Her voice is shrill, panicked. "I just got a call from my lawyer. A cease and desist letter. Really, Jackson? Consider yourself lucky it's just a cease and desist." I stopped pacing, my grip tightening on the phone. I could have gone straight to a lawsuit for defamation. Defamation? I didn't... Cut the bull! My voice drops dangerously low. I have proof you've been feeding those gossip sites photos and lies about Natasha, about her family, about our marriage. They're just asking questions everyone's thinking, she snaps. You can't honestly expect people to believe you're happy with some plumber when you could have... When I could have what? You? I laugh, the sound harsh even to my own ears. Let me make something perfectly clear. Not only are you barred from investing in my restaurant, but if I see one more story, one more anonymous source close to Jackson Jeffries, I will sue you into the ground. You wouldn't dare! But there's uncertainty in her voice now. Try me. No, really, I want you to. I lean against the window, looking out at the Vegas skyline. And just so we're clear, this isn't just about you. Anyone who helped spread this about Natasha is getting the same treatment. Your little clique of trust fund vultures can expect calls from my legal team by the end of the day. This is insane! We were just having fun. At my wife's expense. The word wife feels right on my tongue. Not fake wife, not temporary wife. Just wife. That stops now. Your wife. She practically spits the word. She's not even from our world, Jackson. She fixes toilets for a living. And she fixed me. The truth of it hits me like a physical force. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And I'm not letting anyone, especially not you, try to destroy what we have. I can't believe this. Her voice turns icy. You're throwing away everything. Our history, our connections, your standing in this town for what? Some blue-collar fantasy that won't last 6 months. No, I'm finally figuring out what actually matters. I straighten up, done with this conversation. The interview hits newsstands in an hour. Read it, don't read it. I don't care, but know this. If I see one more whisper about Natasha that I can trace back to you, I will destroy you. Jackson. I hang up, cutting off whatever desperate plea or threat she was about to make. My hands are shaking with rage, but there's something else there too. Relief. Like I finally shed a skin I've been wearing too long. My phone buzzes with a text from Dave at the Sun. Papers are out. You ready for this? I type back, more than ready. The headline will be simple but powerful. Jackson Jeffries speaks out. The truth about my marriage. The article lays it all bare. How I fell for Natasha when she was fixing my bathroom. How her strength and authenticity changed me. How the gossip about our relationship is not just false, but malicious. I made it clear that anyone spreading rumors about my wife or her family would face legal consequences. But most importantly, I told the truth about us. That what started as convenience became the most real thing in my life. That I'm in love with her. Completely, utterly in love. And anyone who has a problem with that can go screw themselves. It's the most honest I've ever been in public. No PR spin, no carefully crafted image. Just the raw truth of a man who nearly lost the best thing in his life because he was too stupid to protect it. Now I just have to hope it's enough that Natasha will see it and know I'm serious. That I'm fighting for her, for us. Because a week without her has taught me one undeniable truth. I don't want to live in a world where Natasha Mason isn't by my side. My phone rings as I'm pacing the floor, waiting for the first reactions to the newspaper article. I've worn a path in the expensive carpet, checking social media every 30 seconds like a teenager waiting for likes. Dad's name flashes on the screen, and I brace myself. He's probably seen it already. The heir to the Jeffries empire airing our dirty laundry for all of Las Vegas to see. Dad, I can explain. I start, already defensive, my free hand clenching into a fist at my side. Damn right you can explain. His voice booms through the speaker with that familiar authority that still makes me feel like I'm 10 years old and broke something valuable. What the hell were you thinking, son? I close my eyes, pinching the bridge of my nose, preparing for the lecture about family reputation and discretion. The Jeffries name has always been more important than my happiness. Look, I know you're pissed about the restaurant funding. Funding? Who gives a damn about funding? He sounds genuinely confused, throwing me completely off balance. There's a note in his voice I've rarely heard. Something almost like respect? I'm talking about why it took you this long to stand up for your wife. That stops me cold. My pacing halts mid-step, and I nearly stumble. Of all the reactions I expected, disappointment, anger, threats to cut me off, this wasn't even on the list. Wait, what? I managed to choke out, my voice suddenly hoarse with surprise. I've got Kylie's father on the other line blowing up my phone about cease and desist letters. Some socialite named Madison's mother threatening to pull investments. Good riddance to the lot of them. I sink onto the couch, stunned. You're not mad about the interview? Mad? Jackson, it's about time. There's something in his voice I've rarely heard. Pride. I just finished reading it. Every word. That's the first time I've seen you be completely honest about anything in your life. I run a hand through my hair, relief washing over me. I thought you'd be concerned about how it affects the business. Son, I've built an empire that can weather a few rich brats pulling their daddy's money because their feelings got hurt. He chuckles, the sound warm and genuine. What I care about is that you're finally showing some backbone, standing up for what matters. Natasha matters, I say quietly, staring down at my hands. More than anything or anyone I've ever known. She's everything. I know. His voice softens with a rare tenderness that catches me off guard. I knew it the first time I saw you two together at that dinner. The way you look at her when you think no one's watching. It's exactly how I used to look at your mother. I see that same goddamn spark in your eyes. The comparison hits me like a physical blow to the chest. Dad rarely talks about Mom at all, even now, years after her death. The cancer took her quickly, and with her went most of his willingness to discuss anything remotely emotional. I really messed up, Dad. I let those trust fund jerks make her feel small, like she didn't belong. I didn't stand up when it mattered. I didn't protect her when she needed me most. My voice cracks embarrassingly, but I'm past caring. But you're protecting her now, he counters firmly. That interview, calling out those gossip rags by name, threatening legal action against anyone spreading lies about her or her family's business. That's what a real man does for the woman he loves. That's what I taught you to be. It might be too late, though. The fear that's been gnawing at my inside since she walked out rises to the surface, raw and painful. She left our mansion. She left me. And after how I failed her, she might not ever come back. I wouldn't blame her if she didn't. Then go get her, Dad says simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Fight for her. Show her what she means to you. I'm trying. The newspaper, the cease and desist letters. Those are good starts. But what else? What are you doing right now to bring her home? I stare out the window at the Vegas skyline, feeling suddenly lost. I don't know. I'm waiting to see if she reads the article. Waiting? Dad scoffs. Since when do Jeffrey's men wait for anything? You want something, you go after it with everything you've got. He's right. Sitting here waiting for Natasha to call is pathetic. It's passive. It's not me. The restaurant funding will take a hit, I say, thinking out loud. Kylie's family was putting in $250,000. And I'll match whatever you lose, Dad says without hesitation. Hell, I'll double it. What? Why would you do that? Because I've watched you chase success your whole life, thinking it would make you happy. But I've never seen you actually happy until Natasha. His voice carries decades of wisdom. Some things are worth more than money, son. Some things are priceless. My throat tightens. Thanks, Dad. Don't thank me. Thank your wife when you find her and bring her home. He pauses. I'm proud of you, Jackson. Standing up for your principles, for the woman you love. That's what I've always wanted for you. Not just success, but meaning. Even if it costs the business will survive. But you need her. He chuckles softly. Now stop talking to your old man and go find your wife. I hang up, my mind racing. Dad's right. I can't just sit here waiting for Natasha to read some newspaper article. I need to find her, to see her face, to show her, not just tell her what she means to me.
Chapter 25. Natasha. Have you seen this? Mom slaps the newspaper down on the kitchen table, nearly knocking over my coffee. The Las Vegas Sun's lifestyle section stares up at me, Jackson's face taking up half the page. My heart stutters. What is it? Your husband just went nuclear on those gossip forums, Dad says, his voice tinged with unmistakable approval. He's leaning against the counter, arms crossed over his chest, looking far too pleased with himself. Read it. I pull the paper closer, my fingers trembling slightly as I scan the headline. Jackson Jeffrey speaks out, the truth about my marriage. He called them all out by name, Lisa says, peering over my shoulder. Even threatened legal action against anyone spreading rumors about you or the family business. The words on the page blur as I try to focus. Natasha Mason isn't just my wife. She's the most authentic person I've ever met in a world full of fake smiles and emptier promises. The rumors about our marriage being on the rocks aren't just false. They're malicious attacks orchestrated by people who can't stand seeing someone real succeed in their superficial world. My throat tightens as I continue reading. Jackson doesn't hold back, calling out Kylie by name, detailing how she and her friends have been feeding lies to gossip sites. I've instructed my legal team to issue cease and desist letters to every individual involved in spreading these rumors. And yes, that includes several prominent Las Vegas families who thought their social standing would protect them from consequences. He's burning bridges left and right for you, Dad says, his voice gruff with emotion. Those are million-dollar connections he's torching. I look up, surprised. Since when do you care about his connections? I don't. Dad grins, settling into the chair across from me. But I care that he's willing to sacrifice them for you. That tells me everything I need to know about the man. My eyes return to the article, heart pounding as I read Jackson's most personal admission. My marriage with Natasha is the most genuine relationship I've ever had. I'm completely in love with my wife. Anyone who has a problem with that, or with her background, her family, or her profession, can go to hell. The Jeffries restaurant empire will no longer do business with anyone who has disrespected Natasha or the Mason family. He's cutting off Kylie's family's investment, I whisper, the implications hitting me. That's $250,000. Good, Lisa snorts. After what that brat said about you online, she deserves worse. Your husband's got guts, Mom says, refilling my coffee cup. Not many men would publicly choose love over money and connections. Dad leans forward, tapping the newspaper with one calloused finger. You know what impresses me most? He didn't just defend you, he defended our family business too. Says right here he's blacklisting anyone who made disparaging comments about Mason Plumbing. He's serious about you, honey, Mom adds softly. This isn't something a man does for nothing. I press my fingers against my lips, trying to process the emotions swirling through me. Pride, relief, hope, and something deeper. A certainty I haven't felt since this all began. He loves me, I whisper, the words feeling strange and wonderful on my tongue. Course he does, Dad says matter-of-factly. Told you when he called me, asking for you. Man sounded desperate. You think? I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. Tasha, he just put his entire social standing on the line for you, Lisa points out. Rich people don't do that unless they're serious. I trace Jackson's face in the newspaper photo. He looks different somehow. More real. Less polished. His eyes hold a determination I recognize, the same look he had when he first proposed our arrangement. But there's something else there now, something that makes my heart ache with longing. I don't know what to do, I admit, vulnerability creeping into my voice. Dad reaches across the table and covers my hand with his. Yes, you do. And he's right. I do know. The certainty washes over me like a wave, clearing away the doubt and fear that's been clouding my judgment. Jackson is fighting for me and for us, not with grand gestures or expensive gifts, but by standing firmly in his truth and refusing to let anyone diminish what we have. It's time I do the same. Suddenly, I hear something familiar. I run to the window and pull back the curtains to see Jackson's sleek black Audi pulling up to my parents' modest home. He steps out looking nothing like the polished billionaire he is. His hair is disheveled, his expensive shirt wrinkled, and there's a desperate intensity in his movements as he strides toward the house. It's Jackson, I announce, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears, a mixture of hope and fear tangling in my throat. Dad looks up from his coffee, the morning light catching on his weathered face. He gives me that knowing smile, the one he's worn since I was little and facing something that scared me. Well, don't keep the man waiting on the doorstep. Some conversations need to happen face to face. I hesitate, my hand trembling slightly on the doorknob. The cool metal grounds me as 1,000 thoughts race through my mind. What will I say? What will he say? Taking a deep breath that fills my lungs with courage I'm not sure I possess, I step outside before he can knock, pulling the door closed behind me with a soft click. The morning air is crisp against my skin, and the privacy of my parents' front yard suddenly feels like the most important stage in the world. We need space for whatever's about to happen between us. Jackson stops short when he sees me, his confident stride faltering. Relief washes over his features, softening the hard lines of worry etched across his forehead. His expensive shirt is rumpled like he's been running his hands through the fabric all night, and there's a vulnerability in his stance I've never seen before. Natasha, my name sounds like a prayer on his lips, reverent and desperate all at once. His green eyes lock onto mine, searching. Thank God, I wasn't sure you'd even talk to me. I read your interview, I say, crossing my arms over my chest, trying to protect my heart, even as it hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The newspaper's words are burned into my memory, his public declaration hanging in the air between us. That was a lot. You basically declared war on half of Las Vegas society for me. It wasn't enough. He takes a step closer, his green eyes intense. Nothing I could say in a newspaper would be enough. You threatened to sue Kylie and her friends. I'm not threatening anymore. His jaw tightens. The paperwork's already filed. My legal team is going after every single person who spread those rumors about you or your family. Jackson, you can't just... I can and I am. He moves closer. Close enough that I can smell his cologne. Those vultures don't get to hurt you and walk away unscathed, not while I'm breathing. The fierce protectiveness in his voice makes my knees weak. You're burning bridges all over town. Good. He reaches for my hands and I let him take them. His touch sends electricity up my arms. I don't want connections to people who disrespect the woman I love. What about your investors? Kylie's family was putting in... I don't give a damn about their money. His grip tightens on my hands, his knuckles turning white with intensity. I'd burn down every restaurant I own, sell every property, liquidate every asset I have if it meant keeping you in my life. None of it matters without you. I search his face, looking for any hint of insincerity, any trace of the playboy facade he's worn for so long. But all I find is raw determination, blazing in those green eyes. A vulnerability I've never seen before. The man standing before me isn't the carefree heir to the Jeffries fortune. He's just Jackson, stripped bare of pretense. You're serious about this. About me. It comes out as barely more than a whisper, my voice catching on the words. more than I've ever been about anything in my entire life. He steps even closer, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from his body, can count each dark eyelash framing those intense eyes. Natasha, I want to tear up our contract. What? I blink in confusion, trying to process his words through the emotional fog clouding my brain. The contract, the fake marriage agreement, all of it. His voice drops to a husky rumble that sends shivers down my spine. I'm calling Jeff today and telling him to shred every page of it. His eyes never leave mine, burning with conviction. I don't want a contract between us anymore. I want something real. I want forever with you. Not because it benefits either of us financially, not because of your family's business or my trust fund, but because I can't imagine my life without you in it. I can't breathe right when you're not around. My heart feels like it might burst. Jackson, I love you, he interrupts, his voice cracking with emotion. I love your strength, your honesty, your dedication to your family. I love that you're the reason I think twice before I say something. I love watching you work, seeing how skilled and confident you are. I love everything about you, Natasha Mason, and I'm not scared to tell you that anymore. Tears well in my eyes as his words wash over me. I love you too. I have for a while now. He pulls me into his arms, and I go willingly, burying my face against his chest. For the first time in days, I feel like I can breathe again. Wait, what did you just say? The door behind me swings open with a creak that might as well be a thunderclap. I freeze, my entire body tensing as if I've been caught with my hand in the cookie jar. Except this is so much worse. Mom stands there in the doorway, her favorite blue coffee mug suspended halfway to her lips, her eyes wide with shock. The steam rising from her coffee curls into the air between us. The only thing moving in this suddenly frozen moment. Fake marriage contract? Dad appears behind her, his weathered face set in that unreadable expression I've feared since childhood. His work boots thud heavily against the porch as he steps forward, crossing his arms over his chest. What exactly does that mean? Jackson and I exchange panicked glances. His green eyes are wide with alarm, that confident veneer cracking for just a second. In the emotional whirlwind of our confessions, we'd completely forgotten where we were, and who might be listening to every damn word through the wooden door. My stomach drops like I've just plummeted 20 stories in an elevator. All those carefully constructed lies. The entire house of cards we've built, teetering on the edge of collapse. I begin, my mind racing frantically for an explanation. Any explanation that could possibly make this sound better than what it is. My mouth opens and closes, but nothing convincing comes out. The weight of my parents' stares makes my skin prickle with nervous heat. You two better come inside, Dad says, his voice deceptively calm, the kind of calm that precedes a storm. He steps back, holding the door wider. Sounds like we have a lot to discuss. The way he emphasizes a lot makes me want to grab Jackson's hand and make a run for it. But there's nowhere to hide now. The truth is bursting out whether we're ready or not. Jackson's arm tightens around my waist as we face my parents. Whatever's coming next, at least we'll face it together.
Chapter 26. Jackson. I sit at the Mason's kitchen table, my elbows planted firmly on the worn wood surface, facing down the most intimidating audience I've ever encountered. Natasha's parents stand across from me, her father's arms crossed over his chest, her mother's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the steady tick of an old wall clock. So let me get this straight, Mr. Mason finally says, his voice deceptively calm. You hired my daughter to fix your pipes, then offered her a business arrangement to fix your life. I take a deep breath. No nonsense. No charm. These people deserve the truth. Yes, sir. That's exactly what happened. I meet his eyes directly. I needed $5 million from my father to save my restaurant project. The condition was that I had to get married and settle down. Mrs. Mason makes a sound of disbelief. And you thought Natasha would be perfect for this arrangement? I did. I glance at Natasha beside me, her face unreadable. The moment I met her, I knew she was different. She didn't give a damn about my money or my name. She just wanted to do her job and do it well. So you manipulated her? Mr. Mason's voice hardens. No, sir. I was upfront about everything. I leaned forward. I offered her enough money to pay off your mortgage, cover all outstanding medical bills, and fund her sister's entire college education. In exchange, she'd pretend to be my wife for a year. And you didn't think there was anything wrong with that? Mrs. Mason asks, her voice shaking slightly. At the time, no. I run a hand through my hair. I thought it was a fair business deal. She needed money for her family. I needed a wife to secure my funding. Mr. Mason's jaw clenches. And now? Now. I reach for Natasha's hand under the table, relieved when she doesn't pull away. Now I'm in love with your daughter. Completely, totally in love with her. Convenient timing, Mr. Mason scoffs. Dad, Natasha says quietly, speaking for the first time since we sat down. No, he's right, I interrupt. The timing is convenient. Too convenient. And if I were you, I wouldn't believe me either. I stand up, too restless to remain seated. But here's the thing. I don't give a damn about the money anymore. I've risked my entire social standing and business connections by publicly defending Natasha against the gossip. We saw the article, Mrs. Mason admits. Then you know I'm serious. I pace the small kitchen. I never expected to fall for her. I thought I was too selfish, too messed up for real love. But your daughter, my voice cracks. She changed everything. She makes me want to be better. I turn back to face them all. I know this started as a lie. I know I don't deserve her. But I swear to you both, I love Natasha more than anything in this world, and I will spend the rest of my life proving that to her, if she'll let me. The silence that follows feels like an eternity. Finally, Mr. Mason uncrosses his arms. You know what impresses me, Jeffries? Not your money, not your fancy restaurants. He steps forward. What impresses me is that you're standing here in my kitchen, telling the truth when you could have kept lying. Frank, Mrs. Mason says softly. No, Diane. I want to hear what he has to say. Mr. Mason's eyes never leave mine. What happens now? If we forgive this deception, what's your plan? I look at Natasha, her beautiful face showing a vulnerability I rarely get to see. And that's up to your daughter. If she wants a real marriage, that's what I want too. If she needs time, I'll wait. If she wants me gone, I swallow hard. Then I'll respect that, but I won't stop loving her. Natasha stands, moving to my side. I think we need some time to figure this out. Her father studies us both for a long moment, then nods slowly. All right. But no more lies. Not in this family. No more lies, I agree, relief flooding through me. I promise. Natasha steps forward, placing her hand on her mother's arm. Mom, Dad. Jackson isn't the only one who's been honest today. Her voice is steady, stronger than I expected, with that quiet determination I've come to admire so much about her. This started as a business arrangement. Yes, that's true. I thought I was doing the right thing in accepting his offer, but somewhere along the way, it became real, more real than anything I've ever felt. Natasha's parents exchanged glances, her father's expression softening slightly, the hard lines around his mouth easing as he watches his daughter. Mrs. Mason clutches her coffee mug tighter, her fingers tightening against the ceramic. When I agreed to marry Jackson, I thought I was just securing our family's future. She looks at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears that make my chest ache. The vulnerability in her gaze threatens to melt me. I never expected to fall in love with him, but I did. God help me, I fell completely in love with this man who walked into my life with his ridiculous proposal and turned everything upside down. She reaches for my hand, her calloused fingers, evidence of her hard work and dedication, sliding against mine. The simple touch sends electricity racing up my arm. Mrs. Mason's shoulders relax slightly, the tension visibly draining from her body as she studies her daughter's face. You really love him? This isn't just about the money or some obligation you feel you can't get out of because, sweetheart, you don't have to stay in anything that doesn't make you happy, no matter what promises were made. The money was why I said yes at first, Natasha admits. But it's not why I'm staying. I love him. All of him. Even the parts that drive me crazy. Mr. Mason studies me, his weathered face unreadable. And what about you, Jeffries? You claim to love my daughter. Prove it. I can't, I say simply. Not with words, anyway. I can only show her, and you, every day for the rest of our lives. I turn to face Natasha fully. I'm not perfect. I'm selfish and impulsive, and I've spent most of my life caring about all the wrong things. But loving Natasha has made me better. She challenges me, grounds me. She's the first person who's ever seen past the money and the name to the man underneath. Natasha reaches for my hand, intertwining her fingers with mine. Dad, she says softly, I want to go home. With my husband. The word husband sends a jolt through my chest. It's no longer just a title on paper. It means something now. Mr. Mason looks between us, then gives a single decisive nod. All right. But I expect both of you for Sunday dinner every week. No excuses. Yes, sir, I say, relief flooding through me. Mrs. Mason steps forward, surprising me with a quick, fierce hug. You heard her, and plumbing will be the least of your worries, she whispers in my ear. Understood, I whisper back. As we say our goodbyes, I can't stop looking at Natasha. My wife, for real this time. The woman who's completely transformed my life in ways I never thought possible. Outside, I help her into the passenger seat of my car, closing the door gently before walking around to my side. The moment we're alone, I pull her into my arms, holding her so tightly I'm afraid I might break her. I'm never losing you again, I murmur against her hair, my voice rough with emotion. Never. I don't care what it takes. I'll fight for us every day if I have to. Natasha pulls back just enough to look at me, her eyes reflecting everything I feel. You won't have to fight alone. I'm in this, all the way. I cup her face in my hands, overwhelmed by how close I came to throwing away the best thing that's ever happened to me. I love you, Natasha. Not for a year, not for show. For real. Forever. She smiles, and it's like the sun breaking through clouds. Take me home, Jackson. As I start the car, I know with absolute certainty that whatever challenges we face, family expectations, social prejudices, our own insecurities, we'll face them together. This marriage may have started as a farce, but it's become the most real thing in my life, and I'm never letting it go.
Chapter 27. Natasha. Club Inferno is a sensory overload. Pulsing lights, bass vibrating through the floor, and the sweet smoky scent of expensive cologne mixed with top-shelf liquor. Jackson guides me through the crowd with his hand on the small of my back, his touch both protective and possessive. This is the real Vegas experience, he says close to my ear, his breath warm against my skin. I try not to look overwhelmed as we approach a roped-off VIP section, where several well-dressed couples lounge on plush velvet couches. Jackson greets each person by name, introducing me with pride in his voice. There's Jeff and his wife, Leslie, he says, gesturing to the sharp-faced man with intelligent eyes. Theodore Lawrence and his wife, Macy. Then there's the military man, Ben, and Damien and Alton. And there's Anthony St. Clair with Lillian. Christ, there's so many of them. The names blur together, and I struggle to keep track. Each person gives me a polite smile, which is nice. And you remember Bruce, of course, Jackson says as we reach the last person in the group. Bruce, the friend who was at Jackson's mansion when I first came to fix his pipes. He looks exactly the same. Expensive watch, perfectly tailored suit, and that knowing smirk. The plumber, Bruce says, raising his glass in greeting. Though I suppose it's Mrs. Jeffries now, isn't it? Natasha works just fine, I reply, extending my hand. Jackson squeezes my waist. I'm grabbing drinks. Whiskey sour? I nod, suddenly nervous about being left alone with his friends. As Jackson walks away, Bruce gestures to the empty space beside him. So how's married life treating you? His tone is casual, but his eyes are sharp, evaluating. It's been an adjustment, but a good one. Bruce swirls his drink. Jackson's certainly changed since you came along. I've never seen him throw himself on a grenade like that before. What do you mean? The newspaper article? Standing up to all those socialites? Bruce raises an eyebrow. He burned a lot of bridges defending you. Most of the old money crowd won't touch his restaurant project now. My stomach drops. What? He didn't tell you? Bruce looks genuinely surprised. After that public declaration of love, several key investors pulled out. His father's friends were going to back the restaurant, but now he trails off, shaking his head. The restaurant might fail. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. Without those connections, it's a serious uphill battle. Bruce leans closer. Look, I'm not trying to upset you. I just want to know if you're in this for real, because he sacrificed a hell of a lot for you. I stare across the club at Jackson, who's laughing with the bartender as he waits for our drinks. My chest tightens. He never said a word about investors pulling out or his restaurant being in trouble. I had no idea, I admit. Jackson wouldn't tell you. He's too proud. Bruce studies my face. So I'll ask again, are you committed to him? Because he's put everything on the line for you. The guilt strikes at me immediately, strong and tangible. All this time I've been worried about fitting into his world. And he's been quietly watching his dream crumble because he chose me. I love him, I say, the words coming easily now. I'd do anything for him. I don't care if his restaurant fails. I don't care if we have to sell the mansion we're living in. I'm not with Jackson for his money or his status. Bruce's eyes narrow, studying me with such intensity, I feel like I'm under a microscope. You'd stay even if he lost everything? Even if all of this, he gestures around the club, disappeared tomorrow? In a heartbeat. Look, I know what people think, that I'm some gold digger who lucked into marrying rich. But Jackson is more than his bank account. He's smart, driven, and beneath all that swagger, he actually gives a damn about people. That's who I fell in love with. Not this. I wave my hand dismissively at our opulent surroundings. A slow smile spreads across Bruce's face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. He stands suddenly, straightening his designer suit jacket with a dramatic flourish before raising his crystal tumbler high above his head. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice booms across the club like a carnival announcer, cutting through the bass-heavy music and turning heads throughout the exclusive VIP section. I'd like to propose a toast. The music dims slightly, as if even the DJ knows this is an important moment. My stomach drops to my feet as I realize every single person in the roped-off area is now staring directly at us. Wealthy socialites, business moguls, and what looks like a minor celebrity or two all swivel in perfect synchronization, their curious eyes boring into me. Our newest Mrs. Jeffries has officially passed the Inferno test, with more honesty and heart than I've seen in years. Thunderous cheers erupt around us, echoing off the club's high ceilings. People raise their champagne flutes and cocktail glasses, clinking them together enthusiastically as they whoop and holler like they're at a sporting event instead of one of Las Vegas's most exclusive nightclubs. Several women I've never met before are giving me approving nods, while men in expensive suits slap each other on the back. I sit frozen in my seat, utterly confused and mortified as the entire VIP section breaks into spontaneous applause. What the hell is happening? I whisper, shrinking into the plush leather booth, wishing I could disappear between the cushions. My heart hammers against my ribs as I struggle to make sense of this bizarre public spectacle that I've somehow become the center of. Bruce grins, clapping me on the shoulder with his meaty hand, the expensive watch on his wrist catching the club's flashing lights. Tradition, sweetheart. Every new wife in our circle gets tested. Gotta make sure you don't have any bad intentions before you become an official member of Club Inferno. We need to know you're here for the right reasons. Jackson appears beside me like a storm cloud, drinks clutched in his white-knuckled grip, his jaw clenched tight, and his green eyes flashing with barely contained rage. Bruce, you absolute jerk. I specifically told you to leave her alone tonight. This wasn't supposed to happen. Tradition is tradition, JJ. Bruce shrugs, spreading his hands wide, completely unrepentant as he leans back in his designer suit. Besides, she passed with flying colors. You should be thanking me. Most genuine response I've heard in years. The Inferno test? I look between them, my mind racing to catch up with this bizarre revelation. My hands tremble slightly in my lap as the pieces click into place. You mean this whole thing was fake? You were testing me to see if I'd bail on Jackson when I thought he was broke? Jackson sets our drinks down and slides into the booth beside me, his arm wrapping protectively around my shoulders. It's this stupid thing they do. Been happening since forever. Every time someone gets married, Bruce or one of the guys creates some fake crisis to see if the new spouse is in it for love or money. So the restaurant isn't actually failing? My heart is still racing. Jackson turns to Bruce with a glare that could melt steel. No, the restaurant is fine. Funding is solid. We're actually ahead of schedule. Bruce raises his glass again. To Mrs. Jeffries, the real deal. More cheers erupt around us. Jackson pulls me closer, his lips brushing my ear. I'm sorry. I should have warned you, but I thought I'd convince them to skip it this time. I should be angry. They manipulated me, played with my emotions, all for some silly tradition, but strangely, I feel validated. All these people who looked at me with suspicion now raise their glasses in my honor. So I passed? I ask, reaching for my drink. With distinction, Bruce confirms. The look on your face when you thought Jackson's dream was crumbling? Pure love. Can't fake that. Jackson's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing gently. Told you she was different, he says to Bruce, but his eyes never leave my face. Different is an understatement, Bruce replies. You hit the jackpot with this one, JJ. As the celebration continues around us, Jackson leans in close. I would have told you about their stupid test, but I knew you'd pass without any coaching. That's how much I believe in us. I take a sip of my whiskey sour, letting the sweet tart liquid wash away the remnants of anxiety. Next time your friends want to test me, give me a heads up. I nearly had a heart attack. Jackson's laugh rumbles against my side. No more tests. You've more than proven yourself to everyone who matters.
Chapter 28. Jackson. The restaurant is perfect. I stand at the entrance of Jeffries on the Strip, watching as Las Vegas's elite filter through the doors. Every detail is exactly how I envisioned it. the lighting dim enough to create intimacy but bright enough to showcase the exquisite plating, the acoustics designed to let conversation flow without shouting, the custom furniture that cost more than most cars. But none of that compares to the woman at my side. "You did it," Natasha whispers, squeezing my hand. Her eyes sparkle as she takes in the packed dining room, the bustling open kitchen where world-class chefs move with practiced precision. She's wearing a deep burgundy dress that hugs her curves perfectly, her hair styled in loose waves that frame her face. "This place is incredible." "We did it," I correct her, unable to tear my eyes away from her face. "None of this would have happened without you." She rolls her eyes but can't hide her smile, the corners of her mouth twitching upward despite her attempt to play it cool. "I didn't design the place or hire the staff. I didn't even pick out these ridiculously expensive light fixtures that were shipped in from Italy. No, you just gave me something to fight for." I lean in closer, my lips brushing against the soft skin of her ear, feeling her shiver slightly against me. Someone worth becoming better for. Someone who actually called me on my nonsense when everyone else was too busy liking me. The hostess approaches, her professional smile and clipboard interrupting our moment. She's wearing the sleek black uniform I approved last week, looking every bit the high-end staff member I'd insisted on hiring. "Mr. Jeffries, your father has arrived. I've seated him at your reserved table by the window as requested. He's already ordered a scotch." "Perfect. We'll head over." I place my hand on the small of Natasha's back, guiding her through the maze of tables where Las Vegas's most influential people are dining tonight. The subtle scent of her perfume mingles with the aromas from the kitchen. Dad stands as we approach, looking unusually relaxed in his custom Tom Ford suit. A rare sight for a man who typically carries tension in his shoulders like it's part of his wardrobe. He embraces Natasha first, then claps me on the shoulder with genuine pride, his grip firm and approving. "This exceeds even my expectations, son." His eyes sweep across the restaurant, taking in the seamless operation, the satisfied customers, the perfect ambience I'd spent months obsessing over. "You've outdone yourself." "I didn't think you had it in you, to be honest." "Thanks, Dad." The approval hits differently now. It matters, but not in the desperate way it once did. We're booked solid for the next 3 months. "And the waiting list is growing by the hour," Natasha adds, sliding into her seat. "Your PR team says they've never seen this kind of demand for a new restaurant opening." Dad signals a waiter who immediately brings over a bottle of champagne. I think this calls for a celebration. As the cork pops and glasses are filled, I watch Natasha chat easily with my father. The woman who once felt so out of place in my world now commands it effortlessly. Not by changing who she is, but by being exactly who she's always been, strong, genuine, and uncompromising. "A toast." Dad raises his glass. "To Jeffries on the Strip. May it be the first of many successes for you both." "And to family," I add, my eyes finding Natasha's. The real foundation of everything worth building. The champagne is crisp and perfect, but it's the smile on Natasha's face that intoxicates me. Around us, the restaurant buzzes with energy. Critics discreetly taking notes, celebrities trying to be inconspicuous in corner booths, industry insiders analyzing every detail. "Your executive chef is making rounds," Dad observes. "Smart move." I nod, watching as Mario, poached from a 3-star Michelin restaurant in New York, charms a table of influential food bloggers. He's worth every penny of his ridiculous salary. "The investors must be thrilled," Dad says, taking another sip of champagne. "The ones who stayed are..." I can't help the edge that creeps into my voice. "The ones who bailed when I defended Natasha missed out on what's going to be the most profitable restaurant opening on the Strip this year." Natasha places her hand on my thigh under the table, a gentle reminder that we've moved past that drama. "Their loss is our gain. The partners who stuck with us are the ones worth having." "Exactly," Dad agrees, surprising me with his quick support of Natasha. Quality over quantity, in business and in life. I watch as Mario approaches our table, his pristine white chef's coat practically glowing under the restaurant's custom lighting. He carries himself with the confidence of someone who knows exactly how good he is at what he does. "Mr. Jeffries, a pleasure to serve you and your family tonight." He nods respectfully to my father before turning to Natasha with genuine warmth. "And Mrs. Jeffries, it's an honor. I've prepared something special for you." I can't help but notice how Natasha's eyes light up. Months ago, she would have shrunk into herself, uncomfortable with the attention. Now she beams, completely at ease as Mario describes each course he's created for us. First, a delicate amuse-bouche of seared scallop with brown butter and sage, followed by our signature black truffle risotto. For the main, I've prepared my interpretation of surf and turf, Wagyu beef with butter-poached lobster. And for dessert, a surprise. "Sounds incredible," Natasha says, and I feel a surge of pride watching her interact so naturally with the staff. This is her restaurant, too, in all the ways that matter. Dad raises his glass to exceptional taste in food and in life partners. The meal is transcendent, each bite more perfect than the last. The flavors complex yet harmonious, the presentation immaculate without being pretentious. But what makes it truly special is sharing it with the two people who matter most to me. I watch Natasha close her eyes as she tastes the risotto, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She catches me staring and raises an eyebrow. "What?" "Nothing. Just..." I take her hand, bringing it to my lips. "All of this, the restaurant, the success, even being able to sit here with my father, it's because of you." "Jackson," she protests, but I see the flush of pleasure on her cheeks. "I'm serious. You changed everything. Made me want to be better. Made me see what actually matters." I turn her hand over, pressing a kiss to her palm. "You're the best decision I ever made." Dad clears his throat. "She certainly is. Never thought I'd see the day when my son would prioritize something besides himself." "Richard," Natasha admonishes, but there's no heat in it. She and my father have developed their own relationship over these past months, one built on mutual respect and a shared exasperation with me. I've caught them exchanging knowing glances when I'm being particularly stubborn, like they've formed some secret alliance in the ongoing project of managing Jackson Jeffries. "It's true," Dad says, cutting into his perfectly cooked steak. The knife slides through like it's butter, exactly the way Chef Mario promised it would. Jackson was always brilliant with business, but he was missing something essential until you came along. I watched him chase deal after deal, woman after woman, never quite satisfied. "A conscience," I suggest with a grin, taking a sip of my whiskey. The amber liquid burns pleasantly down my throat, warming me from the inside. "A purpose?" Dad corrects, suddenly serious. His fork pauses midway to his mouth, and his eyes, so like mine, fix on me with that penetrating stare that used to terrify me as a kid. Something worth fighting for beyond just proving yourself. Someone who makes you want to be the man I always knew you could be. Natasha's fingers tighten around mine under the table, her thumb tracing small circles against my skin. It's these little touches that still drive me crazy, even after all this time together. The dessert arrives, and it's a delicate chocolate soufflé with gold leaf and fresh berries. We fall silent, savoring each bite. The restaurant hums around us, every table filled, conversations and laughter creating the perfect ambience. I look around at what we've created. The restaurant is everything I dreamed it would be. Elegant without being stuffy, innovative without being pretentious. But it's nothing compared to what Natasha and I have built together. I've never been happier, I tell her, meaning it more than I've ever meant anything. Not just about the restaurant. About us. About everything. She squeezes my hand, her eyes shining. Me neither. And in that moment, surrounded by success and family, I know I finally found what I've been searching for my entire life. Not just someone to love, but Someone worth becoming better for. Someone who makes every victory sweeter because she's there to share it.
Chapter 29. Natasha. I stand at the kitchen counter, dumping an obscene amount of hot sauce into my bowl of noodles. Not just any hot sauce. The ghost pepper stuff Jackson's chef brought back from some culinary competition. The kind with warnings on the label. Jesus Christ, Natasha. Jackson stares at me from across the kitchen island, his eyes wide with horror. Are you trying to burn a hole through your stomach lining? That's the third time this week you've eaten something that would make a grown man cry. It's not that hot. I take a big bite and immediately feel the burn spread across my tongue, down my throat. My eyes water slightly, but I refuse to show weakness. Okay, it's pretty hot, but it's so good. You hated spicy food last month. You made me order mild wings, remember? Said the medium ones were too much. He walks around the island, leaning against the counter next to me, studying my face with that intense look he gets when he's trying to figure something out. Now you're putting ghost peppers on everything like it's ketchup. I shrug, taking another fiery bite. People change. Not that fast, and not about food preferences. He reaches out, brushing a strand of hair from my face with surprising tenderness. What's going on with you? You've been eating weird combinations all week. Yesterday it was pickles dipped in chocolate sauce. That was delicious. I defend myself, though even I have to admit it sounds disgusting now. I don't know. I've just been having these intense cravings lately. Jackson watches me demolish the spicy noodles, his expression shifting from concern to something I can't quite read. Cravings, huh? Yeah, it's weird. Last night I woke up at 3 a.m. desperate for those sour candy worms. The ones with the sugar coating. I actually considered driving to the 24-hour store to get some. I laugh, but Jackson doesn't join in. He's gone completely still, like someone hit his pause button. I continue eating, enjoying the endorphin rush from the spice, when a strange thought drifts into my consciousness. When was my last period? I mentally count back, trying to remember. Flipping through the calendar in my head. The restaurant opening, the new supplier meetings, that weekend trip to the lake. Everything's a blur of activity. Wait a minute, I say, my fork freezing halfway to my mouth, noodles dangling precariously. I can't remember when I had my last period. Jackson's eyebrows shoot up to his hairline, his entire body tensing beside me. What? My period? I can't remember when I had it last. I set my fork down with a small clatter, my mind racing through dates and events. We've been so busy with the restaurant opening and everything else. I didn't even notice that I'm late. Like, really late. How late? His voice drops an octave, taking on that intense quality that still makes my stomach flip even after all this time. His green eyes search mine, his jaw clenched tight as he leans in closer, his cologne mingling with the spicy scent of my food. I run my fingers through my curls, trying to make sense of the calendar spinning in my head. The ghost pepper heat suddenly feels secondary to the warmth spreading through my chest as the implications start to sink in. I don't know exactly. Maybe 5 weeks? 6? I look up at him, the realization dawning on me. And I've been having these weird cravings. And now that I think about it, I've been exhausted lately. I blamed it on stress, but Jackson's eyes are wide, fixed on me with an expression I've never seen before. Fear mixed with something that looks suspiciously like hope. Natasha, are you saying what I think you're saying? I press my hand against my stomach, which suddenly feels different somehow. Not physically, but in my awareness of it. I think I might be pregnant. The words hang in the air between us, enormous and life-changing. Jackson doesn't move, doesn't blink, just stares at me like I've grown a second head. Pregnant, he repeats. The word coming out is barely more than a whisper. As in, a baby. Our baby. I mean, I don't know for sure, I quickly add. I'd need to take a test. It could be stress or... But Jackson is already grabbing his keys from the counter, moving with purpose toward the door. I'll be right back. Don't move. Where are you going? He turns, and the smile that breaks across his face is blinding in its intensity. To buy every pregnancy test in the pharmacy, and maybe some more of that ghost pepper sauce. If my kid wants spicy food, who am I to argue? The door closes behind him, and I'm left alone in our kitchen, one hand still resting on my stomach, wondering if there's really a new life growing inside me. Our life. A perfect blend of Jackson and me. I keep eating my noodles while Jackson's gone. The ghost pepper sauce making my eyes water slightly. It's still strange being in this enormous kitchen with its gleaming marble countertops and professional-grade appliances. A year ago, I was fixing pipes in places like this. Now I live here, with him. The thought makes me smile despite the burning in my mouth. 20 minutes later, I hear the front door slam and Jackson's hurried footsteps echoing through the foyer. He appears in the kitchen doorway, slightly out of breath, clutching a plastic pharmacy bag in one hand and a candy store bag in the other. Got everything, he announces, crossing the kitchen in 3 long strides. He dumps the contents of the pharmacy bag onto the counter. 3 different pregnancy tests, each with 99% accurate, emblazoned across the packaging. 3? I raise an eyebrow. Figured we should be thorough. He hands me the other bag with a sheepish grin. Also got these. Inside are 2 packages of sour worm candies, the exact kind I'd been craving at 3 a.m. My heart does a little flip at his thoughtfulness. You remembered? Course I did. He runs his hand through his dark hair, making it stand up in that way that still makes my stomach flutter. The gesture is so quintessentially Jackson, casual, yet devastatingly attractive. You should take the test now. I mean, if you want to. I grab one of the boxes, turning it over in my hands, feeling the weight of what this little plastic stick could tell us. My fingers trace the edges as reality sinks in. Guess there's no point waiting. The walk to our bathroom feels surreal, like I'm floating slightly above the floor. Each step carries me closer to an answer that could change everything. The marble tiles cool beneath my bare feet, grounding me somewhat. Jackson follows close behind, his nervous energy filling the hallway. I can practically feel him vibrating with anticipation, his breath warm on my neck as he hovers just inches away. I stop at the bathroom door and turn to face him. His green eyes are wide with hope and fear, the same emotions swirling inside me. He looks so vulnerable standing there, so different from the cocky man who first proposed our arrangement. I need to do this part alone. His face falls slightly, disappointment flashing across his features before he catches himself. Right. Yeah, I'll just wait out here. He takes a reluctant step back, shoving his hands into his pockets like he doesn't know what else to do with them. I close the door behind me, my hands trembling as I read the instructions. It's simple enough. Pee on the stick, wait 3 minutes. I follow the steps for all 3 tests, lining them up on the counter, then wash my hands and open the door. Jackson is pacing the hallway, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He freezes when he sees me. Well, we have to wait 3 minutes. I check my phone. 2 minutes and 20 seconds now. He nods, resuming his pacing. I lean against the doorframe, watching him. His anxiety is almost comical. The confident, smooth-talking businessman reduced to a bundle of nerves. What are you thinking? I ask softly. He stops pacing, his green eyes finding mine. That I want this. With you. a family. The raw honesty in his voice makes my chest tighten. I never thought I would, but I do. So much. I swallow hard. Me too. The timer on my phone beeps, making us both jump. Jackson's eyes widen. Is it time? I nod, my heart hammering against my ribs. Come on. We enter the bathroom together, standing shoulder to shoulder in front of the counter where the 3 tests wait. I don't need to check the boxes to interpret the results. All 3 display clear, unmistakable plus signs. Holy cow, Jackson whispers, his voice thick with emotion. You're pregnant. I pick up one of the tests, staring at the little plus sign like it might disappear if I look away. We're having a baby. Jackson makes a sound that's halfway between a laugh and a sob. Then suddenly his arms are around me, lifting me off my feet. His lips find mine in a kiss so passionate it steals my breath. When he finally sets me down, his eyes are suspiciously bright. I love you, he says, his voice rough with emotion, cracking slightly on the words. Both of you. His hand drifts to my stomach, resting there with such tenderness it brings tears to my eyes. His fingers spread wide, as if trying to protect the tiny life we've created, a life that's barely the size of a poppy seed, but already changing everything. The warmth of his palm seeps through my thin t-shirt, and I can't help but marvel at how far we've come. I love you too. I place my hand over his, our fingers intertwining against my still flat abdomen. The bathroom light catches on my wedding ring, the one that started as a prop but now symbolizes something genuine and precious. Think you're ready for this? Jackson's smile is radiant, transforming his entire face. With you? He asks, leaning down to press his forehead against mine. His thumb traces small circles on my stomach. I'm ready for anything.
Chapter 30. Jackson. I can't stop touching her. My hands roam over Natasha's body as we lie in bed, my fingers tracing patterns across her skin in the dim light of our bedroom. The knowledge that she's carrying my child makes every curve, every dip of her body seem somehow more precious, more miraculous. You think it's a boy or a girl? I ask, my palm resting on her still flat stomach. There's no physical sign of our baby yet, but knowing it's there changes everything. Natasha laughs, the sound warm and rich in our darkened room. It's barely the size of a pea, Jackson. Too early to tell. I know, but do you have a feeling? My thumb traces slow circles around her navel. Mother's intuition or whatever. Honestly, I just hope it has your eyes. She turns to face me, her expression soft in the moonlight filtering through our curtains. And maybe my common sense. Definitely your common sense, I agree, leaning in to kiss her forehead. Poor kid's messed if it inherits my decision-making skills. My hand slides lower, fingers skimming along the waistband of her pajama shorts. The skin here is so soft, so warm. Something primal stirs inside me, a fierce protectiveness mixed with desire. My wife, carrying my child. The thought makes my blood run hot.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I still can't believe we're having a baby, she murmurs, her voice soft with wonder. I place my hand on her stomach, spreading my fingers wide. Best news I've ever heard. She looks up at me, her expression suddenly vulnerable. You're really happy about this? It wasn't exactly planned. Are you kidding? I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, letting my fingers linger against her cheek. Natasha, you've given me everything I never knew I wanted. A real marriage. A family. A reason to be the best man I could be. I swallow hard, emotion making my voice rough. I've never been happier in my entire life. Her smile is radiant, lighting up her entire face. She places her hand over mine on her stomach, our fingers intertwining. We're going to be parents, she says, as if testing how the words feel. You're going to be an amazing mother, I tell her, meaning every word. Patient, strong, loving, everything I hope to be as a father. You will be, she says, with such certainty it makes my heart swell. I've seen how much you've changed, how much you care. Our baby is lucky to have you. I pull her closer, overwhelmed by the trust she's placing in me. This woman who started as a business arrangement has become the center of my world, carrying the fruit of our love inside her. I'm lucky to have them both. I'm lucky that they're mine.